Ciao, sono Keke, vengo dal team Vitality, il mio posto è Crash Laner. Grazie, conosciamo già da tanto tempo la nostra manager Sabrina. Noi lavoriamo insieme per costruire una squadra forte. Maggior parte di noi ci conoscevamo da tanto tempo dal gioco. Abbiamo un nuovo roster e abbiamo un buon legale e chimica nel gioco. Secondo me è migliorare noi stessi. Posso dire solo addio, goodbye, AG o E7. Penso che sia nuova, che loro hanno qualificati per primo nel Malesia. Onestamente io adesso non ho la risposta, mi serve che il gioco mi dica. Siamo orgogliosi di rappresentare tutti voi api qua nelle Filippine. È il momento di servire l'alta qualità di hobby.
I believe that failure is a stepping stone to my growth. I believe that persistence is the only shortcut to glory. I believe that giving it my all will lead me to victory. I believe in myself. With Honor of Kings, I will achieve my own glory. HOK Invitational Season 3. Step onto my stage of glory. Witness the thrilling moments of passion together. February 21st to March 1st. 12 global teams battle for the ultimate victory.
Welcome to Honor of Kings Invitational S3, where excitement will unfold at the vibrant capital of the Philippines, Manila. The tournament will run from February 21st to March 1st. Honor of Kings Invitational S3 will be held at SM North EDSA, the Block Atrium, and we are ready to bring an electrifying atmosphere for players and fans. Representatives from the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Americas, Europe, the Middle East and North Africa, Japan and South Korea, and wildcard qualifiers will compete at the grand stage in Manila. 12 of the world's best teams will compete for the ultimate prize, the first Honor of Kings World Champion title of 2025. 4 teams will be seeded. The first places from the S3 Philippines qualifier, S3 Indonesia qualifier, S3 Malaysia qualifier, and S3 Americas qualifier. Each seed will be assigned to a different group, while the remaining 8 teams will be randomly distributed across the groups. The group stage will follow a best-of-5 format, with the top 2 teams from each group advancing to the knockout stage, where teams will face off in a best-of-7 format. The journey will culminate on March 1st, when the first 2025 Honor of Kings World Champion will be crowned. Additionally, a major announcement: the global ban and pick format, pioneered by the KPL in 2018, will be fully adopted in this tournament. For over 6 years, KPL, Chinese Honor of Kings Pro League, has set the gold standard in MOBA esports and will continue shaping the global competitive scene. Honor of Kings remains at the forefront of innovation and excellence. We can't wait to see how the world's best teams rise to the challenge. With a staggering prize pool of $300,000, honor, recognition, and substantial rewards await the champions. The stage is set, and the stakes are higher than ever. Here's a guide for Honor of Kings esports fans to join this exciting journey. You can catch our live streams either in-game or on our official channels. Joining us in person, here's everything you need to know to make the most of it. take part in-game activities, and earn exclusive rewards. The countdown is on. Mark your calendars and see you in Manila.
You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden. I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up. We the kings, it's our honor showtime. I gotta shut down. We got no cry. We burn it up as one. Crashing pieces, you can G. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay victory. Say. I've triggered my soul down. Follow my pace. We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up. We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Now I see that I got everything I need.
Bigatron, Nongshim, RedForce, and Rough World Era. And we're going to be seeing Nongshim versus Rough World Era. That's going to be the first matchup of the day going from Group D.
Yep, so Group D, we're looking for the best performance from these teams. Now, this is a spicy one because BTR, they were one of the top contenders, the champions of their own region in Indonesia. So, the fact that they get to sit on the back seat and watch the two giants fight it out first, I think that's going to be a huge advantage for them going into this group battle.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. They were the #1 squad out of Indonesia. They have that right. They were the champion of that. They were assigned to this group, and they were kind of, it's one of the slight advantages that they do have going into this one, where they can kind of see what the other teams are doing in terms of strategy and all that. And there's going to be a whole lot of that going into this one, especially with the global ban pick. That one's going to be super important because it changes up everything going into these best of fives here.
All right, now if you have not been introduced to what the global ban pick is, we'll talk about it in a bit. Right now, this is the schedule for today's matches. First off, we have RWE going up against Nongshim. This is at 2 o'clock GMT +8. Right after this, we have Vitality going up against Alpha 7. Two big boys fighting it out. And of course, our last match of the day, Gen.G going up against Elevate. This is going to be happening at 8 o'clock GMT +8. So big matches right from the get-go on day number 1. But of course, we take one thing at a time, right? So let's talk about that global ban pick system. Now, it means that you only get to use that hero once in the entire series. And because it's the best of 5, you can't repeat these heroes anymore. So you have to be really careful about the strategy that you're going to be employing to try and win the match.
Yeah, and I mean, global ban pick, it was pioneered by Honor of Kings and KPL since 2018. This is something that's brand new to the Honor of Kings international stage. And so we're starting it off with Season 3. It's going to be very important because now teams really need to dig deep in terms of what heroes they're going to be able to play. And it can't just be like the top 2 or 3 heroes that they've been normally going to, because now it's going to be super deep.
All right, so let's get straight into it now. RWE and Nongshim, I think they both have their key moments, their key players as well. But the important thing is now they're going to be playing live into the venue. So let's take a look at a short video before we commence the entire thing, and we will be going in a very short while.
To the world stage, stronger than ever, from Malaysia, Nova Esports!
Considered constants in the world stage, they are here once again to prove that they can match with the best and redeem themselves from the last tournament. Ready to score the skies once again from Indonesia, Kagendra!
Another contestant in an international scene, continuing to grow to get closer and closer to the title. Still the Kings of Southeast Asia World Championship qualifiers, hailing from the land of Myanmar, Impunity!
Rebuilt as possibly the strongest super team in their country, they may now stand against the greats in the world, undefeated and undisputed in the Americas region, from Brazil, we have Alpha 7 Esports.
Another team recreated and revitalized to try and take the ground against all odds has come. A new fearsome contender and possible dark horse has emerged. Representing Italy, we have Team Vitality.
Representing under a new banner of yet another esports giants. They are ready to take on any challenge head on fearlessly. Dominating their region of MENA, representing Morocco, Gen.G Esports.
Coming from the open qualifiers to defeating the top two of their country, this new team needs to be feared. An immediate dark horse has come, representing Malaysia, All Gamers Global.
Re-entering the world stage, the Red Robots have come to take over the international scene of Honor of Kings. Representing the country after dominating the qualifiers from Indonesia, Bigatron Esports.
Coming in as the strongest contender of the home country, they are here to seek redemption and reach the apex of world-class Honor of Kings. Agents, get ready to scream! Representing the Philippines, Blacklist International!
Veterans in their own right, they are now back at it again to approve or prove that they can still keep up with a new era. Rejoining the world stage from South Korea, Nongshim RedForce.
The new challenger to give us a sneak peek of what a Philippine team can do. To represent the Philippines, we have Rockwell Era! Mabuhay and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3 in the Philippines!
Philippines, make some noise! That's the energy we're looking right around here. Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3. My name is Juicy Brucey, and with me is...
I am Choo Choo. We'll be your host for today.
Yes, and for maybe the rest of the following days. But Choo Choo, it's super great to see the Philippine crowd. First time here to see the great, vibrant time. So Choo Choo, here's only one thing to say. It's time for...
Victory!
And all that way, we pass it over to our casters, OSX Mansion. Take it away.
And we're back, and of course it's going to be Nongshim RedForce. They're going to be going up against Rough World Era. That is going to be the first matchup of the day, and I think that it's going to be one word that can kind of describe this matchup in general, and that will, of course, it's going to be spicy.
Oh, for sure. And of course, we want to have them put their best foot forward, right? There's so many new things now, especially with the global ban pick. Now, every single thing matters. You have to take your best draft, best composition, and you have to win with it. We have seen cases where, teams, they feel like this is the best draft. And they bring it into the battlefield on the Gorge, and they don't exactly get the execution right. So we want to see better performances from both teams today. I mean, we do have some comments about the teams going into this competition, but nonetheless, I think it just shows how strong these two teams are.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're looking at this one, Nongshim RedForce, this is a team that has really not been able to shine or to get to that international stage yet. Playing live in front of people, very intimidating. If we're going to talk to the other team, Rough World Era, this is a team that they're playing on their home crowd, which is a little worrying in its own way. But is it more comforting or is it more worrying? Like, where do you see Rough World Era again playing up in their home crowd?
I think they might not feel the pressure as highly as Nongshim will, but nonetheless, it is still pressure, right? Nonetheless, you're playing in front of your friends, your fans, and your home country. You're representing your local community as well. So there's a lot of pressure on the local team, but there's immense pressure on the teams that are coming in from their own hometown, right? Nongshim coming all the way from Korea, the JPKR region. Not sure whether this is the first time they've played on stage, but like you said, it is intimidating, and I hope they can steal their nerves, right? And put up the best performance, because it is absolutely necessary.
Yeah, and I hate to say everything is do or die, but this is definitely a situation where if you're in the losing end and then you have to rely on the other team to kind of beat out this team or whatever to kind of create some sort of tiebreaker between all the three teams, it's a tough situation. You're better off in a situation where you can kind of just win out, control your own destiny, and then have a good chance of making it to that knockout stage.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we have seen multiple teams, right? Their lives are at stake. They're hoping for some kind of redemption from the opponent teams, and that's not a nice position to be in. And now, so both teams, I think they really need to get the A game going. And you know what? I think one of the toughest things to do is to be the first two teams to go up on stage in front of an audience to play their hearts out, right? I think that pressure is so hard to deal with.
Yeah, opening series, opening match for anything. It's another thing where it's like you have a little bit more time. You had to do the walkout. You had to kind of get yourself in there and situated. You can't just play the game, right? It's one of those situations where if it was playing in the qualifiers, you can kind of do it from the comfort of your own home or your team house, and you're kind of just with each other. But now you're doing it in front of people. Everybody's kind of, cheering or they're rooting against you. It's kind of a different situation, the vibe, and just seeing people live and watching you. Any sort of mistake that you might potentially make could really be one of those critical moments and an awkward situation if things don't go well.
I like the way they just said that. There is one word I'm looking at, and that is moments, right? Life is made by a series of moments, especially in a match of this stature. Moments do matter, and moments do define who will win this entire series as well, right? If you can pick out mistakes or habits that your opponents normally make when they're under pressure, under stress, that is your ticket, one-way ticket toward the grand finals as well. So we'll see who has better pattern recognition, who is better at drafting. Now, this is no longer just the players themselves. The coaches play a big part in this entire series as well. They have to give them the best tools available. They have to make sure that they understand what the win condition is on the opposite side.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to have the draft. I mean, global band pick, obviously super important for coaches to kind of ensure that they're putting their best foot forward, but doing it in a way where they're not overcommitting and having some of those meta heroes used and burned up very early, so that you want to give yourself a chance into the later games, assuming that the series goes long. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about the Rough World Era. This is the third place team out of the Philippines. They would have to say, I would say, almost like a fortuitous run in the sense that they were kind of knocked out by Boom Esports in the first round of the playoffs, and then they went on a lower bracket tear where they beat out, Revamp, Team Flash, and then, of course, they 3-0'd Boom Esports as the eternal rivalry to get themselves back in that one. But again, Nongshim RedForce, this is a team that's really on the prowl, has been on the cusp of being on the international stage, but haven't been there, and they make their first appearance, at least today.
Yeah, so they have to be really careful, right? Because on the side of Nongshim RedForce, they have been in this situation multiple times. They have learned their lesson. They've improved tremendously since last year, since Season 2 as well. And the fact that they've made it here onto the main stage, all the way in Manila, Philippines at EDSA, it is a huge monument. You have to respect that they are of a certain caliber as well. Right now, like we said, it's can they steal their nerves? Can they hold their nerves to be able to perform how they really would like? But let's take take a look at Rough World Era. First, we have Tunski, 7jin, Arise, Danny, and Fleur. Fleur, as you know, flow state. So I'm hoping this roam is going to bring that advantage over to Rough World Era and hopefully take this first series against Nongshim.
Yeah, it's actually, this is a tremendous team. 7jin out of Malaysia. He's definitely an all-star. Arise previously from Boom Esports. Danny previously from Execration. They have that pro experience. They've seen it and they've kind of banded together to kind of create this super team. And I mean, yes, they're here and it's great for Rough World Era. But again, let's talk a little bit more about Nongshim RedForce here. Illusion, Haku, Faye, Siri, Kyung9. These guys have been playing together for quite some time. There's a lot of familiarity. There's definitely some no issues with like communication, but they've been playing together since 2022 for some of them. And they have that sort of experience. But this is a team that has kind of always been the bridesmaid, never the bride. I mean, for the qualifier for the midseason EWC, they got second place to Weibo Gaming. Then in the 2024 Championship Pacific Play, they got second to Fearless Esports. And both of those losses didn't let them go to the international stage. They never got that to the next level. Now they've beaten Scars. They've gotten themselves in with that Japan-Korea qualifier, and they're here now. And they definitely want to, hold that Korean flag up proudly.
Oh yeah, we always say, right, no pain, no gain. They definitely learned their lesson. Now this is, people expect that when they make it onto the big stages, you can kind of lay back a little bit, take a breather and whatnot. But here's the reality of the situation. When you hit the big leagues, there is no rest. It is even more intense. And right now, the first team they're going to meet, Rough World Era. Is Rough World Era too much of a challenge for Nongshim RedForce to conquer? That's the big question today, right? We know the standards of RWE and we've seen the standards of Nongshim, but can they match up?
I mean, I'm hoping so, right? I think that for Group D, being in with Bigatron, not the easiest of opponents to deal with, but having Rough World Era and Nongshim, both of these squads, which are kind of finding their place on the international stage and kind of seeing exactly what the two teams can bring, I think it's going to be super exciting. It's going to be a very competitive Group D going into this one, but I think it's really going to come down to, one of these two teams potentially falling out of favor into that knockout stage.
Oh yeah, for sure. And of course, we will be heading into the BP or the global band pick phase in a bit. Now, there's some things I'm really curious about, but let's talk about the meta first, right? We expect, at least for the farm lane, that's going to be a very hugely contested role as we've seen across all the different seasons already. And another one is actually the jungle. So I have some insider information from different coaches and whatnot. We are expecting maybe a potential burst composition. We might see a lot more Lunas, a lot more Zings, and a lot more Lams today, simply because of the burst factor. And this places a huge emphasis on very strong, tanky, controlling roams as well.
Yeah, no, I like that. I mean, the playstyle is going to be definitely more exciting because you're going to have that, the outplay, the mobility, everything that you really want to kind of, get that high level Honor of Kings play. So it's going to be super exciting to see exactly which of those teams can kind of bring that out. My concern right now, though, is that it's game one. Are you going to kind of go for that really flashy sort of lineup to kind of start things off? Or are you going to go with a more traditional one, maybe a little bit more meta to kind of just slow things down? I mean, slow and steady wins the race. But I mean, if you're only going to take game one, is it enough?
Yeah, it's really a calculation of resources, right? And how deep is your hero pool? As we've seen on the side of Nongshim, they have shown us quite a bit of flexibility, a lot of variety in the picks they have. But of course, they have their mainstay picks like the Kyung9 Sunter, something that is of diamond standard. And I'm just curious, is this something they want to pull out in the first game? Maybe make a statement and show that, we are here to play.
Yeah, and I think you definitely want to put your best foot forward. Again, you don't want to just kind of, burn out all of the meta picks. I think that that's going to be super important so that you're not, so you have hero picks in that game 3, potentially game 4 and beyond. But, one thing about Nongshim RedForce, and we saw this against Scars, is that when they're on, they're next level. Right? But there are moments of kind of not everybody's on the same page and they kind of just falter off and they really struggled. And not to say that Scars wasn't putting up a good fight with them, but that was a reason why they ended up going to a game 5. Nongshim RedForce kind of, dropped the ball a couple times, and some of those games they didn't do very well. They have that potential to grow. There are definitely some gaps in their gameplay. Hopefully from that last qualifier to today, they've improved and they've kind of shored up those weaknesses.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's just been a short couple of weeks, but weeks nonetheless, right? So there is some considerable time for them to grow. And right now, I'm just curious how they want to play, because we've seen two different camps in terms of the train of thought, right? Do you want to ban out what works against your draft, or are you confident enough to just run with it, knowing that you can best them in a 1v1 or even a 5v5 full-on head-on fight?
Yeah, and I'm kind of thinking that teams are just going to have a set roster in mind. Obviously bans and the enemy team picking some of those heroes might put a little bit of a little bit of a damper in terms of what you want to do, but I think it's going to be super important to have some sort of themes going in. I think that being able to just kind of instead of just picking up straight up meta heroes, you need to have that synergy that really plays off. I think that this global ban pick is going to be super important going into potentially best of sevens, where hero pools are going to be somewhat diminished because everything's been picked or banned, right? So getting yourself in a situation where you're able to win with heroes that might not be, tier S or A in some cases, I think is going to be very important for you.
Okay, so based on what we have seen from Nongshim in the qualifiers, we are expecting a very tanky, full-on control squad, right? They demolished Scars with a 5-man CC full, CC heavy lineup in the previous qualifiers itself. So I'm expecting very tanky heroes like maybe a Dun, maybe a Kaiser, Sunse as well. But RWE, what a start. They get the Long, they get the Dharma, two very potent heroes right away in the first draft of the series.
Yeah, actually, I mean, the Dia as well. All of these heroes, very meta picks, very strong. The Gen.G, I think, is a nice counter pick. I don't think it's like the S tier hero that you still want. It still definitely is very good, especially when you have to go very deep into the farm lane hero pool. But they're going to pick up the Byron themselves. They're going to give themselves a chance. A very meta pick that will deal well with the Dharma in that clash lane.
Yep. You know what? I think that anti-CC property from Gen.G is definitely going to be useful against the likes of the Dharma. But the question is, I don't think he's going to be able to win unless it's a straight up 1v1, right? Right now, there's a lot of burst potential coming in from the side of Ruffle Era. And I'm kind of shuddering, right? Because this amount of damage that RWE is providing just from the concept of the draft, it looks monstrous.
It definitely does. I mean, it's going to be tough to get onto that Gan and Mo. Loong has his get out of jail free card with his infinite vastness. It's going to be tough to kind of catch them. You're going to have to figure out ways to kind of deal with that. And where if we're looking more on the Nongshim side, this is probably a more standard type of draft. Nothing is too crazy. They need to deal with some way of that Gan and Mo. His kiting potential and his ranged blades are going to do some serious damage. They need to mitigate that in some way.
Yeah, at this point, I think a lot of pressure falls onto the shoulders of Kyung9. His Byron is definitely of utmost importance. He needs to choose, right? Does he go for the Gan and Mo? Does he go for the Loong? Danny needs to be really careful, but they have not shown who is going to be on the side of the roam for RWE just yet. Do we expect a Zhang Fei? Because he does wonders against the likes of Daadia and Gen.G. He's able to soak up so much damage from that Bitter Farewell as well as the Destined Encounter. It doesn't matter, right? He's able to soak all that damage, and I think Nongshim, they are ready to face that. They don't ban him out.
Yeah, actually, I mean, I think that they were thinking on that level with that Lian Po ban, which is kind of similar in the Zhang Fei, but I do think that the Zhang Fei would have been much better. It looks like they're going to go with the Da Qiao. That's a different route, a little bit more of, potential split push. I'm not, again, it's very keeping things up from like your enemy afar, and you're able to kite people out. Again, it seems like that's the theme that they're going to go with, where Nongshim have kind of just been like, hey, actually, we're going to stick with the meta. We're going to go with the almighty Oghren in the jungle. Let Haku do his thing. What are your thoughts on this one?
I like it. It's a very strong draft, but my concern is first game, you're pulling out the Oghren, right?
Yeah.
Normally, Oghren, I would prefer it in a long series as your ace, your trump card. And right now, Nongshim is pretty much showing that they just want to go full force ahead, right? So is this a good choice or is this a mistake? We don't know. But RWE, they come in with the pay. Why?
Okay, I have some serious issues in this pay pick regardless. But I think it's an interesting one. Maybe, again, with the draft set, it looks like Nongshim, I would definitely favor this draft. But to your point of being kind of showing or picking some of the best heroes in this game one, very worrying. All of these are all very meta, except for maybe the Gen.G. I don't think it's, top tier or whatever. But this is a very strong lineup. I do give this game one in favor of Nongshim, but I'm more worried about the next games.
Yeah, right now I think I prefer Nongshim's draft. I think it makes a little bit more sense in terms of execution, a little bit easier to execute. And of course, the risk factor on the side of Rough War Era is a little bit higher because if Arise doesn't get his game going right from the get-go, it's going to punish them really hard. And while we love those performances, like in the previous championship we saw in Indonesia where DMT just went ham, Freddy did the pay performance of a lifetime, right? I'm sure RWE can do it as well, but do they want to put themselves through this tremendous stress to recreate the performance again?
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest thing, right? RWE are definitely going to be scared when Nongshim want to take the fight to them, right? They can deathball in that RWE pretty much want to keep them from, the enemy as far as possible, kite out, split push, use the Dachiao to your potential, the maximum potential with those Sea of Fates, and just get yourself out of dodge. You don't really want to fight too often, like a head-on fight. But again, Nongshim, it seems like their strategy very, very obvious. They want to take the fight to you. I think it's going to come down to Haku just really farming on that Ogren and giving themselves a huge opportunity for this one. But again, if you're going to go into the first match, first game, I think that you want to put your best foot forward. You want to be on the winning end, at least game one. Get yourself a little bit of confidence.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now let's change our perspectives for a little bit. At the start, I think Nongshim's draft looks a bit better, but RWE does have some benefits to their draft as well. Now, if we take a look, if 7jin and Arise have a good start to the game, 7jin will be able to tank quite a lot of damage, and with the Truth and Enlightenment mantras, he will be able to lock a couple of members down, do damage, and this is where the strength of the draft coming out from RWE is going to hit its maximum potential because you have long-range bursts coming in from Tunski, you have long-range bursts coming out from Danny as well, and there is an escape mechanism coming out from Fleur as well. So let's see how this game is going to go. The laning phase is so important for both sides.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for us, right? I mean, to your point of RWE though, if they actually pull this game off, taking it to Nongshim and being able to beat their meta draft, I think that would be so demoralizing for Nongshim. They would be in a world of hurt. Being able to pick their best heroes and not being able to take out RWE here, that would be an awful situation for them.
Oh yeah, and you know what? I think right now, I like the thought process of RWE. Right? We want to have the support coming from Fleur. They want Tunski to have that advantage in lane. He needs to be a higher level than compared to what they have on Nongshim. That way his couple blades will hurt a lot more, and there is a deterrence to taking team fights coming out from Nongshim.
Yeah, and if you're looking to see what the strategy is of course it's the Ogren show, right? Let Haku do his thing. Let him farm, take all the middle lane. Oh, but solo in the bottom lane. Oh, he's gonna be fine.
Oh, this is going to be the first blood. Illusion gets the game going for the side of Nongshim. And here we go. That was the replay itself. Small difficulty there, but Siri, he baits them in, gets the escape, and Illusion gets the first blood.
Okay, so the ambush was about to go. I mean, they made a nice little rotation there. They were going to get themselves that. But Fleur actually threw out the Sea of Fate. He was just like teleported out of there, and Danny he was too far from the portal to click himself back to safety. So unfortunate for him, he goes down, giving up first blood. Not the greatest start for RWE in that bottom lane.
Yeah, but textbook execution from Nongshim, right? One of the main people you want to shut down is the farm lane. And Danny, of course, suffers the first blood. He's going to lose a couple of creeps, so he's going to be under level, and he's not going to have as much gold compared to Siri, right? And we all know Siri, if Siri gets ahead, he is not to be trifled with. He's a death ball.
Yeah, he's very strong. I mean, he's going to be able to do his damage here. But in the bottom lane, a little bit more action just going in. But Siri, I think that with that first blood, I think that they're, in a great situation. Siri right now definitely has that lead, in that bottom lane.
Yep, and it's going to have a trickle-down effect, right? So right now, Tunski may be getting caught out in the middle, will move away, will give up a second kill potentially, and will be taken down as well. Tunski, the second victim, because Nongshim right now, they have hit a stride, 1,000 gold ahead. Is this lead going to go even bigger?
Yeah, what a great start for them. I mean, Siri getting that other kill, but Haku looking to fight.
Okay, looking for that punish as well, but Haku makes it out alive. And Nongshim not punished 2-0, still holding steady.
Look, if it was me, and I'm not to say that I'm a pro-level player, I would have gone for it. I would have tried to kill Haku, because I think that he is the win condition on that one. I think that you try to kill him as close as possible. Maybe you do dive, and maybe you do, you might not be able to get it, but I think it's worth taking a risk for, because Haku is the type of player, once he gets going, it's very difficult to stop, especially on an armor.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, okay, Arise, the reason why he might not have gone for that, simply because he already has additional farm, right? He's at an advantage, he's level 7 ahead of Haku. Haku's like half a level behind him, so I don't think that risk was worth the reward, especially if he died.
Yeah, but Arise, on the pay, you turn into a tiger, not a chicken. See what I did there? Okay, anyways, but I would have gone for it. I think it's totally worth the risk. I think Arise, you need to take a little bit more, a calculated risk, be a little bit more aggressive, so that you do try to get as much, do as much damage as possible and getting those pickoffs, because it's going to be very important going into this one, because you're starting to fall behind. That net worth lead is starting to grow in favor of Nongshim as they get even more and more aggressive. But the Tyrant here, easily picked up by RWE.
Yep, so they will give that trade, right? They give up the Crimson Golem for the Tyrant. I think that's a fair trade, right? But they have to make something else happen. Get a turret, get a kill, something else. Because as it stands now, while they have the Tyrant, it's not going to matter that much. There isn't a huge advantage to be had. And right now they're going to try again on the bot lane. 3v2, not enough damage. Sea of Fate used by the side of Fleur, and it looks like this is not going to work out.
Yeah, not going to be working out. But look at Nongshim. They're looking to kind of flank around. Haku is making his way into the enemy jungle, just taking everything from them. But look at the blue buff. This is something to take note of. RWE, all 5 members are kind of grouping up, but man, they're going in.
Yep, 7Gen, he tries to go for it, will not survive. He gets taken out by Haku, that last hit by the CS data as well. And with the path of passing, he will make his way out at the same time. So Nongshim, very clean, very calculated, 3-0 up. It's a sizable lead now at 2,000 gold.
Yeah, tough. I mean, 7Gen tried. I mean, he had a nice 2-man truth, but the follow-up damage wasn't there. The rest of them weren't on the same page in terms of getting the prioritization of who needed to have died. A difficult situation trying to take down Haku because,
oh my god!
Siri,
Tunski! Yeah, that was huge.
Okay, that's a bit of an ambush. That's one way of getting back in, and you have that potential burst. Siri, much more squishy than, say, the Haku.
Yeah, but these situations don't present themselves that often, right? Especially when you're going up against a draft like RWE's. Single man pickups, I don't think that's going to happen really often. And Nongshim, they want a death ball. They want to get in a group. And 7Gen might be the victim right here. The push away coming in from Arise as well. But it's not going to be enough. 7Gen takes the fall, and Haku takes another kill in his name.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to get the kill, but now they've taken the red buff. I mean, RWE have done a good job of realizing that, hey, if kills are going to happen, we got to make sure that we just take advantage of the space. They've taken the bottom T2. They pushed that out. That's a good amount of space for them, but even more action in the mid lane.
Yep, it's a horrible position for them to take. Arise gets a revenge kill here. They're going to be using the Unending Sorrow to try and make it away. Right now, Tunski does not have that Reforged Blades ready just yet, and I think this is going to be the end of the aggression for now.
Yeah, end of the aggression here. But look at that net worth lead. Less than, or it's about a K still. Still kind of fluctuating. It was bouncing a little bit in favor of RWE. They're finding ways to get themselves in. The bottom T2 going down is a lot of net worth gone, shifted in favor of RWE. They've done a good job of the space that's been given to them. They need to be aggressive. I think that the longer this goes, it's going to be more difficult for Nongshim.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think at this point, the big question for the side of Ruffle era is, can they allow Danny to farm? Because Danny has not been able to get too much farm across the map, right? Every single position has been a silent threat from the side of Nongshim. You don't know where Haku is. He's pretty much hiding in brushes all the time.
Yeah, but I would want him to be even more aggressive in terms of net worth. He's actually, kind of falling behind Danny, right? Arise has done such a good job of farming, and is this the counterplay, right? And look at the bottom lane, it's getting sieged here by Nongshim.
Well, it's a decent trade, but I don't think it's the best, especially if they're able to get the T2 on the top as well. Looks like they're not going to push it too hard. RWE, they're going to split that aggression and try and move Nongshim across the map instead.
Yeah, no real chance. Floor gets himself out of there. He's done a great job of just being able to use that Sea of Fate to get himself back to safety. But keeping the T1s alive, super important. Danny actually has to go back to safety. But man, that red buff, looks like there's going to be a little bit of a duel there.
Yep. At this point, I think Nongshim, the best thing to do right now is actually to take a fight, because Danny has used his infinite fastness, and that's a huge ultimate to be gone at this point. So if they can get the stuns coming in from Illusion maybe, or maybe even Siri with his ultimate, it will be a big deal.
Yeah. I mean, it would be huge, but again, Danny needs to play a bit safer, realizing that it is on cooldown, right? So just kind of pushing things out. Nongshim are being aggressive in that top lane, but it creates space in the bottom area. Arise able to pick up a free Tyrant there, finding ways to get themselves that farm. And again, this net worth lead is really starting to dwindle.
Yeah, it's less than 1,000 at this point. But objectives are also really important, the neutral ones especially, and it looks like Haku will kickstart that Overlord. And right now, it is just Kyung against the entire lineup of RWE.
Yeah, and the Overlord picked up with all that space. If anything, Kyung9 stays alive. He probably would have lost that duel if he kept on fighting with Arise. Arise looking to split push, taking advantage of all that space, doing a great job of, taking as much farm as possible and keeping on pace. He's got a level advantage over Haku, 13 to 12.
Wow, he's keeping on pace. But anyway, you know what? RWE, I really like the positioning. They're always in a position where they can kind of pincer out Nongshim. I'm just really curious why they have not chosen to do it, right? At this point, the pincer style positioning works in favor of RWE. It allows so much opportunity for 7Jin to come in, get the truth onto multiple members, and maybe you take a big team fight. And couple blades coming from Toonski, that's something that you're going to be hating on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, and look, Nongshim right now are kind of running back and forth. They've been split throughout. RWE have such a good split pushing lineup that it's tough to kind of put people down, right? You have to fix all of the lanes before you make any sort of push. Looks like they're going for the middle and the bottom to kind of push things out. Danny had pushed the top, so that T2 top is going to take some serious damage. But here's the Tyrant that's going to be going on here.
Yep, right now it is going to be 7Jin. He catches 2, but there's no follow-up damage. And at this point, there is a different threat. The T3 on the top being hit down by Danny, but it looks like Tyrant's going to be of utmost importance for this side of Nongshim. They get the kill on the Arise. No follow-up damage. It is going to be the Tyrant going in. But Danny, he gets the steal. He gets that T3, and it's a huge, big win for the side of RWE, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you might have survived, but you've lost 3 members, right? And you lost the Tyrant. Yeah, the top T3 is open, and that's going to be a constant nuisance, a thorn in Nongshim's side, so to speak. But now they're looking to push the bottom T3. Maybe they look for the equalizer here.
Yep, they can definitely hold, but not if Flora dies. And this is going to be a trade immediately for that T3 as it's Danny against the world. He flashes in, tries to get his Infinite Vasas, will get it out. The stuns did not come in combination. And right now, this is the return fire. They will not be able to catch too much mobility on the side of Nongshim, and they even it out straight away.
Yeah, Danny right now playing the Loon to its maximum, getting that kill, gets a burst, infinite vastness to safety. He's going to be fine. This is what you want to see out of your Loon. Yes, they've lost the bottom T3, but they've just traded. At this point, they're going to be neck and neck. Net worth, though, has kind of shifted in favor of Nongshim because of all those kills and, of course, the Shadow Tyrant. Super important for them to get in, but look at Arise looking to continue to just kind of kite them from afar.
I don't think they can do it at this point. RWE, this is a risky position to take, right? Especially considering the net worth lead and the map control that they have. This is not a good time to die, right? RWE, they need to play this extremely safe. Just get the T1 in the mid and get out.
Yeah, they're looking to do it. They did not get it. Probably a couple more shots before, but the Sea of Fate on out made it a little bit faster getting out of that mission, so to speak. But it looks like Nongshim being aggressive, continuing to deathball, putting a little bit of pressure now on RWE's T1.
Yep, they have to, right? At this point, I think the biggest concern for me on the side of RWE is the fact that I don't think Danny has enough damage yet, right? He was going up 1v1 against Haku, just trading blows, and did not do as much damage as I think they would have hoped to. But here's a consolation prize. They get the T1 in the mid.
They finally got it. That's a huge one, at least as a strategic objective. It opens up a lot of the map here, but looks like they
nice
found
catch!
Kyung.
Yep, Kyung, he's going to try and survive, but the damage is too much. 7Jin gets a shutdown. This is a big moment for the side of RWE. They might want to contest his Crimson Golem. No, they will not. 7Jin has to run for his life. Manages to slide out, and here we go. Oh, the Eye of the Whirlpool saved the day. Gets the kill on a Siri as well, and this is a big macro play coming out from RWE. This could be the winning blow that they deal to Nongshim.
I mean, playing the Dachao to its maximum potential. That's exactly what you wanted to have done, right? Like, Nongshim, they want to just kind of deathball you. They want to stick as a 5-man and just run at you, but they're not able to do that because they're being pulled from all over the different places. If we're looking at the vision score for this one, I mean, we're seeing exactly just what, the Kyung9 has been, for the forward scout, he's been able to spout them out most of the time. I mean, he has the highest vision score, but usually that kind of adds up a lot in terms of the map control. Floor has done a great job on the RWE side. I think he had an even higher score than Kyung9 with 38. But this is something that you need to take note of because having that map control, super important. And it looks like they've turned the game on its head. RWE are looking to kind of push down at least this bottom T3 with that Shadow Vanguard.
Yep, make no mistake, even though the goal is pretty much even, it is RWE in the lead right now. They're just looking for that opening. They will get this T3, see if it used. The Dacha will go back. Fleur manages to send himself back. Now, the thing is, how much aggression does RWE want to put? 7Jin once more, he goes in, but it's going to be the Unending Sorrow, put down a defensive measure. And right now, they manage to push them back and get a kill maybe. It is Fleur, gets the kill, but it's just a roam. Danny will get the return kill onto Faye. Flies to the sky, gets out, and still, Nongshim at the back foot.
Yeah, like, while Floor did end up dying on that one, not able to see a fake back to safety, but Danny, again, like, you think that you've got Danny locked down, but then he's able to just kind of infinite vastness on back. It's very demoralizing because you're like, I can just blow this guy up, but he just gets through their fingers almost every single time. Being able to survive is Danny's, like, superpower, and being able to do that, super important for him because he's, like, your carry. You got to keep him alive. He's going to do all the damage, and he's going to, win you the game if you keep him alive.
Okay, it is not going to be a steal coming out, and it's committed. Ultimate's Illusion does not have the Unending Sorrow anymore, and right now, RWE in a good position to maybe get a catch, but Kyung9, he catches him out instead. It's going to be 7Jin, makes it out safely. CFA going to send him back, and RWE maintain this advantage they have fought so hard for the past 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's been tough, right? Nongshim right now, they've been kind of, I would say rattled, right? This strategy has been super annoying. They've been able to split push. They've been able to kind of push you around and control things. They don't really want to fight, as it looks like. Oh, they do find Danny.
Yep, Danny taken down Tunsky as well. This is a big mistake coming out from RWE, and Nongshim happily obliges. Fleur is gone for no. He will have that Sea of Fate. Was it Sea of Fate? No, I don't know how he got out, but he did. And right now, it's still punishment, right? For the side of RWE, and maybe even more. 7Jin gets stunned up, and here we go, Unending Sorrow, and Siri changes the whole game for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, it's one thing to push, though, and they're doing this with only 2 members. Siri is actually starting to hit that critical mass where he can do some serious damage, but you gotta be always conscious of where the lanes are. The bottom and the top were both pushed. Kyung9 had gone to the top lane. It looked like Haku had gone to the bottom, but this is the replay, kind of seeing exactly how they were going to go. RWE, they really can't take this this team fight, right? It's a tough situation for them. They're not able to do it. Once, Danny had gone down, it was a matter of time. Tunsky just got killed as well, so now they're being pushed. This is an opportunity for Nongshim to potentially end the game, but you got to kind of, herd the sheep, so to speak, so that they're in one situation. If it advances,
Yep, they will try. Arise going one-on-one, but it's not enough damage. Nobody is supporting him, and right now he gives his first life, probably the second as well, with the CS State taken down. And even though there is a lot of control coming out from RWE, it is still Nongshim all the way. Here we go. Powerful passing to get out, and at this point, RWE survived, but Nongshim definitely have turned the tables.
Yeah, turn the tables. I mean, they've lost 2 members each. It's an equal trade, but there's no T3s left. Everything has been kind of, their base is in ruins, and now they need to figure out some way to defend. Now it's going to be tougher to split push because every single lane will be pushing. Obviously, they have, Nongshim have that mid T3, which will kind of slow down at least that mid lane for Nongshim, but they need to be careful when they make any sort of push. This Overlord is going to be picked up pretty huge at 17 minutes, and now the net worth lead is slowly grown to about 3K in Nongshim's favor.
Yep, I think at this point, the goal difference does not matter because both Danny and Siri have hit the full itemization, right? Both of them have hit 10K. The question now is, I think Siri has the Sage's Sanctuary. I don't remember if Danny has one. And right now, the extra life is going to be of big importance for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty huge here. I mean, with those Vanguards, the super minions are pushing, right? But with that Vanguard, it's going to be a little bit more of a situation. But Faye,
Yep, he gets caught out as well. 7Jin, he goes in, but there's not enough damage. No communication coming in. Tunski did not get the couple plates down in time, and Arise caught in no man's land. Kyong9 gets the knockup as well. Chases in. Can they get the kill? As the Tiger really mobile, he's going to get out. But nonetheless, they are 4 members strong only against the 5 members strong Nongshim.
Yeah, they were trying. They thought Faye was in a bad spot, but he's able to heartlink, you know, away, get himself back to safety, and just kind of delay things for Haku, the real monster, the damage dealer, to kind of go in to do that. Now they're looking to close out this game as they just waiting for those minions now.
Yep, and there's a lot of life bars to burn from the side of Nongshim, right? RWE, yes, they have a ton of damage, but they don't have enough control. It's really hard to get the lockdown on any of the members on the side of Nongshim. Nongshim, as you can see, they're playing really tight, but not huddled up in one spot where it is the dream scenario for Tunski.
Yeah, I mean, super minions on all lanes right now being pushed in. This is going to be a tough situation. How do they defend here?
They're going to give it a try. Arise trying to go in against Haku, but Haku gets the ultimate down as well. Arise taking out 7Jin. He makes the effort, goes in. Where's the damage? Where is no one getting the damage in? And 7Jin will be taken out, and it looks like Nongshim will be pushed here. Danny goes in with the Empire Blasters. A big play, but it does not matter. Not big enough because Haku and Kyong9 still alive. They want to take lesser risk, so they will reset Siri now on the outskirts of the base. They're looking for the next big play.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for this one. They're trying to go for the base, but they've been pulled away. They do have the backdoor protection. Haku chasing after them, though.
Yep, there's no life to be had. Tunski cannot do it. Haku gets a CS take, gets that finishing blow as well, and it looks like it does not matter. Oh, at this point, he's going to try Fleur. He's going to try and pull the attention away, but it does not matter at this point because Fleur is going to give his life, and there's still creeps. The minions are in the base, and Arise cannot do anything about it. Nongshim take game 1.
Wow, that was so back and forth. To be honest, there were moments where Rough World Era thought they might have had it. That split push was very difficult to deal with, but once those T3s were down, Nongshim was finding the opportunity, the push to be able to get themselves in that situation where they were pushing it down. They did not have, or they didn't relieve any of that pressure. All of that, knowing that they were in the driver's seat. Nongshim RedForce doing a great job of just being able to close out the game when they needed to.
Yeah, I think it's a win in the draft, right? So it's a difficult position for the side of RWE, and I think they took a risk, and the reward wasn't worth it at this point. They had a lot of damage, but there wasn't enough control going in to lock the members of Nongshim down, and I think that was the downfall. They did manage to recover, but it's just game 1, right? So we'll see how this goes. We'll talk about the itemization. I think there was a bit of a mix of items as well. Double Venomous Staff. I think that was a lack of confidence in the plays itself. I think if you just give Fleur alone that Venomous Staff, a different damage item on the hands of Tunski would have mattered much more.
Yeah, and I'm kind of thinking this. Look, I think Rough World Era did a great job of taking the fight to Nongshim. They had potential, right? This is a good draft of dealing with a Deathball lineup. This is a very meta draft by Nongshim, though, and it's tough. And there's a reason why it's one of the best lineups that you can kind of come out with, because it's just so strong when it wants to fight, and it kind of just chases after you. Once you're caught out, I mean, RWE just kind of crumbled at that point. They needed to ensure that they kind of put out the split push as much as possible, buy themselves a little bit more time, not able to do it against this Deathball.
Yeah, Nongshim, I mean, it's a team of second chances, right? They always wanted a second chance. Second chance coming in the form of Sage's Sanctuary, a second life, or even the Unending Sorrow with the Melody of Peace coming in from their mid lane as well. And I think that was the big difference maker, because while there was a lot of damage, sure, once you use the ultimates, that's gone. It's going to be gone for what, 40 seconds, 50 seconds, and you're going to be respawning in 2 or 3. So Nongshim played the game much better compared to RWE here.
Yeah. I mean, okay, look, it wasn't flawless. There were definitely still some mistakes that they made. And I think that they were rattled, right? The split pushing is very annoying to deal with. Everybody needs to be on the same page of how we kind of stop all of these cockroaches that are kind of infesting our base from all different angles. It's a tough situation for them, but they did a good job of being able to kind of withstand that pressure. Now going into this one, Game 2 going to be more important because, again, you don't have your meta picks. What are you going to do moving forward? It's going to be a much more difficult situation unless you have that really deep hero pool.
Oh yeah, I mean we always talk about it, right? It's not a sprint, it's a marathon, and for sure now, yes, they have won the first series. Nongshim, great position to be in, but what else do you have to back it up with? Because now there's no more Organ, there's no more Byron. Gen.G, okay, to me, not the #1 farm lane in the role itself. Right? We still have the Arlie, we still have Meng Ya and stuff like that. But let's take a look at itemization. It was full tank plus sustained damage coming in from Seaweed, right? And even with the Destiny, he had so many defensive options. Destiny, Stage's Sanctuary, so many things to save himself personally. And then there was the heals coming in from Illusion and the backup stuns coming in from Kyung9. It's just playing like against 10 different members. Heals coming in from Faye as well.
Yeah. I mean, look at Haku. What? His 907 didn't die a single time. He was that raid boss that was, RWE were like, oh, every time he was nearby, we just didn't want to fight him. We wanted to stay away. Unfortunately, the killer sometimes gets on you. As you see any sort of horror movie, you can't just run for the rest of your life, right? You need some ways to kind of deal with him. RWE, their KDA, didn't really speak volumes of how they were trying to play, which is the avoidance game, but they gave themselves a chance. At the end of the day, it's about that crystal, getting themselves an opportunity to do, to go for that late game. Not able to do it. That split push was a little too much. Now Nongshim, are they going to kind of, it's funny because they could potentially use that RWE lineup themselves in game 2.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I want to point out the difference between the way they have farmed in this game, right? Kyung9, pretty high up, 15,000 gold compared to the 11,000 on the side of 7Jin. That was a big marker of difference in terms of the damage that they were able to really give out. But another thing that I want to point out is the fact that Nongshim learned really quickly. I think in the middle of the game, they got caught out, right? RWE, they were put in a position where Tunski had the best couple blades of his life, hitting, I think, multiple members at one shot, killing them off. And learned right away they never huddled up into one spot again.
Yeah. No, it's super smart, right? Once they started getting bursted out, it was one of those things where, Siri got caught out a couple times. The team fight was tough, right? Trying to be able to, keep your distance. Tunski was doing some serious damage, but it was mitigated largely because of Haku, right? Once he's chasing after you, he has a stain. He could take some couple blades. He's kind of just shrug that off because he has the tankiness and the damage to kind of just go through that. So if we're looking at the, the net worth here, a little bit of a swing, probably in the 14-minute mark or so, and RWE had a chance, but unfortunately they weren't able to kind of close that out. The Nongshim beasts were too much in this game.
Yeah, that first mistake, I think a little bit too painful, right? They were still kind of seeding from the wounds itself because the first blood onto Danny, now we know how big of an impact. I'm impressed. Danny's recovery was really good, but end of the day, Nongshim just was able to execute their draft a little bit better, which was why I said at the start, right? Nongshim, I prefer their draft. It's easier to execute. It's a higher risk on the side of RWE. Did not work out.
Yeah, unfortunately for them. But it looks like the MVP is going to be Kyung9. I like the fact that they're not just looking at KDA at this point because, Haku was 9-0-7, I believe. But Kyung9, an absolute all-star. He was a menace. Wherever this guy was, you could feel that impact. And really, RWE didn't have any answers for Kyung9 as well as Haku in this game.
Yeah, it was his ability to catch people out in this game which made the major difference, right? So Arise, as we all know, really strong, very mobile as well. And it was difficult to escape because every single moment Kyung9 was there. And Haku, all he had to do was to make sure his seer state was up. Whenever there was a huge team fight, they would have been able to get the kills.
Yeah, and 7Jin here got caught out a little bit early, a couple of different times. He had that nice truth to kind of start things off, but he did give up first blood on that one. And they had an opportunity. This is the Tyrant fight, but they were doing this without Danny. Danny was pushing the top lane, got that T3, but all in all, I don't think that it was a worthwhile trade because they lost the team fight, then they lost the Tyrant, and that was a huge turning point. From this moment on, Nongshim was definitely in the driver's seat. There was no letting go at that point.
Yeah, there is no sustainable tank coming in from the start of RWE Ruffle era, right? So I think that was the big mistake coming in for the draft itself. They were really confident about their individual abilities as well as the synergy in the team. This was a big moment, but end of the day, look, there's not enough damage. It always looks like they were disconnected, right? In terms of the comps. Like, hey, where's the damage coming in from the rest of the team? Where is Tunski's couple blades? It didn't come on time.
Yeah, and I mean, in that one team fight, back to when Danny was pushing the top T3, I think like Floor, you gotta call the whirlpool, pull your own team in so that you have a potential numbers advantage when Illusion goes to kind of deal with that top lane. You can kind of play around with the lanes a little bit and get yourself, you can outnumber the enemy team, and you would have a much better chance of taking a team fight when you have those numbers.
Yeah. So I think what we have here is, number one, it's a draft difference, not a big one. Please make sure you understand it. It's a very slight difference in terms of how strong the draft is. But the actual communication and synergy alignment of what they wanted to achieve as a team was very different. Nongshim seemed to be on the same page all the time. RWE, not as much.
Okay, I'm gonna go Asian Dad on you. I think Nongshim was not all the time. There were definitely moments, especially early when the split pushing was happening. I think that they were kind of like, oh crap, what's going on? Like we were, very reactive, and they weren't doing a great job. But they got to a point where they're like, hey, actually, we do know how to deal with this. They did get on the same page. But it wasn't a flawless game for Nongshim. There were definitely some holes in this one. They're going to be, I think that this is a little worrying. All the teams Bigatron right now is watching. They're like, oh, they're actually weak to split push. This is something that we could do. We could bring into the game because they had to react to that. They were not ready unless it was happening, and it took some reps, so to speak, for them to get back in this game.
Yep, some gaps to fill there for the side of Nongshim. But let's talk about the gap you want to fill. It's going to be the Infinix GT20 Pro. This is the official gaming phone of our competition. If you have not tried this phone yet, you have to give it a try. We have a booth over here at ETSA as well. Now, talking about best quality, right? Is this the best quality draft that both teams have offered? I don't think so, all right? They're still holding some cards in their sleeves and ace up their sleeves as well. So let's see game number 2, how that is going to fall for both sides.
And that's the brilliance. That's what I love about this global ban pick, right? Where, yeah, you might have had a good draft, but we're not seeing it again. Now you have to play with your other heroes that might not be as good. Like, is Haku going to be as amazing on, the next, like, could he put, like, what is he going to bring out? We're going to have to find out. But he's definitely, his Ogren is his signature hero, and being able to only play it once is a little unfortunate for him. But now teams are kind of, they're wary of this. They understand what's going on, but now how deep can he go? Obviously, I'm sure he has more than 1 or 2 heroes. He's not me, right? So he'll be ready.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have a big hero pool as well, but it's a big hero pool of losses, right? Give me any hero, I will play it, but we're not going to win. But nonetheless, of course, with that being said, I think it once again, this is really reminiscent of what I remember of Nongshim, right? If you take a look at the draft, it is 5 members, all with their own set of CC. Every single member has some sort of control. And I think the hero pool is big enough that Nongshim can replay this strategy over and over again. Maybe this time, hey, watch your lanes.
Yeah. I think they're going to do a better job with that one. But I think that for the next one, we saw it in the Japan-Korea qualifier where Nongshim brought out the Dianwei with Haku, right? He was a complete monster on that one. The reason why they actually lost when he played it is because Scars kind of pulled them away, and they let Haku play like this solo raid boss. They got him caught out each time, right? I'm pretty sure that they're going to have a much better game plan in mind or in play when they do use the Dianwei, but that is something that they could potentially whip out in this game 2 here.
Oh, for sure. So game number 2, I think RWE Rough War era, I think they need to be a little bit more conservative. Maybe take a look at having a tank this time, right? I like the idea of having huge bursts, but it needs to be complemented with stuns, with control, right? Someone like a Mortar, someone with like a Liang in the roam position, someone that offers lockdown. That is the only way that the draft is going to work if it is on an even battlefield against the likes of Nongshim. And after game 1, we now know Nongshim have some quality, but is it going to be long-lasting? That's the big question.
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams are going to be questioning that, right? This is a brand new season. This is going to be the moment where everything, again, best of 5s. Even the Philippine qualifiers, where a lot of them were best of 3s. Getting it to a best of 5 changes the dynamic of the draft, which is, again, very important. Not to say that all drafts win all games, but it definitely gives you a foot up in terms of, any sort of game. Getting yourself that best draft, or being able to outdraft the enemy team, a huge advantage in the Honor of Kings Esports. Very important for you to kind of have that best lineup going in. So our team's going to be ready, because again, every single series is either a best of 5 or we go to best of 7s later, and it changes up everything.
Yep, and here we go. These are the bans and picks of the first UE. So, obviously, I think if it's banned out, we don't really have to take a look at that because they will be allowed for usage. But now there's no more pain. I think, you know what? The loss of a pain, not too big. But the loss of an organ for the side of Nongshim, that's now something that is going to be constantly at the back of their heads. When is RWE going to pull this organ out? And if they do we have like the Musashi ban? Do they have the Musashi ban? Is there another counter pick they have?
Yeah, it's going to be very important going into this one. I mean, look at RWE right now. They're like, hey, Loong, we picked it. We can't use it ourselves, but we know that it's very strong, so we're going to ban it. Nongshim kind of returned with the Mai. I think that they banned it in game 1, if my memory serves me correctly. So they just don't want to deal with the high mobility, high damage, the high flyer that this Mai is.
Yeah, and after the recent patch, she's able to throw out those Kachosins a little bit more frequently. So it's something that you don't want to deal with because there is slow, there is damage, and plenty of control. Once again, Nongshim to me is the team of full-on control. Maybe the control freaks, I don't know, but so far it's working out for them.
Yeah, and you know, this is a good situation for them. I think that, again, you want to be in the driver's seat going into, put a little bit of pressure on RWE, right? You've got that first game. I mean, it's a first to 3, so to speak. You still have a long way to go. But putting that pressure, being on the losing side, is definitely a more stressful situation than anything else.
Yeah, and now we have another big composition coming out from Nongshim, right? The Zhangfei Lady Sun. So plenty of damage and plenty of armor and life to soak whatever the RWE is going to be trying this time. I like the Mayin pick, right? There is good control and a lot of iframes to deal with. Now, what do you think about this Easing? World is my board.
I love this hero. I think it's also amazing from the secret level. I don't know if you saw the show, the Honor Kings one.
Yep.
Also very cool in terms of how they kind of portrayed Yixing in general. But it has a lot of repositioning, which is actually kind of huge in some of the more recent releases in terms of the heroes. Like, you know, she is another one. You just have a lot of play of just kind of, you know, pushing people around, and that can be really disruptive, right? But again, my concern right now, RWE is a little bit more on the squishier side. They haven't really gone with the traditional tank style, you know, lineup at all. The Mayin is a little bit more tankier, but still not the level that you really, really want when the team fights are happening. So it's going to be a little bit more pressure on Yixing to kind of create advantageous situations by proper positioning.
Yeah. You know, the fact that we have a Yixing, it kind of reminds me of, you know, what you said just now, the Dianwei. Dianwei now with the recent buff, he's pretty mobile, right? But it still takes a little bit of effort for him to reach the heroes. And imagine if they get locked down by the World is my board. I think it's a prime position to get rid of the members on the side of Nongshim. And you mentioned about the Shi. Shi will be taken up by the side of Nongshim.
Yeah. No, I think it... Look, the Shi generally... Like, okay, I like the repositioning. The orb is super annoying, and sometimes you gotta get caught out. And if they're the squishier heroes, any of these heroes could potentially just get bursted. So they need to be careful. RWE have gone kind of rounded out their draft with the Yuan and the Sun Bin. Both heroes that I like, but again, RWE are just like, hey, actually, we don't like tankier guys. We just want as squishy as possible, and then just, you know, just kind of, we're gonna outmaneuver you.
Yeah, actually, if we talk about tankiness, I think they aren't as tanky, but they're survivable, right? Because with the time flux, there is a element of survivability, and Yixing's passive allows him to have essentially a destiny for free, right? And with the heals coming out from Yu Huan, with the Unending Sorrow, the iframes coming out from the Mayin, and Arlie having the ability to weave in and out, it's a big thing. But this final pick by Nongshim, the Musashi, could be the killing blow because he is going to just tear through rough world era.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I think, I mean, okay, look, I think that there's a lot of pressure on Arise on the Yuhan, because every time he uses the Unending Sorrow, he has to use it in a good situation where he's not then just caught out by like a Duel of the Death, right? Or in an Unbridled Outburst. He needs to ensure that he's using it properly and then he's able to get away, because if he gets caught out, they're just going to crumble. He's pretty much your front liner with the Mayin, and, you know, having that time flux to get away, you have that potential to you know, to outmaneuver them. but you can't get caught out. It's going to be super important. Again, very high risk, high reward lineup that RWE are bringing. Nongshim are bringing a more traditional lineup. I really like the Musashi pick. I think Haku's another monster on him. But again, it looks like Nongshim, their drafts have been very, dare I say, streamlined or very, this is like their play style.
Yeah, stock standard, right?
Yeah,
At this point, I mean, if it works, just keep to it. But at this point, the way that both drafts work and look to me, it's like playing a game of catching or playing a game of tag, right? Because both sides, they have the ability to close the gap really quickly. Time Flux gives you the extra mobility, and if he goes with the Howling Wind, that is a big catching machine coming out from RWE. Likewise, on the side of Nongshim, they have people like the Charlotte, who's able to go in from a distance, duel to the death coming out from Musashi. A lot of emphasis on positioning for both teams. If you're out of position, you can expect to be taken down with a huge aggressive force.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Tunski, the Yixing, as well as the Illusion, both of these heroes are going to be doing a lot of dictating, right? Are they able to kind of reposition the enemy team a better job than, their counterpart, so to speak? It's going to be very important for this one. But again, I think that the Nongshim draft, to me, it's sticking to their strengths. RWE are kind of, they're playing high risk, high reward. And if they're able to do this, they were very close in the game one with that lineup. They had a very good strategy, but they weren't able to kind of close the deal. That's my biggest worry, is that you can get yourself in a good situation where you're able to kind of, put yourself in a position to win, but are you able to close the deal?
Yeah, exactly. The killing blow is really important, because if you don't get the killing blow, you allow that farm to really just accumulate. I think it's going to be against your favor, right? And at this point, Nongshim, I think they're going to feel a lot of pressure in the farm lane, because that's one of the biggest win conditions on both sides, which is how well does the farm lane do? Danny on the early, we all know a late game early is an instant burst machine.
Yeah, but again, very, very squishy, right? Like, he has the potential to just kind of burst you out and lit step away. Kind of similar to like the Loom in that way of just kind of, do your high damage, get on out of there, you should be fine. And I do think that Danny is definitely a capable player of being able to play this early at that high level. But it's tough because you're going up against Faye, which has that control, the Unbridled Outburst, then Siri, who has, a decent amount of burst himself. So you got to be able to play that one.
Yep, first move coming out from the side of Nongshim will not be too big of a moment, but they get the first blood potentially. The passive not going to work out. Tunski gets taken down, first blood. Once again, Nongshim get the first hit of the game. It's not under Danny, which is a good news, but still, it is a deficit that they need to start recovering from.
Yeah, good, nice little rotation. I mean, RWE had the numbers to kind of deal with that. Unfortunately, their positioning was a little bit off, and Haku just hitting 4 at the right time, just saving it up, understanding that Tunski was the low one, and to be able to get that final killing blow, pretty huge for him. Nice rotation there, and it paid off in spades.
Yeah, looks like they want to try and catch out 7Jin. He's going to be forced to go back for the time being, but the pacing by Nongshim really quick. And RWE, they have to take a consolation prize in terms of the boars.
Yeah, and you have to steal whatever you can, right? You cannot let Haku get going. He's the type where you got to slow down in some fashion or another. But checking this replay, you're finding him out. Faye, he was actually, Siri, kind of baiting him out by getting a little bit low, using that life as a, just bait, and being able to just kind of get it, dangle a bit as bait for RWE to potentially go for it. But he had that rolling raid, so Siri knew he was fine at the end of the day, but just buying enough time for Haku to get in there.
Yeah, putting the Savior in Leaping Savior, right? I think Faye is doing a really good job. And the fact that, hang on, 7Jin gets taken down 2v1. And this is a horrible start for the side of RWE. And it might get worse here, but the backup comes in from the side of Rough War Era, and Nongshim, they're content because they already have the lead. They don't have to push too hard.
Yeah, don't need to push too hard. I mean, it's 1k, and it looks like Haku still continuing on. Arise, taking a decent amount of damage here. But it looks like Arise will be fine.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be doing too much, right? I mean, at this point, Danny, he's under a lot of pressure, and I don't think there's a save coming in. Faye is pretty tanky at this point. Level 4 already, and I don't see how RWE can punish. There is no opening.
Yeah, you need the catch. right? And they don't really have a whole lot of that. I mean, later on, maybe when you have 7Jin kind of dash through, gets his whatever to kind of pull people around, but just seeing that he's all the way in the top lane, you don't really have that control. Everything is very linear in terms of, you know, what can potentially run at you, because if you know where the Toonski is, you know, his taking liberties is not going to really hit you because, again, you know where he's coming from. It's a very linear approach.
Yep. So it sounds like, and it looks pretty much the same as game number 1, right? There's not enough control coming in from the side of RedForce Era, and they will rely on 7Jin quite a lot. And at this point, this first Tyrant of the game, it looks like it's pretty much in the bag for Nongshim.
Yeah, definitely in control here. It doesn't look like you know, RWE want any part of this. Maybe they go for the Overlord, if anything, but with Haku picking that one up, the rich get richer at this point. You know, it's about a 1K net worth lead. It's been kind of swinging a little bit on that side, but, you know, RWE need to figure out ways to get a little bit more farm, and allowing the bottom T1 to go down to Siri, not a great start for them.
Yeah, at this point, Danny trailing behind Siri. He will hit that level 7 at this point. But once again, Siri, they have left up one jungle camp for him to farm. So he's consistently just ahead in EXP. Even by just half a level, there's a big difference. Because he's going to hit his additional skill just a little bit earlier than his counterpart, Danny.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's huge, right? Especially early. You definitely want to be higher level in terms of experience as well as farm. All of those things are very good for you. But look at Haku being aggressive, and he's at Fleur. He's just going to walk right in.
Yep, he's going to try and put some pressure, but the rest of RedForce Era around the area as well. So this is going to be a big contest. If they lose this, it's a horrible situation for the side of RedForce Era. They will get the smite, and it goes down onto Arise. The nice knock-up, they get the catch onto 2, but it's Faye and Haku. The last 2 members you want the farm lane, you want Siri, does not get the catch.
Yeah, Haku actually used his might as well, but Arise actually got it. You know, he just had a little bit more damage in that sense, and just being able to pick that one off, pretty huge for them. I mean, it was a huge commitment on both sides to kind of steal for it, but again, every single buff, you know, just defending your own jungle, it's got to be a little bit more, you know, conscious, like for RWE, because it's more complex. You're getting pushed out. Everything is very difficult. Nothing is for free.
Oh, the pincer comes in. Haku chasing on the back lines. He's looking for Danny as well. Gets the duel to the death, but he does not have enough health. He will use that Blood Rage to get out, and at this point, Faye might be the sacrificial lamb. They're trying to get their hands on to Siri. He will not make it out. 7Jin gets the kill. It's a 1-for-1 at this point, and it does not matter because Nongshim, they still have the lead. 18,000 at this point.
Look, I'm going to have to check the angle on that one, but I think Siri actually might have messed up his rolling raid. I think he was trying to roll into the Tyrant Pit, and I think he just barely missed, and 7Jin was able to continue the, you know, his assault. And Kyung9 was trying to keep him alive, not able to do so, but, you know, Siri just on the run, I think it was a bit of a misclick, if anything else.
Well, I think it was inevitable, his death, regardless of whether he made it out into the pit itself. I think 7Jin still had whatever to really throw and get across that wall, right? So he was a guaranteed kill.
Okay, guaranteed kill, yes, but then I think that you have the rest of Nongshim. Again, we're going to have to see the replay of where everyone else was. If they were able to kind of put him in the pit, then 7Jin would, you know, then he might be in a bad spot. Yeah, he might have gotten the kill on Siri, but, you know, maybe he would have taken a little bit more damage. But now, Nongshim right now, putting a little bit of pressure, at least on the top lane, get that top T1.
Yep, and this is a huge marker, right? So 1,000 ahead might not seem like much, but the map control is huge coming from Nongshim. Haku waiting on the back lines, going for a rise. Will he commit that duel to the death? Right now, he chooses not to because they force out the unending sorrow. 7Jin on the back lines, trying to go for more. Siri makes it out unscathed at this point, and right now the aggression has to end for the side of RedForce Era. There is no catch to be had.
Yeah, no catch to be had. Haku right now saving the duel to the death. You don't need to go. You don't need to overcommit. If you get yourself in a bad situation, you don't want to be, you know, out of position, so to speak. Siri was very low. Once he got out, Haku was like, okay, we all need to get out of here. Everybody needs to just stay alive. But RWE doing a good job of just sticking together. Now they're going to start the Overlord, and this is looking to be a free one.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it looks like both teams, they're doing the tango, and Nongshim just a little bit better, right? They have chosen specific moments to get out of very hard situations, and at this point, RWE, they might go for it. They will dive under that T1, but here comes the backup. Haku goes for the duel on the death onto the Yixing as well. Gets locked up into the board, but here comes the backup. Kyung9, will he go for more? At this point, they will not be able to get to Haku, and Haku makes it out alive over and over again.
Yeah, very close. I mean, just keeping that T1 alive, though, was pretty much thwarting any sort of actual assault by RWE. But they had a good potential. They had a good idea. They almost, I mean, they were close to do it, but not expecting Haku to come out of left field and just kind of, to make things a little bit uncomfortable for RWE. They had the sustain and they would have been fine, but they didn't really want to dive onto the tower. So another assault attempt, but no conversion on that one.
Yep, it's going to be like that for the next 4 or 5 minutes. Maybe Faye will be the prize they can collect. He will not commit his ultimate, gets the kill, but it goes to Fleur. This is not the best situation for the side of Ruffle Era. They get the trade on the side of Nongshim, gets the Tyrant for themselves. Not the Shadow Tyrant just yet, but T1 under threat.
Yeah, and taking liberties, that's the thing. That repositioning, absolutely huge. Haku.
He's gonna go in, gets the Blood Rage down as well, but it's a big overcommitment. 7jin gets the kill. This is a big turning moment. 7jin will move back. Here comes the potential heals. No, Arise has no more ultimates, no unending sorrow, but they get a T1, so that's a good situation. But on the back lines, we might be looking for an opening onto Kyung9. Who does he pick? He picks out Danny, gets the kill as well. Kyung9, the hero for the side of Nongshim. Here comes the backup. He might have to give his life, but Siwi, he feels confident. He wants to go in for more. He's the back out. And Nongshim, they still take the win here.
Oh, Kyung9, you are a brave man. He saw all 4 of them, and he was like, oh yeah, no, I can still get this kill onto Danny, and I can get out scot-free, essentially. Kyung9 playing the Charlotte to the maximum there, and being able to take a bit of a high-risk, high-reward play, and he actually got rewarded on that.
Yep, this might be a big moment here. Potential still coming out, but it is going to be thwarted. At this point, Haku just pushes them away. Just his mere presence is enough to tell Ruffle Era, hey, now is not your time. Here comes the world is my board. Will not get anyone besides Faye, but Faye, he's cannon fodder. He does not care if he dies.
Okay, as a fellow roamer, I hate the fact that you call him a cannon fodder. We have feelings too, okay? No, but Faye is playing it well. I mean, he's very tanky. He understands the limits of this one. But I do want to talk about Toonski. The Yixing, you're seeing it time and time again. The taking liberties is actually kind of botching things up. He's able to get some good kills. I mean, the first time onto Faye because of that, but just setting things up and slowing down Haku. Because once he duels to the death, you create the world is my board and make it this giant checkerboard where it's very difficult for Haku to kind of continue on with that momentum.
Yeah, but Asian dad come in. You need to land a sliding stones. That's the majority of the damage, right? And at this point, they're going to give it a try. Unleash the beast onto 2, the backlines. Danny will make it out safely at this point, but there's a lot of commitment going in. Duel to the death. Goes for the Yixing. Tunski might not survive. The first one down in this fight. And on the backlines, once again, Danny in trouble. Can he get the kill? And they will get the return fire. Haku gets taken down. 1-for-1 trade. But I think this is a big win for the side of Rough World Era. They have managed to shut down Haku.
Yeah, actually pretty huge. Once he died, I was like, okay, this fight, not good for them. I mean, Nongshim was going ham. He was being very aggressive, and they didn't really have the follow-up. Again, Haku so far up in front. They take the mid T1 here, and Nongshim are looking to kind of equalize in terms of that. Oh my gosh, they're continuing.
Oh, big moment. That's a big heal. Danny, he pushes on. He dies for the effort, but as long as they get the kill, this is a big win for the side of RWE, Ruffle Era. They get two kills in this big fight, and right now, Ruffle Era, if they can get that Shadow Overlord, it's going to be a big moment for them.
Okay, I was kind of like Nongshim in the sense that, like, is this fight real? Like, RWE were continuing on, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, Nongshim are in a bad spot. RWE continuing on with the fight, getting some of those kills onto Siri and Faye. Absolutely huge for RWE. They're back in this game as they have the net worth lead now.
Yeah, they understood that they need to be tenacious about their efforts and they need to trudge on, right? I think that was the best decision ever. Maybe not too much damage coming out from Arise with the unending sorrow, but nonetheless, it's a big momentum swing, right? Right now, 7jin, he goes up 1v2, might have to give his life here. Haku going for the chase as well, the knockup, but 7jin, he's not long for this world. Will trying to make it out. Duel to the death, the shutdown. 7jin does not make it out.
Yeah, Haku saving that duel to the death, realizing that this is the last one. Like, if you play your trump card, okay, I have my trump card. I'm going to be able to chase you to the ends of the earth. You're not going to get away from Haku. Understanding that. And again, Haku, he's great on the Musashi, and there's a reason for that, but you got to get him going. Him dying that one time was actually pretty huge for RWE to get back in this game.
Yep, and the opening to even things out, put a cap on it, because right now Nongshim, they will be going for that Shadow Overlord. No contest coming in, it's not a good position to try and contest for that anyway, and thus, Nongshim swing things back into their favor.
Yeah, I mean, this is as 50-50 as it gets. If we're talking about drafts alone, who has the edge in the late game?
Honestly, I think late game goes to Rough Wall era because Tunski, he will be able to get a lot of damage, but this is on the basis he lands that world is my board. He needs to lock them in. If not, there's no damage coming in.
Yeah. No, I see that. I mean, but like whenever you have a Lady Soon and a Musashi, I'm almost thinking late game, like they're fine, right? Like I think that they're able to contest. But again, I think it's more of the control that you're talking about from Tunski, right? Being able to kind of, dictate the fight. Maybe you get that pick off and then turn those fights 5 versus 4, and I think you're going to have a good time.
Yep. Potential situation. I mean, if Haku commits that duel to the death too early, it could bait his entire team to step into the world to my board. And I think that's the situation that Ruffle Era are waiting on, right? But as it stands now, Siri already, I think, should be at maximum itemization. So that's not going to be an easy situation to get out of.
Yeah, look at those towers just getting completely whittled down here. Siri just like making mincemeat of them and forcing it out, but Arise all the way up in front.
Yep. Big damage, going to be forced to use the Unending Sorrow, and right away, Siri, he's able to do this over and over again. No major commitments coming out from the side of Nongshim. Most ultimates are still available. Only illusion left in terms of waiting for the cooldowns, but Nongshim, like we said, advantage going to them at this point. 15 minutes in.
We definitely have the advantage here. I mean, it's 15 minutes here. The Shadow Tyrant is going to be picked up. Faye all the way up in front. Oh, they're going.
Yep, duel to the death, gonna be put up on the backlines as well. They go in, the Charlotte, he's doing so much work, will give his life for the cause, and finally the lockdown onto 4, but there's nobody near. And at this point, 7jin uses the flash, can he get the catch? This is a big moment, gets the pulling with the whatever as well. They will get the kill, Illusion gets taken down, and here we go, Tunski survives once again. They get the kill onto Haku, a big turnaround, and Rough World Era, this is their time.
Oh, this is definitely their time. They've been forcing it out. Kyung9 all the way up in no man's land. He was in the heart of the enemy team, and he just got blown up. You cannot take a fight when, Kyung9 is all the way in the back line trying to do something 1 versus 4. You're just not that type of hero, and now they've paid, and now it looks like they want more.
Yep, that was a huge catch. Faye the last one to make the stand, but nothing matters at this point because Rough World Era are here to play, and they get the second game of the series 1-1. Everything tied up.
I'm sorry, did you just blink? Because that's how RWE just got back in this game. Just a single team fight, a little bit of bad positioning by Nongshim. And I mean, this is kind of something that we've seen from this team, right? They do make some mistakes. There are definitely opportunities, and RWE capitalized on that. They saw the opportunity. They were able to figure things out. Things were very neck and neck. That was a 50-50 game, but once you lose that team fight, you lose 3 members, you're not going to have an opportunity to get back in this one. So again, just one of those situations where you got to put yourself in a good position to actually win the game, and you can't get caught out.
Yep, it's really funny, right? Because end of the day, all their ultimates were up. I'm not sure why it turned out that way, right? Duel to the death, they had everything available, and Kyung9 was on the back lines. And I think it was just a shift in attention. And this is the difference maker, because Rough World Era, finally they could deal with the pressure. They said, hey, let's ignore what's happening at the front. We like to take a look at what's happening at the back.
Yeah, and if you're looking at what RWE were doing, they were doing a good job of the team fight, right? They were ensuring that, they were never at any sort of significant risk. Kyung9 was unable to kind of, get the killing blows that he got in game 1. He is a very different game by Charlotte, and he was kind of playing the same way, which is a little unfortunate for him. But again, it seemed like they got caught out too many times, made some bad plays, and in the end, RWE were, again, just able to find ways to get back in this one.
Okay, let's take a look at the itemization here. Danny, this time, he gets quite a lot of farm as well, and almost full itemization at close to 11,000 gold, right? 4, 3, and 6, 4 kills to his name. I think this draft worked a little bit more in their favor towards the late game simply because they were able to get more control. For me, this MVP, the MVP of this game has to go to 7jin. He made so many important catches for the side of Rough World Era, and it changed the entire outside of this game.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that, right? Because the fact that he was able to go in and control the fights, do the burst for the rest of the team to kind of, to continue on and to blow that guy up, he did a great job. And he survived at the end of the day, which is easier said than done at times, especially on a my-in like that. So again, being able to do that was pretty huge for his team and putting his team in a good position to win.
Yep, and I just want to say the fact that Fleur picked up this Sumpin was really the difference maker, because there were situations where I think 7jin was about to die. The Time Flux saved his life multiple times, and with the heals coming out from Arise with the Unending Sorrow, not only was the damage, there was also heals. If you take a look at the way they were fighting, they were just fighting all over the place. Look at the team fight rate on the side of RedForce era.
Yeah, I mean, they were all sticking together. That was the way it was going to happen, right? Nongshim were trying to do too much with individual plays, not really kind of deathballing it, so to speak. I felt like a little less impact on the shit overall. I felt like he could have done a little bit of a better job. But again, I haven't really seen that hero really pop off, where you're just like, oh my god, the control and all that damage is going to be key for him.
I mean, Shi is really difficult to play properly, right? Because you are at risk, because the range isn't like monstrously far. So when you're in range to get a catch, you are also at risk of getting caught out as well.
True.
And RWE, they were just ready for that, because at the end, I think Illusion was caught right in the middle of 5 members on the side of RedForce era. And even though he committed the flash, committed all of the abilities, there was nothing they could do. An MVP, like we said, 7jin coming out from the side of RedForce era, 4-2 and 5, big plays across the game.
Yeah, big plays. I mean, KDA is one thing, 4-2-5 is solid, right? But I think that the amount of control, and we'll see it probably more in the highlights, it was pretty much the 7jin show, because almost every single time that, the big team fights are happening, not the early ones, especially since this is when Nongshim were kind of in that lead, but you could see the power of 7jin on the Mayu.
Oh yeah, for sure, right? At this point, he hasn't joined the fights just yet, and I think I want to compliment the side of Nongshim as well. While they got a loss in this game, their early game rotations, that first rotation has always worked out for them great.
Yeah. They do a good job. Look, I think the early game is very important because, again, sets you up for a good mid to late game. But there have been times, like even this one, like Haku trying to go in, but you got to look at your numbers, right? 1 versus 5, not really. You don't really have the sustain that you do with like an Ogren, and like Musashi all the way in the back line. He's continuing to fight 1 versus 4, and the rest of the team are just barely following up. And Haku, once he dies, then you really can't continue the push, and you're putting yourselves in a bad spot.
Yeah, I mean, this was a beautiful play. The combination of skills, they got punished after this, right? But end of the day, like, this was a big moment. Look at this, 7jin catching 4 different members out. And even though, hey, look, you want to allow Haku into your backlines, it doesn't matter because they had all of the damage, all of the life to offer as well.
Yeah, look at that. 7jin just setting him up. And then Tunski, look, it completely, didn't see everything, but his like taking liberties were very good as well. Like the wombo combo, the control was actually very important for him.
Yep, and the timing of the use of Splendors across the board from both sides, big wins. The Splendor timing was the one that kind of baited Haku in at that last moment where he was invited into his grave. Hey, look, 6 feet under, welcome down.
Yeah, they were able to kind of get those plays. But okay, look, 1 game apiece. We did expect this one to go, I would say, game 4, game 5. These are 2 evenly matched teams, and I love the fact that we're going to see just how deep they go in terms of this global band pick. It's going to be very important. We've seen a lot of, I would say, more interesting strats from RWE. I think that they've definitely been very polished. They just haven't, the game 1, unfortunately, weren't able to close that one out. But this one, they really were on the same page. This is definitely a strong lineup by our RWE.
Yeah, game 1, maybe warm up, they haven't got their stretches in, finger exercises and whatnot. Maybe they weren't talking too much in the first series. But here they are recovered 1-1 in the best of 5. There's at least, 2 more games to be had. I mean, it might be a 3-1 scoreline, and let us remind you, only the top 2 teams will make it out of the group stages. So every win and as little losses as possible is the best condition they need to achieve.
Yeah. Actually, it could come back to like tiebreakers as well, right? So being able to just like close out a series as quickly as possible. Obviously, you want to 3-0, the enemy team, but you're going to take whatever the enemy can give you in that sense. But it's a situation where all the tiebreaker points, all the wins and losses are going to be huge for you, and you got to put your best foot forward. I think game 3 is going to be interesting. That kind of shows where the momentum of the series is going to end up being.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now, we talked about being rattled, right? So is this loss going to rattle up the side of Nongshim? And the second question, I think, would be, is the hero pool really that deep, right? Because I think there were a couple of misplays, and one of the things, I think Fei did really well in the Zhang Fei, but the moments where he was not present in the team fight, they just got demolished.
It did seem like they were on the same page, everybody. Going in, they were kind of all over the place. Like, you need prioritization of who needs to die first. And it seemed like they were kind of like, oh, I just caught one guy out. And then it was like, no, but I caught this other guy at the same time. And you're kind of like, you're fighting on many different fronts. I think it's a different situation where you need to ensure that, hey, if we're going to go for one guy, we need to kill that one guy, right? We all need to be on the same page. The prioritization needs to be perfect.
Yeah, but it's really difficult because you have someone like 7Jin, right? Who is just flying over the place. I mean, the amount of catches he caught with the whatever and the amount of members he caught out on the side of Nongshim, that was a deal breaker for the side of Nongshim because there was no coming back from that.
Yeah, no coming back, unfortunately. But 7Jin, he just played on another level, right? I think that he's very strong on the Mayan. You saw the control, the damage, everything that you want in terms of a team fight. But it looks like the players are here. It's going to be going into game 3. Does RWE have another set lineup? I mean, are they able to kind of continue on with that momentum?
I mean, we have taken a look at the drafts, right? So far, it's tank, it's sustain, it's heals, and I don't think that formula is going to change just yet. There's still so many heroes that offer the heal composition. We have the tie-in in the roam. I think we still have the option of Diadea for one of these teams as well. And G1 definitely out of the picture. I think both teams have definitely taken that hero out into the pool already. So there needs to be a shift in terms of playstyle, right? Maybe we'll see a Menki, someone with Dream Roam, some mobility. All right, and of course, with that being said, 1-1, we're not at the end game just yet, right? So at this point, 1-1, it is really important to save your final strategies because the first one to hit 3 points wins this entire series. So if you take a look at the players, I think they're looking pretty steady at this point, right? Pretty solid. Now the question is, it is time for the coaches to step up. What can they offer as the best tools to try and win this third game of the series? BO5's really important. It's a marathon. So as the players take their weight off and wait, I think there's a slight discussion going on for the different teams. Okay. Yeah. So let me take a look at the comments right now. I'm really interested to see what you guys are saying on the broadcast, and it looks like okay, so everyone is celebrating the Mayin. So a lot of RedForce era fans here, and they're talking about the better micro. I think that's a good point, right? So in terms of micro and macro plays, I think RedForce era has definitely showcased that they have a better macro game compared to what they have on the side of Nongshim. But Holler, what do you think about the micro mechanical skills of the players so far? What have they displayed?
Like, look, I think top tier, right? I think throughout, we've seen both of the teams have played the heroes very well. Global pick, we've seen 10 heroes thus far. Obviously, we expect them to be top tier with these 10 heroes. But I think to answer your questions, micro-wise, I think it's been relatively equal. I think the macro plays overall, RWE, even in game 1, I felt like was very good. I think that they have a good understanding of how to play the game on a macro level. You definitely saw the power of that in game 2. This is a very well-coached team that I expect to see even more macro plays. This is a scary lineup.
Yeah, and I think so far, to me, right, the trump card coming out from Nongshim, if we talk about maybe macro and micro mechanical skills, is when Nongshim pulls out the Sunce. Sunce drafts, in all of the history we've watched them online, is the strongest draft ever, right? So now with the fact that there is no Ogren available for Nongshim, I want to see, what do they pair this up with?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Where, we were worried about this in game 1, where they're kind of like, hey, all of these heroes, very meta, very strong. are they going to have the longevity in this series to kind of get themselves into a game 3, 4, or 5 with some of these top tier heroes that are out of play? Like RWE could go back to a somewhat stock standard meta draft and they'll be fine. But that again comes back to the brilliance of this global ban pick.
Yeah, and Nongshim, I think they feared the idea quite a lot. Ruffle Era still have access to that hero, and right now, Ruffle, they will take out the Mai. So both teams actually take turns in banning out the Mai. They want to maybe keep it as a secret sauce. Perhaps it is one of the best heroes on the lineup available.
Yeah, it has the potential. It's interesting with the Mai ban by RWE here, because Nongshim had been banning out, but it's just they don't want to give it up first pick, right? So it looks like RWE are going to go in. They could potentially go. Nongshim could go with a Loong here, and then they've opened it up, but no, it looks like they're going to go with the Dahlia instead.
Okay, so Dahlia opens up a couple of potential hero picks. We've already seen it. The Sun's strategy they use, right? The unending boats with the set sails. There's a potential to Gan and Mo. We have the Shangguan as well. And I think that's a big marker to have Nongshim play off because it opens so many doors.
Yeah, I mean, Dahlia, I would say championships, season 2, EWC, all of these things. Dahlia definitely had play, and it was very meta pick because it opens up a lot of those doors. But being able to kind of being restricted to it only being able to play once in this series changes things up. Where it's, you want to use it at the right time. And I think that now is the moment in a pivotal game 3. You got to put your best foot forward. I think Sun Tzu in that top lane on Kyung9 is going to be huge for them as well. I like where this draft is thus far.
I would prefer it in a potential game, a series ender, right? I would prefer it as the last possible game if it's coming from Nongshim. But nonetheless, it is what they have picked. And to complement it with the Loong, there's a lot of control once again coming out from the Nongshim lineup.
Yeah, a lot of control. I mean, look, the Sun Tzu Loong, it looks like they're kind of, again, just putting their best picks in. Again, I think that they'll be fine. Game 4 and Game 5. We haven't seen too many games where Nongshim have gone into Game 5s. Obviously, we saw in the Grand Finals in that Japan-Korea qualifier against Scars. But this is a time where these players better be ready. Right? How are you able to play, in season 3 and bring the best to the world and play against the best teams without being 10 heroes deep almost?
Yeah, and you know what? I think Ruffle Era, at this point, they have recognized that, hey, we don't want to offer them multiple avenues for that Celestial Melody, right?
Yeah.
We don't want a refresh coming out from a Gan and Mo because that's going to kill us like crazy. And I like the fact they pick up the Nersa, right? Skyfall really important for the side of Ruffle Era. It fits their memo of playing macro games as well because he's able to use the Skyfall to go to multiple areas across the map as well.
Yeah, and it's also a situation where if Siri were to use Infinite Vastness, get back to safety potentially, and then you have Neza just kind of Skyfall onto you, you have a way of kind of countering his trump cards. And I think that would be kind of huge for them. But RWE going with a Consort Yui, your thoughts on this hero?
I love me a good Consort Yui, but at this point, one of the things that I'm really concerned about is when is this Consort you're going to use that protecting wings, right? Physical immunity, great. But against a lineup that has plenty of control, she doesn't do well against people with a lot of CC.
Yeah. And I mean, mitigate a decent amount from Loong and whatnot, but you see what Nongshim are doing are kind of going with Sun Tzu as well with the physical, but the Yixing, a little bit more control. Kind of, if somebody gets jumped on, if Nezak does go in with that the Skyfall, you're going to have ways to kind of control, but the Dune rounds it off, a little bit more beef, a little bit more tankiness. I think, again, Nongshim, they're sticking to their guns. This is a very strong lineup and a traditional one by Nongshim.
While that's true, I don't particularly enjoy this lineup from the side of Nongshim simply because there's a Princess Frost and now they pick up the Ogryn as well. So the Nerta is probably going into the Clash. I mean, it's interchangeable, right? Both of these heroes can play either the Clash or the jungle, but I would prefer an Ogryn in the jungle at this point for the side of Ruffle Era.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I think that you're not using it to its best of its abilities. It looks like they're going to go with that. Ogren in the jungle. Arise. I think that that's the right play. Neza, this is going to be an interesting one in the clash lane to kind of deal with the Sun Tzu. Because, again, he can set sail at any moment. He can kind of get his way out there. Neza could potentially chase as well. So you have that potential team fights or potential ambushes in the early game. But, okay, now that we know the drafts, who do you give the edge to?
I'm gonna go with Ruffle. I like the way that the draft works, and I play a lot of Princess Frost, so there are a couple of things that I'm looking out for, right? Okay, if we take a look at the situation for the side of Nongshim, whenever Dun uses that Unruly Blade, or whenever Sun Tzu uses a set sail, there is a fixed position they will land at. And if Princess Frost, Tunski, is able to get the Frigid Prison down at the correct moment, it is instant death. They have so much damage coming up from the side of Ruffle Era. And to pair that up, Fleur using the Liang with control, it immediately takes someone out of the fight.
Yeah. The control is going to be key, right? Being able to do that, in most team fights, is he able to control like the Dune or the Sun Tzu when they do go in, or even just lock down Loong so that the rest of the team can blow it up. I think you're going to have a good time. But Liang getting into that position, not the easiest of times. But okay, we did talk about this in the early part of the draft, but with the Dolio pick on Faye, are there enough good cooldowns like the Dune, Unruly Blade, Sun Tzu, Set Sail? Are these enough to kind of justify that Celestial Melody, pick here?
I don't believe so. Maybe I'm tunnel visioning or something, but Tunski to me is going to be the game changer at this point. If Tunski gets the perfect Frigid Prison, I swear to whatever it is, it's going to be a horrible game for the side of Nongshim. And Ruffle Era, if you give them an advantage, they will always oblige.
Okay, we're gonna have to see. And look, I like it how RWE have been playing. They've been very in sync with one another. They've done a good job of just kind of, they have a good strategy in mind. They are well prepared for season 3. So having the right counters to this is going to be super key for them.
Yep, and right away, it's a 2v1 situation. Kyung9 going to be pushed back, and this is going to open up a lot of space for them to either get the invades, but it looks like they want to keep it safe and take their own camps instead.
Yeah, they're kind of changing things up a bit. RWE, last game, 7jin was by himself in the top lane. Haku and Kyung9 were kind of making his life a little bit more miserable on that blue side. But RWE doing a good job of just kind of changing things up. Give Arise as much time to farm as possible. He's your win condition here.
Oh yeah, for sure. Arise, if he gets a lead here, I don't think there's going to be much they can do on the side of Nongshim. At this point, Ruffle Era, they have left Danny alone, which is a risk in my opinion. But if it pays off, if he doesn't die in this starting moments, it's going to reward them heavily in the next, 5-6 minutes mid-game maybe?
Yeah, I see the potential for it, but I think that at the end of the day, you always want to kind of babysit him a little bit, because again, just like even this Firehawk, being able to pick that up is going to be huge for him, right? Just get him a little bit more farm as possible, keep him safe.
Yeah, and Arise, currently in a 2v1, will make it out safely. I mean, it is an Ogren, right? So Arise, he sustains the damage, and now the rotations are coming in from the side of Ruffle Era as well.
Look, do you think Haku's Dune is enough to deal with Arise's Ogren? Obviously, we're talking in a vacuum here, but...
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. Even if at equal levels, I think it really depends on the timing of their usage for the skills, right? So at this point, I don't think it's a win for the side of Nongshim in a 1v1 between Haku and Arise.
Okay. All right, so who do you give the edge to in terms of like late game, though?
Late game, it matters on 2 different moments. If Illusion gets the World is My Board properly, I think that will definitely change things in Nongshim's favor. But if Ruffle Era get that Frigid Prison and Winter is Here combination, it is over. Here we go, the flash comes in, and this might be the first one. CC immune coming out from Faye. There's not enough damage, and with the protecting winds, Danny survives all of the damage coming in from Seaweed.
Yeah, I mean, mitigated most of it, right? And Danny just staying alive. I think that, as long as he's kind of, going even or close as possible, keeping that bottom T1 alive, I think Danny's going to be all right. He's the type where he's not going to carry this game alone. Most of it's going to come off the back of, Arise and Tunski in terms of the damage dealing and the kills. As long as Danny stays alive, he'll be fine. But Jin, solo.
He's dead. He's dead. There's nothing to see here. He makes it out. A Skyfall that saves his life. Oh, this might be telling of how this game is going to go for the side of Rough War Era. I mean, he's going to give one wave of creeps and minions, but he does not care.
He does not care. He stays alive. That's the only thing that matters. Not giving up first blood was huge. And I like the fact that we were like, oh, he's dead, right?
Yeah, he's dead.
Zipped on out of there. He was like the road runner, just staying alive, just finding ways to do so. Jin, again, just playing this Neza very, very strong.
Okay, so yes, that was a great play, but here's an even greater play. It might seem nothing, pretty insignificant, but Haku steals away at camp. Every single camp that's stolen away, 7G, hang on. He's not going to survive this one for sure. There's nothing left. The backup comes. Yep, it's going to be a kill. Who gets it? It's going to be First Blood going to the side of Illusion. A big win. He's going to be able to clear waves much faster now in the mid lane.
Yeah, Fei made the rotation, just kind of pushed out the Ode to kind of push it back into Illusion to get that kill. So very smart here. Oh!
Yeah, the lockdown too much, and at this point, it is going to be the Unruly Blade. Can they get the kill on the Arise? I don't think so, because at this point, this focus has shifted with the flash as well. Danny makes it out, but now the T1's under pressure from this side of Nongshim.
Nice little rotation by Nongshim right there. Just being able to get the pick off. And all 5 members, again, you give them a little bit of space. This is what happens. And Siri on the Loom, he's a monster on Loom. So he'll do his damage. You got to be super careful in that sense. But let's check this replay here. And like they did have the lock-in, but look at this. They've got Floor, they got 7Jin already as before, and the wind slashes were on point, but Arise does get away again.
Yeah, I'm just curious how the itemization will go for Tunski, right? Does he go for a little bit more damage, or is he going to go for the stock standard utility builds in the form of Frozen Breath? But here we get the catch. Can they get the lockdown combination unlocked here? And I don't think the Winter was necessary, but they did it anyway, right? Yeah. And at this point, it might be still an advantage to Nongshim, unless they get the TP here.
Yeah, no, I think that it's worth using all your cooldowns. It's still very early in the game, and you just want to ensure that you get that kill. I don't really think that that's because if he gets a split second where he can do something, he can set sails on out of there, and he survives. So you got to just ensure that you confirm those kills.
Fleur is dead. He's going to be taken down by Illusion, and it looks like positioning not too great from the side of Ruffle Era. Here comes the damage coming in from Nongshim as well. They will push them back. A nice Frigid Prison, but he is CC immune, and Haku's looking for more. Gets the kill as well. Haku recovers with a kill of his own.
Yeah, look at that. Haku, just like that monster, right? With that wind slash, just locking him down for Toonski, just getting all the kills. Oh, but they might even get more. The world's my board. Oh, I'm sorry.
He's dead, and that was a big play. The fact that he got Danny out, that's a huge win for the side of Nongshim. And we're talking about macro plays, right? But Nongshim, they have the better macro control at this point.
Yeah, very good. I mean, Illusion, did you see how much life he had? I mean, he's still very low. You can see it on the board right now. He has like a sliver of life, like 5 HP. He's going to heal up in that, in the fountain. But playing the hero to the limit, but getting the pick off onto Danny, pretty huge. You want to slow down RWE as much as possible, and that is a good kill for them.
Yep, and I'm just curious because we have not seen much set sails coming out from Kyong9, and the game is already at this state with Nongshim taking the lead. So I'm curious to see what happens when the set sail card is finally played into the game itself.
Look, seeing Nongshim play in the past, I felt like Kyong9 was using set sail too often. Like, he would just go in, like there's a skirmish that's potentially brewing, and he would just go in, right? I felt like he was overusing it. So seeing Kyong9 kind of being a little bit more patient, let the game kind of come to him, I think is probably better for Nongshim at this point, especially since they have a lead. They don't need to rush it.
Yeah, okay, I agree with that. I think patience is key, right? We don't want that instant gratification. Delayed gratification is always better in this case. But as it stands now, I don't see how Rough War Era are going to survive this onslaught coming up from Nongshim.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Like, I mean, their control, I mean, they're able to kite you out. They're able to kind of death ball, and it's tough to get onto like a Haku or Kyong9, which are kind of the frontliners, and they're providing all that space, especially since you have Siri and Illusion with that control. Like, you have a lot of ways to kind of deal with a potential jump in.
Yeah, and one of the byproducts of the way that Nongshim is playing is the fact that Arise has no extra farm. There is no invasions going on. He does not get a steal in the buffs on the opposite camps. In fact, his own buffs are being threatened at this point.
Yeah, and look they're being aggressive. Nongshim right now playing with those boards and just kind of those barriers, but they're going in.
Yep, they get the lockdown as well. Arise will not get his ultimate down in time, gets taken out instantly, and that's a huge tank out of the picture. No one else is able to tank that much damage on the side of Ruffle Era, so they have to give everything up now. T3 on the bot, Azure Golem in the mid, and it's not looking good.
It's not looking good. This is a tough situation. But again, you're like, Haku knew that Arise is a little out of position. He knows a thing or two about Ogren, so getting caught out floor. Oh.
Yep, he commits the control as well, but there's not enough damage coming in. Set Sail gonna land on the spot, and with this, Danny commits his protecting winds as well, but there's plenty of healthy damage laid down on that T3, and Rough War Era, they have to lick their wounds. There's nothing they can do about it now.
Can we talk a little bit about Illusion on the Yixing? I think he's just been on point. Like his control, the way that he's like throwing out those taking liberties and the world is my board, like his spells, like he's just consistently controlling you. I mean, obviously Haku's been setting up a lot of this by baiting, some of the heroes out, but he's always been there, and really, this is the power of the Yixing. I think that this is a hero that we're going to see more often in this Season 3 here.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, so far, his World is My Board have been pretty on point with the catches as well. And he is playing the passive with the Sliding Stones to maximum efficiency so far. If you look at his itemization, he is hitting like a truck already, right? Frozen Breath along with the Mask of Agony. It's not something that even Arise can deal with. And another catch comes down, forced to use the Skyfall defensively. While, the first instance of it was pretty nice to watch, the fact that 7jin has to use Skyfall defensively is a huge detriment to the side of Ruffle Era.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. It's like a longer cooldown. It's kind of like you can't be really aggressive when it's down. But it looks like the bottom T3 has been taken out, and 7jin is kind of left alone just to defend.
He's going to try and go for the bind as well. The lockdown does not happen, but he gets knocked up control. I don't think he's going to survive this 4-on-1. There is no defense to be had. They make it out safely. No punishment so far. Arise, I think he is still considering the opportunity to kind of open up an angle. Does not want to risk it.
All right, I was going to make the joke where 7jin was just like, hey, I need my friends to come and help me. And then I was like, and then they come really late to kind of just like back him up. Like the timing of that was really off, where 7jin was kind of, he was alone for most of that fight. But, I was thinking my own ranked games where I'm like, hey, I need some help. And then none of my teammates actually will recall back to safety at all.
Yeah, but that's even worse, right? The fact that your friends are coming and then they're too late.
Yeah, not able to kind of get that return kill. 7jin, again, just left all by himself. He hasn't had the greatest of games with this Neza in that top lane.
Yeah, Fleur just changing up his roaming equipment here, going with the Howling Wind. I think they want to go for a better initiation at this point because they keep getting caught out by the side of Nongshim. And props to Haku, his Unruly Blades have been really critical in setting up situations where Illusion just has so much freedom to place his board down with no stress whatsoever.
I mean, but that's the thing, is like, how is Fleur supposed to get any sort of control? Like, the fight needs to happen. Somebody, okay, going in.
Yep, they're going in for Kyung9, but it is a bait. He's going to give his life. Danny gets the kill, but the rest of the damage coming in from the side of Nongshim is going to be too much. On the backline, Siri is just going crazy. Takes up to the skies. Godlike by the side of Illusion. It is 3 for 2 now, and it looks like maybe Rough War Era can maybe do it. Not enough damage, not enough life, and Nongshim dominates them in this big fight. Another win for them.
No, I mean, it's still like RWE have more of the heroes alive, but Haku is the raid boss. He's looking to maybe just end. No, okay, he's not going to end the game here, but look, he's going to deal with the mid T2. 7jin is going to push in the bottom lane. 7jin and Floor both surviving. Don't, save the game, so to speak. But Haku, this is a tough hero to deal with on this Dune. How do you deal with this monster?
Fleur needs to do something, I think, at this point, right? He needs farm, because at this particular instance, Kyung9 was soaking so much damage. He took up so many different moves and skill sets away from the side of Ruffle Era. And this is why the fight failed for the side of Ruffle Era, because they had nothing else left to give. Now, I know it looks like, hey, they got more kills on the side of RWE. Nongshim just left with the sole member Haku. But how do they kill him with just 7jin and Fleur? There is no damage to be had. Fleur does not have a damage item. He is all utility.
Yeah, no real damage here. But look at Haku still up in front. You know, he's at full life, and they're looking to turn this.
Nothing.
Arise.
They can't do anything on the backlines as well. They lock down 7Jin. He's trying to go on the backlines, but there's not enough damage. At this point, they get the shutdown on the Haku. This is a good turn. If they can get more, this will be perfect. But set still has been refreshed. Celestial Melody will be put into use. And right now, 7Jin might be at risk of getting caught out. He's so low. Gets the bind as well. Tries to go in. Where's the backup? Once again, they are late. But it doesn't not matter because the big objective here is that Shadow Overlord. This can help them turn the game. The T3 down on the bot lane needs to be fixed.
Yeah, it needs to be fixed here. But RWE getting Haku and Illusion, we're talking about the unkillable monster, and then he dies from like the next team fight. So Haku here, just down for about 8 more seconds. Actually very huge for RWE. They need to figure things out. Like Haku was going in onto Arise, who was just tanking things up. And then they just like, all 5 members were like, okay, we'll just blow up Haku now because he's committed everything onto Arise, wasn't able to kill him. So again, Haku needs to understand that, hey, you are... well, now you're a killable monster. You need to figure out ways to get on the squishies more than anything, not deal so much, not be so bloodthirsty onto Arise.
Yep, okay, so finally Fleur has some damage. He's gonna get the Splendor on hand, so both defense and attack in position for the side of this Liang. And Tunsky as well gonna follow suit, gets a Splendor of his own. So there is a lot of defensive capabilities. This might be a good fight.
Yeah, they're looking to be. I mean, they're just kind of slowing in, but here comes the Starfall.
Yeah, Skyfall on the back lines. Can they get the catch? But all 5 members to get caught in the board, and it's looking horrendous for the side of RWE as Nongshim run rampant. Siwi gets the time of his life. Arise, he's gonna lifesteal, but not for long because it's a double kill for the side of Siwi. And Nongshim, they're marching forward. The only member left is 7Jin. What can he do against the likes of Nongshim?
Yeah, I mean, he's got to just split push, or he's got to buy time on the bottom lane. He's got to deal with these minions. Just slow it down. Get yourself, 20 seconds. Figure out how to do this. It's going to be a tough situation. I don't think it's going to be possible here.
Yeah, there's no way. And Nongshim, once again, they take the lead. Game number 3, they win and lead now by 2-1.
Okay, look, Nongshim, yes, they come up with a victory, but there are times in the games where I'm like, actually, this is a lot closer than it should be, right? Nongshim, it's a situation where they probably should have been a little bit cleaner with that one. But getting that last team fight, turning the Tyrants, and then turning it around, this is the MO of Nongshim, where they kind of keep you on the edge of your seats, try to make things interesting as possible because, Nongshim, not every victory that they get is easy. And they kind of showed you on that one, but they did get the victory in Game 3.
Yep, they're showing you have to make the effort for it to be worth the reward, right? I mean, it's a difficult game. But my goodness, Illusion, reminiscent of my Yixing plays. Nah, I'm just kidding. But oh my goodness, it was so good. 5 members on that was my board. Holy. I mean, that's a dream, right? For any Yixing player, that's a dream. Not only getting all 5 members on the board, you get your liberties and you get your sliding stones, you get the passive down. And because they're so concerned about being controlled, Siri was just going ham, spinning around the entire world, getting the flaming palms, riding the wind, whatever he had, threw it, everything plus the kitchen sink.
Yeah, got everything that you wanted, right? I think that they did a good job of the control and then the prioritization, right? I think that's key. You got to blow people up when you can. And, they didn't really focus everything onto the Ogren and Arise, that is. And they kind of just controlled everybody, got the pickoffs. Because, again, Content, you're not really too much damage. The Princess Frost, once you get on her, she's very squishy. You're going to have, just going to blow her up. So, they did a good job of that last team fight.
Yeah, to give props to Haku, I think Haku was one of the main reasons why they were so successful in their attempts throughout the team fights itself, right? So let's take a look at the itemization first. I really like the way that Illusion itemized and played, right? The Twilight Stream as the 3rd item really enhances the amount of damage because every stack, every single hit, physical hits or skill hits, they add on to the magical pierce. And you saw how much they decimated the entirety of Ruffle era down there.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to just control it. Again, how were they supposed to initiate RWE? Like, most of the Skyfalls were used defensively. He didn't want to just go into the heart of the enemy team and backlines. So it was tough for them to kind of get anything started. There was no way for Fleur to kind of start things off with those controls. It was just good draft by Nongshim, and they had the right amount of counters for RWE's lineup here.
I mean, they played to their strengths, right? The strength of Atun is the fact that he's able to go in alone. And he and Kyung9, I mean, the two of them, they took up the really insane responsibility to be the one to eat up the control, right? They wanted Fleur to catch them because once you caught them, the rest of the team, they were open to just lay the pain, get the control down. There's so many people on the lineup on the side of Nongshim that will stop the control coming out from Fleur on this Liang. And it worked out tremendously in their favor.
Okay, this goal graph is totally throwing me off. Because we knew that Nongshim was winning, and then all of a sudden towards the end, they actually, okay, they kind of played it off. Okay, we're going to have to see exactly what happened on that one. But Illusion with the MVP, I thought his control was on point. His 6-3 and 8, being able to control any sort of affront that RWE was throwing at them, doing a great job, and just trying to stay alive is a completely underrated skill. And I think Illusion did a great job with only 3 deaths.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. Giving them the false sense of security there, and just... I can't talk too much about it, that 5-man catch, but 7Jin, I mean, there were a couple of times that he had very nice plays and whatnot, but giving away the first blood, and like I said, giving the first blood all the way to Illusion, I think that was a death blow for them.
Yeah, and I kind of didn't feel like 7Jin was 100% comfortable on the Meza. He just didn't have as much of an impact as, like, you know, he did in game 2 with, like, the Mayin. It might be because, again, I don't mean to like criticize, overly criticize, and we've only seen one game with it, but it just didn't seem like he was really having that impact.
Yeah, I think so too, right? There was too much pressure, and at the same time, I think Tunsky, he tried. He could not land a single Frigid Prison in place, and unfortunately, that was also the downfall why team fights went horribly wrong for the side of Ruffle Era.
Yeah, and like this is, you know, what, the 11-minute mark, this is when they're going in, and Haku is starting to kind of just turn it up and chase after. Like, Arise can't actually deal with Haku's doing, and he's just kind of, you know, playing, you know, just trying to run away and not able to do so. But, you know, Siri got caught out a couple times. 7Jin was just trying to chase after Illusion, and it made his life a little bit more difficult. Did get him a couple pickoffs here, but 7Jin, again, kind of more of an isolated one. But here's the world is my board. Oof.
I mean, he had the right idea, right? 7Jin, I think that's exactly what you need to do as a Nerta, which is to dive into the backlines and chase and push, you know, the farm laners away from the fights, or maybe even the mid laner, so that there's no control and there's no damage coming out from the backlines. So he did his job, but he did not have the support that was supposed to come out from the team, right? We've already seen it earlier in the game where the Frigid Prison combo with the control was going to be the situation that Ruffle Era were expecting throughout the entire game, but it did not happen.
Didn't happen, and unfortunate for them. I mean, RWE losing that game, especially like with an Augurin pick, I always think I'm like, you have to win that game, right? And going into this one now where you're into game 4 and you're losing some of your power heroes, you're putting your team in a tough situation now. Is like, how do you proceed on that one without some of the best heroes?
By making the best of your mechanical skills. I think the Ruffle Era players, they're pretty good mechanically. We have already seen both teams, they are able to hold the macro game to a certain extent, right? I like it. But there's something that I think maybe they can do better on the side of Ruffle Era, and it's just making sure they make full use of the resources around the map. If you take a look at the games so far in the series, I don't think there's been too many invasions when things were at a stalemate. And I think that was the difference maker between the two teams. Nongshim Haku always goes for a steal, regardless of what the state of the game is.
Yeah, he is definitely aggressive. He's just trying to, like, of course, because he's like the farm laner, right? He's always looking for farm, and he's looking, I mean, it's good to be greedy as the jungler, because then you would take some of those risks where you go looking to invade. So I think that is super important for them.
I mean, that's what you need to do, right? You need to create a gap in which, number one, your counterpart jungler has no resources to live off of, right? At the same time, your own resources can then be delegated and passed off to your farm lane, right? And that's where Danny's series is going to be extremely happy because, hey, I want the Crimson Golem. Oh, wait, hang on. As Haku, yeah, I have one already. Why don't you take mine?
Yeah, you want to just take as much as possible, right? I think it's going to be important for them. But now, okay, look. Also, you know, we saw Kyung9 on the Sun Tzu. We saw the Haku on the Dune. Both not like not the signature player or hero for like Haku. It's probably the Ogren, but he's very good on the Dune, as you just saw. How deep can they go now?
I don't know, but regardless of what the depth of the depth they have to dig, it has to be pretty deep, because right now it is potential series point, game point for the side of Nongshim. And I'll be honest, when I came into the broadcast today, this was not what I was expecting.
What were you expecting?
I was expecting that Ruffle Era would at least be in the lead for the series. Both times, Nongshim have edged it out. They were the ones to take the lead in the series, and right now that has put them in a much better position.
Okay, yeah. No, I mean, look, I kind of was more positive on Nongshim. I think that when they're on, they're like next level. I think that they're very good, right? But they have gaps and they do make mistakes, and I think that RWE can take advantage of that, and they had it in game 2. But RWE is the type where they learn quickly. And I think that this is one where, you know, essentially a must-win game here, game 4. They need to put their best foot forward. They need to ensure that their heroes that they have, everybody is 100% on board with what's going on, because they can't be picking like the Kanto Yui, the Nezas, those types, right? This is the type where you really need to take it to them. Send this to a game 5.
I mean, you can, but like, you have to do better. No, I'm not flaming them whatsoever, but I'm just stating facts, yo. Yeah, you have to do better at this point. I mean, even in the laning phases, clearing your camps, that first engagement between Arise as well as 7 Jin, when they won the advantage in the lane, right with the first wave, they should have gone for the camp on the side of Nongshim. They didn't. They went back to their own, and that dwindles the advantage.
So basically, you're saying that it's more about the play style issue more than like a draft. Because to be honest, I felt like game 3 was a draft issue for me. I thought they were like going in very like probably 40-60 on that one with a you know, because I just did not really like that draft as much. But you think it's just more of like a playstyle thing.
I definitely think it's a more playstyle thing, right? Because at this point, they're using forks to drink soup. Like, what are you doing? Get a spoon.
Okay. Yeah, okay. But maybe because, again, I'm just going back to the draft. I'm like, why would you supply them with forks then, right? Go give them spoons. Give them, like, a saucer. Like, give them a chance, right? Like, and I know that they're trying to be like, hey, we need to ensure that we have all the heroes in case we do go to a game 5, all that stuff. But it's very underwhelming. Like, you saw that draft from Nongshim, and you're kind of like, oh, these are some of their best heroes, right? You need to ensure that you have something. Like, unless you had like the game 1 draft, the Dachiao with like the split push, you have other ways to kind of deal with something that you like you're prepared for, like this death ball type of lineup. You have ways to get in, but it didn't really seem like they had a lot of answers in that last game.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, if I want to take a stab at pseudo coaching for the side of either team, if you're going to be able to play the macro game well, why don't you just take up a Liu Shan? He has been buffed anyway, right? And, you know, being able to disrupt the towers is going to be very detrimental to the other team. And right now, I think Nongshim might actually explore that, because it fits the bill of what they like to play, right? Tanky, got the stuns, able to play the macro game a little bit better. So it complements what they need right now, just close the series.
Yeah, actually, it's going to be huge for them, right? I think that this draft, like, again, if I'm Nongshim, like, this is it. I do not want a game 5. I need to close this game out. I'm going to put my best foot forward. Everything on this line, because I need this win. I need to ensure that I'm, you know, coming out victors against RWE, especially with Bigatron, which is waiting in the wings to see who he's actually going to come out on top of this one.
Yep. Okay, I know you guys are watching this broadcast from the screen, but I'm not sure, but I can feel the aura coming out from the coach on the side of Nongshim. He is feeling confident. So I'm curious to see what kind of picks they're going to supply the players this time to try and close the series out.
Yeah, anything at this point, right? I think that, like, look, this is why you're here. You gotta, as a coach, drafting is key. Right? Being able to pick the best heroes and to have something that actually synergizes well and has answers to the enemy team, key. That's got to be huge for you, and there's a lot of pressure. This is why they pay you the big bucks as coach, to ensure that you put your team in a position to win.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? I'm hoping we see Immorts in this game. I think it's definitely one of the answers for either sides of these teams. They need a little bit more sustainable control where you're not at risk of being taken out yourself. And Dharma is a perfect start for the side of Nongshim here.
Yeah, great start, right? I mean, it was picked in RWE. They weren't going to be able to pick it themselves, but they counter-pick with the Byron. I like this pick. It seems like a reversal of those Game 1 picks thus far, but Byron is going to be huge, especially in the top lane with 7Jin.
Yep, the laning phase is really important, right? So both of these heroes will be able to clear the lanes pretty quickly. It then comes down to the amount of trades, right? How much unnecessary damage are you taking during the exchange in the laning phase? And Nongshim, they're going to complement this draft with the Soyue. I like this. Look, any game, Soyue late game, monster. You can't fight against him. You need some sort of control. And they're going to go with the classic combination of poke and snipe. So Morts are going to use the Cannon Blast to just get the stunts in, make it easy for the Wild Winds on the side of Soyue to really just go ham. So Siri, I think this is a pretty straightforward game thus far, based on the draft.
Oh my gosh, the Nua. What do you think about the Nua here? Like, it's
Make
like,
or break.
Yeah. Like, I think you and I have discussed this before about how the fact that it's like, I look at it as more of like a win more hero. Sometimes when when you have that lead, you're gonna have a good time. You're just gonna close things out. But it's a situation where when you're losing, man, that hero is really not that good, and that's my biggest worry here. So you were talking about how RWE need to have a better, the play style, especially in the early game, needs to be better. They got to do it on this one because again, this hero really falls off.
Okay, look, I know what the coach is saying. He's saying, look, when Nua TP's in, you have to be very careful. So they're prepping Siri for this potential situation because that's something that's going to happen pretty frequently in this game, right? The TP coming in from this Tunski Nua is going to be of utmost importance because the exact positioning will affect how they play, especially with the use of the Coalescence as well.
Oh, the Lam. They'll pick it up on this one. Okay, they're going to look to figure out ways to go in. Now, I feel like Nongshim on this side, going a little bit, because they're very definitely on the squishier end, and dealing with this high mobility, high damaging Lam could be tough. Okay, the Menki, I like that pick, but the Ganon Mo, is that enough in that mid lane to deal with the Nua?
Oh, it's plenty, dude. I mean, look, I love playing both these heroes. I think they offer a very distinctive skill set that allows you to one-up your opponents, right? Especially if you can predict their movements. But at this point, I don't think there's enough damage for them to go past this Haku Menki. That's number one. And I don't think they have enough mobility to be able to get onto their hands onto Siri on this Soyue. Yes, Lianpo on Fleur, he does have anti-CC immunities. He's pretty tanky as well. But the only person that can reach the backlines is Tunski and Arise. And 7Jin maybe if he commits the flash. But it's a risk. If Tunski jumps in alone, he's going to die.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's looking like a Nongshim closer for me.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think it all comes down to the Lam, right? How does he farm? Is he able to get some sort of pickoffs early to give their team really an opportunity? Because once he gets snowballing, then you kind of, okay, Nua kind of adds into this, and it makes it tough for Nongshim to kind of come back from that. But I think it really comes back to this laning phase. If Nongshim come out even or ahead, I think RWE are really going to struggle this game.
Yep, I just have to say, this game is going to be really quiet in the first 4 to 5 minutes. Simply because if anyone gives the first blood away, they instantly lose not just the lanes for themselves, but for their teammates as well. Because look, Soyue playing from behind, okay, I think useless is too strong, but useless, right? Lady Sun playing from behind, useless as well. And Nua, Garemo, okay, Garemo I think a little bit less restrictive. But Nua playing from the back, not a good place to be in.
Look, RWE, I think they need to just superpower this early game, this early laning phase. They need to ensure that they're not equal, right? They got to give themselves an opportunity on this one. They got to be aggressive. You were talking about how playstyle and maybe invading the enemy jungle. You got to maybe overcommit to something, right? You got to take a little bit more risk in this one, especially early.
Yep, you need to maximize your resources, right? Look, there's only a set amount of gold and EXP you can farm on your side of the jungle. And when that window is open for you, climb through it. You have to take things away from your opponents, or else you're just gonna be dragging time. And we all know late game, so you got a more horrendous to play against.
Yo, but why do we need to climb through the window? Can't we just go through the door? Like, why do we have to go through like a hard, more difficult situation, right? Like, the door's wide open. I can take it, no?
No, it's more thrilling to go through the window, yo.
Okay, so you sound like you're speaking from experience on this. How many windows have you crawled through?
Hush, let's change the topic here.
Okay, I'll call the cops later. Anyways, we'll figure this one out. But okay, this is game 4. I think Nongshim, to your point, I think that they have the right heroes in mind of closing out this series. This is going to be a tough one for RWE. They need to make something happen to kind of give themselves a chance. And really, just this lady phase, super important for them.
Yeah, it is important for both sides, right? Now, first one, it's going to be a win for Illusion. He gets that Sprite in the mid lane, so slight EXP advantage. Right now, Siri doing so well against Danny as well.
He's 1 versus 1, and like Danny is so low at this point. He's kind of worrying. We're just talking about having a good laning phase. Oh. That's not good.
Yeah, it's a horrible start. It means Arise doesn't have his 4.
Oh yeah. He's actually behind. But Haku doesn't either, so a little bit more time. It's just a matter of time before Arise gets it. Not the end of the world, but again, I think that Lam, in terms of XP, like hitting that 4 now is a good opportunity to maybe go for a potential gank. If anything, he's going for a steal.
Oh well, Nongshim gonna be the first one to try for it instead, right? And this is what's so scary about the lineup. Because of the wild wind coming out from Seaweed, it forces players to reposition, and it's perfect to aim on the side of Illusion and Faye.
Yeah. I mean, if he's able to hit those shots, it's gonna be huge. I mean, it'll probably be set up by Faye's Cannon Blast. But it's going to be super important for them. But Haku, again, I think a lot kind of rides on this guy because he needs to be that bodyguard up front, that bouncer, basically protecting all the squishies in the backlines because there are plenty of them on the Nongshim side.
Yep, and maybe, what, the fluffy assassin, if it's required. But at this point, okay, look, Constellation Prize, I think we're pretty much even, right? 7jin is winning his lane, so Ruffle Era, they have that going for them. But mid, as well as farm, not too much in their favor.
Not too much. I mean, they've been pushed away. Look at how Danny, look how far he has to play, how scared he is. He doesn't have floor to kind of help him out. And he's been kind of just, kited from afar, so to speak, by Faye and Siri. This is a tough situation, tough combo to deal with in bottom lane. It's very strong.
Yep, which is why I like the Nongshim draft, right? But maybe Arise, with the arrival of this Lam, it could change the state of the game.
Yeah, but looks like they were baited out. They knew something was up. The call was made. They're like, hey, actually, Toonski's not in lane. But the fact that, Arise made his way there, stole the jungle camp, and made his way on out, if anything, that's going to help him. I mean, net worth-wise, we're kind of equal.
Yeah, they definitely need to continue doing this, right? If Ruffle Era wants to stand a chance, they have to do it. And looks like Illusion just a little bit zealous in his attempts, will not hit the mark for any of them. But helping his jungle out, this is going to amp up the pace of the farm rate and EXP growth on the side of Menki. So Haku, with extra EXP, he's going to hit that strong state, max state much faster, and it's going to help his team out a lot because that provides so much room for Siri and Faye to really go crazy.
Yeah. Just something to take note of. Arise is actually a little bit higher or a little bit faster in terms of hitting level 7. Something to take note of is Haku makes his way to the top lane.
Yep, Dream Bubble gonna just expose the 2 members on the side of Ruffle Era, and it looks like they will be happy. They don't know Illusion is here. Oh, Illusion, he misses that big marker.
Yeah, this is it. Arise going in. Oh, they're
going to go. Oh, nice flash. Kyung gets the first blood, and that's a horrible situation. Toonski will not be able to survive this. He will be taken apart by Haku. At the same time, Fleur is running for his life. We're talking about flow states, but not this kind of flow. And Nongshim, they take the lead in this final potential game 2-0.
With match point on the line, that's actually huge for Nongshim. Being able to get that pick off first blood and then the secondary kill, and it was on Arise and Toonski. Both of them, we were talking in the draft about both of these heroes. They need to have a good early game, and dying that early, huge for them. Really unfortunate for RWE. Now they need to figure out other ways to get back in this game because they're starting to fall a little bit behind.
Yep. And Tyrant, first Tyrant of the game, actually goes in the hands of Haku, which means Nongshim now have the Tyrant buff. It's a horrible situation to be in because, look, the potential turnaround, the person responsible for getting the kills onto Siri was going to fall onto the hands and shoulders of Arise. And right now, I don't think he can do it.
This is like every one of my ranked games with like Alam on my team. I just feel like it's not really as impactful. Not to say that Arise is even close to any of the people that I would play with, but you know, just being able to die early, I've seen that time and time again, right? It happens, but being able to come back and dying a secondary time, Arise, this is a tough game already for RWE.
Yep. I mean, Arise mastered his courage, right? He wanted to go for more camps. He wanted to kind of dwindle the farm. But once again, just so happens that Haku and Illusion were around the corner, got the kill as well. So it's a lousy position to be playing out of. So Ruffle Era, they need this T1 on the bot. They need to find something across the map.
Yeah. It seems like a good decent idea, but Faye, all in front.
Yep, he gets a double knockup, and this is the reward they've been looking for. They will get the life. It's a 1-for-1 trade. So I think it's a small win for the side of Ruffle Era, but they need to get more. Something else needs to happen in the next 2 to 3 minutes, or they will be stuck on the back foot for a very long time.
No, I think that is definitely a win for RWE, right? The fact that they got the bottom T1, plus you force the rotation of Kyung9. Now 7Jin is kind of happily farming for free on that top lane. This is a huge window of opportunity for them to get in, and then there's a reason why the net worth lead is actually shifted in favor of RWE. That was a good rotation.
Yeah, and this is what I mean when I tell you play the map, right? We don't go for the fight, we just play the map.
Yeah, definitely helped out. I mean, it's going to be huge for them, but Nongshim here, again, they're a little bit behind. They're kind of sticking around. They don't have a bottom or a top T1. The only towers that have been taken... Oh, but Faye.
Yep, he goes in, but Danny is very low on health. Faye will sidestep that ultimate, and at this point, Ruffle Era, the only possible prize is a T1, and even then, they're not going to get it. Everything cleared off by Illusion and Kyung9 as well.
Oh, Toonski, he misses that ruin. Like, I always think, like, the Nua, you have, like, one job, man. That's all you need to do is just get those, like, final pickoffs. Not able to find Faye. He gets away scot-free, so to speak. But now Haku just being this nuisance, man.
He might go in for the smite. Here, drive-by, easy one. But he's going to get punished. 4 or 5 members on the side of Ruffle Era. They're going in onto Haku. Haku, he's going to try and survive. Not going to work out for him. Gets taken out. But in the meantime, that mid-wave marching in T1 might be successfully defended so far.
Okay, sir, Haku. Okay, it's cool that you made the play. It's flashy, but you dying and just giving it up again, not ideal, right? This is a situation where you got to be like, hey, it's not worth the risk. It's not worth going in. Yes, it's a flashy play and looks good for the highlights or whatever, but dying, that just gives up everything, right? And you're letting Arise get back into play.
Holy, 7Jin deleted, and that's gonna be Illusion happy with that overcommitment on the side of Ruffle Era. Ruffle Era, they might be looking for the pincer because Arise is around the corner, but it looks like no, they will play a little bit safer, but not too safe. 7Jin dead once again.
Dead there on that one. But, Faye did commit the think inside the box, tried to go for Fleur. Didn't actually able to lock him in, especially since he's got the burst ram. But, it's another cooldown that they need to kind of work around. But, Nongshim here, look at the vision score. Kind of key for them. If you're looking at what Fleur and 7Jin have kind of contributed, 21 to 26 is very high. Map Patrol!
Yep, Arise, I think he made a mistake here. That's overcommitment. The Nua is going to come in. Toonski trying to save the day. Actually blocks the bubble for him, so that's a big win on the side. But you know what? There is a particular situation that has not happened just yet, and Ruffle Era needs to make that happen. They need to pick off Siri. Siri has been farming non-stop this entire game.
Yeah, it has been non-stop. And look, it's kind of, they haven't been able to find ways to get in. Siri's, like, his awareness has been good where he hasn't really been able to kind of be ambushed, freely, right? Arise has not been able to find him and to kind of get that pick off, but this Tyrant fight is going to be pretty huge.
Yep, Illusion just landing all of those couple blades, and on the back lines, Kyung looking for an opening onto 7Jin, will not get it. The stun comes in onto Fleur as well, but here he goes. What is happening? Arise! There is no comms happening, and Nongshim, they all oblige. They go in to get all 5 members as Nongshim march down that mid lane as well.
Oh man, I hate to go with the count, but it's like 1, 2, all the way to 5 because Arise, you make one mistake, you try to go in, try to go cute, and then your entire team gets wiped out. This absolute disaster. Look at Arise, what are you doing 1 versus 4, especially with that control from Faye, which was on point, and pretty much it was all she wrote. We're like, Nongshim, we're like, hey, I'm gonna take everything else to go. This is free food for us. We'll take that one, and it's a triple kill going the way of Illusion.
Yeah, I don't know why. Why would he go for that? Because if you take a look at the other side of his counterparts, they were backing off. There was no one ready to go in with Arise as well.
And that's another thing is that RWE were actually in this game. They were actually, in terms of net worth, they had a slight advantage. They were doing everything well. Even with the kill, feed a little bit more, in favor of Nongshim. But
oh no, 7Gen immediately taken out, and that's the painful combination that Nongshim. This is why their drop is so scary. And looking to close the game, this is one of the best drafts to do it because there's so much control, there's so much burst, and you're out of reach from this side of Rough World era.
Yeah, and it really comes back to Haku just being that frontliner. Providing that sense of security, that space is actually huge for them because he just stands up front. He's so tanky at this point where, Illusion, Siri, and even Faye, to a certain extent in terms of the control, just kind of like lock you down and just blow you up.
Yeah, and you can see the discrepancy, right? Not only just in the farm, the itemization, but the EXP. Illusion and Faye, just these two members alone. In a normal situation, you wouldn't expect Arise to back off, but he was thwarted from taking that Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, looks like they're going to take more than that as they're sieging the top T2. Arise is just continuing to farm. He's the only one. He is your lifeline. He needs to get that farm. Danny's been stuck in, just, fighting for scraps with the rest of the team, not able to get anything going, while Arise is, again, just trying to find whatever he can to get himself in this zone.
Yep, it's a tough situation, right? And for now, he's trying to steal away camps from the side of Nongshim, but it's not going to work out too much. Kyung9 is on sentry mode here.
Yeah, he spots it out. He knows something is up. I mean, maybe the red buff is going to be picked off here, but...
Oh, no! Oh. Yep, he makes it out, but that's an ultimate given, and Danny falls as it looks like T3 on the top going to be split wide open. On the backlines, Arise looking for an entry point, but there's nothing available. All he can do is try and cut the waves, but even then, the rest of the members of Nongshim are already covering that spot.
Yeah, you can't fight there, right? With Danny down for 30 seconds, or 21 now, Arise just takes the red buff. Maybe he gets away. Faye gets sent out with him. No way.
There's no way. I think inside the box, everything committed. 4 members strong actually, as Haku gonna be credited with that kill as well. And it looks like a Rough World era. It is like the start of the end here.
Yeah, it's looking to be a Rough World era. Anyways.
Well done.
No, but look, I don't know how they get back in this one, right? Danny getting caught out in that top lane was like a huge travesty for them, right? Not being able to just kind of stay alive because without Danny, you can't really fight. Plus, he's not even farming at this point. Like, who is going to just kind of control this game for you? And now you have a situation where you have Toonski on the Nua and Lam, which is both of them are very behind. And these are heroes that really don't come back. This is a almost unwinnable game for RWE at this stage.
Yeah, they need too much time, and I mean time is of the essence. Even in the late game, I don't think Danny can take a 1v1 fight against Haku, right? Even now, he's tickling him with all the skill sets that he has. He's using everything. Ultimate Shell, Rolling Raid, whatever extra damage, it's not doing anything.
Yeah, it's just like tickling him with it. So like everyone else, I mean, Illusion is serious. As long as their positioning is fine, the potential angles that RWE go in on are very linear. Aside from Arise, maybe gets in. But,
they give it a try. Look, nothing is happening. Arise, along with Fleur, they try to go on the backlines, try to catch out Kyung9, but they get caught out instead. And this might be the death blow for them. It is going to be a snipe. Kyung9 gets credited for that kill as well. Nongshim, they have taken 1 down. 4 more to go. Maybe not even necessary because the crystal is exposed. The dragons are in.
Yeah, it looks like 7Gen just force field suppression just to stay alive. They get a heal, but like this base is under siege. Haku all the way up in the front line. They do have the Vanguard, so they could push here potentially. But they're locked down.
Up, Green Roam catching out the backlines as well. A lot of snipes coming in. Arise, he gets the crash in, but does not get the kill. There is not enough life for them. There's too much damage coming out from the side of Nongshim. Lessons will be learned today, and what a snipe as Siri, he lays down the domination. The next round and wave of minions are here, and it looks like this could be the end of the game. Gen.G, he's trying his best on the back lines. They get the knock-up onto 3 floor. He's gonna try his best, but the third time is the charm. It is going to be Nongshim taking this entire series, putting themselves on top of Group D.
Yeah, what a huge win for Nongshim, right? You're getting to play on the international stage in the Philippines. The first matchup going up against a home team. Yes, they were the 3rd seed in the Philippines, but being able to stick it to them, so to speak, it's got to put you in a very confident situation. That's where you want to be. You want to be up top. And now you're going to be like, hey, let's bring on Bigatron. I think we're ready. We're good to go. This is a huge win for them. You only play 2 matches in the group, and getting that first win, absolutely huge for Nongshim.
I think you have to let them speak for themselves, though. What if they're like, no, actually, Bigatron, hang on, we're not ready to fight yet. But nonetheless, it's a strong victory from Nongshim, and I have to say, I didn't expect that it would improve this much, right? They were so clean to a certain extent. I know there were still gaps they had to fill, but that's what happens on the first day, right? This is where you kind of find out what kind of gaps you still have to fill for the rest of the series and for the rest of the competition as well. You know, RedForce era, I think they did pretty well, but Nongshim, this was a monster draft. Look at it, 407 on Siri, 408 on Illusion. The 2 main damage dealers coming in from the side of Nongshim just could not be touched.
Yeah, could not be touched at all. And I think that this is, again, just the power of a really good draft. RWE, I thought the first 2 were kind of like cutesy, and it was more of like, hey, because we're trying to save our good strats for later. But then 3 and 4 were kind of like similar, and I was like, hey, actually, you need to start going with meta picks. You need to, you know, round out your draft a little bit more, because Nongshim, they have very solid drafts that are, you know, very meta, and they are very, you know, you understand what the team is bringing to the table.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many different markers that they could have used to win the game on the side of our RedForce era, right? Number 1, getting the first blood. Number 2, stealing camps away from the opponent jungle. And number 3, just winning in lane in general. But they couldn't achieve any of this, right? The only person that was on the cusp of doing it was 7jin, but even then, the trickle-down effect was too much, and Kyung9 just went overloaded, went on to overload the entire lineup of RedForce era, setting up so many stunts for the team, and Faye was just going crazy with the cannon blasts.
Yeah, it's a good setup, right? It's a nice little 1-2 combination, just setting it up. And I mean, Faye, the control was perfect. Like, every time a Rise would go in, and you would think that he would be able to get some sort of pick off, but then you have Faye. You have all the control you need, and the counter initiation is on point, and he had all of that control where really a Rise couldn't get going, especially since you also have Haku all the way up in front as that frontliner. So just a tough situation for them, and Nongshim, well-deserved series. Everything about this game went their way. Really good draft, and it just paid off in spades with that 16-3 victory.
Yeah, it is a big win, right? The scoreline definitely does reflect how this game was going, because there was no one able to deal with that fluffy squirrel, panda, I don't know what it is, but yeah, Haku just on Menki was a different beast altogether. There was no one able to handle the amount of life that they had to shred through. And MVP, anyone could be it, but Faye, I think he definitely deserves this. A lot of setup. His cannon blasts were on point. It set up not only just a couple blades, but the wild wind coming in from Siri. So Siri was just dealing damage without having a risk to his life as well.
Yeah, he was the perfect support in that sense of just being able to back it up. Like, you could be aggressive, you could be you're always safe, right? Knowing that this guy Faye has got your back. You know, he's gonna jump in. Anybody that tries to get on you, I can control you, or I can control them, and I can just kind of lock them down so that you can just kind of continue blowing them up. Really well played by Faye there. Well-deserved MVP.
Yep, MVP. I mean, from Season 2, he's definitely famous right now. And here is the standings for the side of Group D. Nongshim stands atop all 3 teams at the moment, winning their first series of the day in this competition on the group stages 1-0.
Yeah, my only worry on this one is that, I mean, yeah, Nongshim won, but they also did it in the style of a 3-1. Like, it wasn't a sweep, a 3-0, but I think that when it comes down to tiebreakers and there's only 3 teams, you want to try to get as many victories as you can, and getting that second victory would have been huge for RWE. Not able to do it, especially in this game, and this is a highlight reel for Nongshim fans, right? This is what you wanted to have done. They were pretty much in full control, like, you know, like they were just very dominant in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you watching on the Korean broadcast as well, I'm pretty sure they're going crazy over there. And I mean, this is deserving of whatever fan base that is coming in, whatever hype they have, because this was a big fight. Nongshim just over and over again, sure, like mistakes like this, Haku solo killed by 4 different members, but the setup constantly by Faye, allowing Illusion and Siri to really just hit what they needed to do was the main contribution to what led them to this final win. And what a closer.
Yeah, what a closer there. But look at, like, even that one where Arise went in, tried to start things off, but the rest of the team wasn't on the same page, were able to kind of go in together. Like, that's the thing where we just need to, like, brush up on. We need to clean these sorts of things up by RWE. They need to get on that same page. If somebody's going, if Arise goes, okay, everybody needs to go at the same time so that we don't die one by one. And they weren't really able to do that, and Nongshim made them pay. Very well played series throughout.
Oh yeah, for sure. And now it's pretty clear, right? If you have not noticed yet, it's control and damage coming up from Nongshim.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, and
so
it looks like. Yeah, sorry, go on.
I mean, in that case, I think it's a big curiosity, right? We want to take a look at an interview by the host onto Nongshim. So let's throw this over to Juicy and Choo Choo as well.
Our casters all over the world, and right now we are joined here on stage by Nongshim, RedForce. We have Tony, the manager, and of course Illusion, our mid laner. Hey guys, how are you feeling for like your first victory here?
네, 일단 이 농심으로서 첫 경기였는데, 그리고 세계대회 첫 경기였는데 이겨서 되게 기분 좋고 상대가 되게 잘한다고 생각했었어 가지고 더 좋은 것 같습니다.
So actually this is our first international match here. And then our opponent, we thought our opponent is so strong, but yeah, so we won today, so I think very happy.
Wow, that's great. Choo Choo, anything you want to ask?
Of course. Welcome back, our veteran player. When it comes to pro scene, he's always known. But just now that Gun & Mo was incredible, but this is actually your first time on international stage and the first team to represent Korea in Honor of Kings global stage. How was the preparation for you?
Tony's translating.
저희 팀이 이제 베테랑 선수 3명이랑 이제 신인 선수 2명으로 이루어졌는데, 이 베테랑과 신인의 조화를 매우 열심히 이루려고 노력했고 그 결과가 오늘 승리로 이어진 것 같습니다.
So we have 3 experienced players and then 2 new players. So we focused on harmonizing our team performance.
I say it's still a big win for them, despite they are catching up.
They're catching up, harmonizing, really in sync here. But before anything else, Illusion, I want to see what is the game face mode of Illusion when he is about to approach the game. What is your facial expression? What's your winning emotion? Give us a sample here. Winning game expression. All right, do it on the camera. All right, Illusion in 3, 2, 1. Yes, that's it. That's the energy that we're looking on here for. But anyway, so I think that's about it. Thank you so much, Tony. Thank you so much, Illusion. And right now, Choo Choo.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap things up. 감사합니다. Okay, we're gonna say that in Korean, but you know what? We're gonna toss it back to the casters, and we're gonna get back into HOK. Okay, let's go back.
After that, a great interview by Juicy Rusi as well as Choo Choo on that one with Illusion. I wasn't expecting that facial expression. I thought a little bit more joy, but again, this is just very early in the day and it was just the first match for them. But Kin, your thoughts on that one?
I think I need to rewire my thoughts on Nongshim for sure. I think we had our discussions about how Nongshim was going to perform in this tournament, and I am genuinely and pleasantly surprised. Nongshim now definitely a force to be contended with as well. Now, of course, this was a force of nature we have to watch in the first series of the day, but we're not just done yet. We will have our second monster match of the day, but before that, we will go on a short break. It has been yours truly here, your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, as well as my dear friend here, Holler. We will be signing off for a short moment. When we're back, it's going to be Vitality against Alpha 7, both very strong squads. We'll see you in a bit.
Defeat.
Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed.
Hello guys, I'm Angie6 from Team Elevate, and for today's videos, we will be doing some Filipino snacks with...
Hello, I'm Viral from Kagendra.
Hello, I'm Dalhan from Gen.G.
Hello, I'm Xian from Nongshim.
The first one is turon guys, it's called turon, it's dessert. Inside is banana. How's the taste guys?
Banana.
What's your rate? 8.
5, 6.
It's the second one, it's called lumpiang toge.
Yeah,
How's the taste guys?
that is good. Actually, Indonesia also have the same
Similarities here?
same food,
Similarities?
same name.
Lumpiang toge?
Yes.
Oh. How about you? Oh. No vinegar is better than with vinegar? Vinegar?
In Indonesia, too, we don't use vinegar.
Oh
but
really?
I think using the vinegar, it really adds the
75, 6.
7, 5,
I
6.
think same for me,
7. So this is the third one. This is called Ilocos empanada.
Like I'm eating egg, but with a crispy texture.
Oh, it's good.
I think I like it.
Better than the one.
8.
Oh, the
Oh,
rating.
so
For me, the rating is 8.
so for our next dish is called pancit bihon. It's a noodle with some vegetable. So how's the taste?
Very good.
Really?
Wow.
How about you? 8.
I think can be 9.
This is the last dish called halo halo. It's the best dessert in Philippines. I like it. You guys like it?
I
Really?
like it, but maybe because it's already melted too much water, right?
Oh yeah.
That's
Yeah.
why
Yeah.
it's better.
9 over 10.
I think because there's no ice, probably
8.
8. If that is 9.
It will be 10. Oh. 8. 7 because di na malamig. Siguro kung natikman na lang na may ice to, baka may mag-10 sa kanila. I-ask natin sila isa-isa kung ano yung nagustuhan nila sa 5. So,
I like sweet food, so this one.
so this is the
Halo
most
halo.
one you like it.
Yeah, the
Halo
halo
halo. So for you,
Also, the best one is halo halo.
so halo halo din. Halo halo also. So sa mga Filipino fans, supportahan nyo kami and see you sa S3.
Bom, meu nome é Daniel, sou o jungler da Alpha 7 e meu nick no jogo é Dani. Bom, depois da derrota eu tive um tempo off, então eu consegui me reavaliar, eu vi o que eu precisava melhorar, como eu poderia ser uma pessoa melhor, como eu poderia melhorar como player, me dedicar mais, tanto jogar mais partidas quanto assistir mais jogos, levar o treino mais a sério, então eu tive que me reinventar, na verdade. Nesse tempo off, eu continuei treinando todos os dias, então eu acho que apesar da derrota, hoje com certeza eu sou um jogador muito melhor e mais preparado. A diferença é que agora eu estou em uma nova organização, eu tenho um novo time, uma nova lineup, então é algo muito novo assim para mim, porque nos outros campeonatos internacionais eu joguei na mesma organização, com a mesma base, e agora eu estou com um time totalmente diferente. E, bom, a nossa preparação também foi muito diferente, foi a primeira, como eu falei antes, foi a primeira vez que eu fiz um bootcamp, então eu estou bem animado para esse campeonato, eu acredito que a gente tá bem preparado e eu estou bem ansioso para mostrar isso no stage. Bom, eu não sei na verdade se é um super time, mas a ideia desse time, desde que a gente montou a lineup, era sim conseguir montar um time muito forte para conseguir competir internacionalmente e conseguir colocar o Brasil no topo novamente. E como você falou, a gente não perdeu nenhuma partida no Qualifier. Acho que foi muito por conta da nossa preparação, e a gente se preparou muito bem, treinou bastante e espero que a gente consiga manter os bons resultados, porque acredito que essa lineup tem muito potencial e a gente está treinando bastante, então espero conseguir executar isso no campeonato. Bom, no último campeonato internacional que eu não consegui participar, o Brasil não conseguiu ter um bom desempenho e eu fiquei muito chateado com isso. E agora que eu estou de volta, eu não posso aceitar que o Brasil não tenha um bom resultado novamente. Então eu vou amassar a Vitality e vou amassar a G também.
Ciao, sono Keke, vengo dal team Vitality, il mio posto è Crash Laner. Grazie, conosciamo già da tanto tempo la nostra manager Sabrina. Noi lavoriamo insieme per costruire una squadra forte. Maggior parte di noi già conoscevamo da tanto tempo dal gioco. Abbiamo un nuovo roster e abbiamo un buon legale e chimica nel gioco. Secondo me è migliorare noi stessi. Posso dire solo addio, goodbye, AG o E7. Penso che sia Nova, che loro hanno qualificati per primo nel Malesia. Onestamente io adesso non ho una risposta, mi serve che il gioco mi dica. Siamo orgogliosi di rappresentare tutti voi api qua nelle Filippine. È il momento di servire l'alta qualità di hobby.
Hello guys, welcome back to my
I believe that failure is a stepping stone to my growth. I believe that persistence is the only shortcut to glory. I believe that giving it my all will lead me to victory. I believe in myself. With Honor of Kings, I will achieve my own glory. HOK Invitational Season 3. Step onto my stage of glory. Witness the thrilling moments of passion together. February 21st to March 1st. 12 global teams battle for the ultimate victory.
In the early
sa mundo ang aking tunay na galing.
It's been so long since we've been here. Let's remind the world who we are again this time.
Nós aprendemos muitas coisas com as nossas experiências internacionais. Dessa vez, vamos ganhar tudo.
he watched from afar, and heir to his throne, he seek.
Built and revitalized, we're coming for the crown. We'll show you the legacy of our organization.
The Lord considers us as the underdog. Dark horses are imminent. I have read the one that overload are the warriors about to be crowned as king.
Kemenangan selalu ada di ujung jari. Kami gagal dan itu menyakitkan. Kami akan melakukan segalanya untuk menang. Kami tidak akan mengecewakan penggemar kami kali ini.
We aren't called elevate for nothing. We rise, we ascend, we never look down.
We have regrouped this team. We are coming for the crown, even though we are new.
We are now back in the world stage, and we remind everyone who they need to be wary of. We are coming for the crown.
Our country has always won the title. It won't be different this time. Come and try if you want.
We the White Cup, rush but smart. The cards we play will be unpredictable. Time to show them what warriors are made of.
To represent your country is an honor. To serve as its most outstanding warrior. We promise to never disappoint. We will win and make our homeland proud.
Who will be worthy of victory?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Season 3 Invitational. I am Blam, and with me again is Hauler. How are we feeling about that last match that you just cast? I mean, I was watching it as a viewer. How did it feel as being the casting viewer?
I mean, it was great because it was the first match of the day, right? I think that there was a lot of questions in terms of just like how teams would survive with this like global ban pick. And you're seeing just the power of how strong a good draft can actually play out for you. And you need to ensure that you're putting your best foot forward. You cannot have any lame games, so to speak, or, you know, putting yourself in a position where you're not able to win because, again, every game matters in this one.
Every game does matter, yeah. I mean, when we say lame games, I was honestly on the edge of my seat for a lot of those games between those two teams, but I feel like it's going to be the same kind of thing with this next matchup, only a little bit more ferocious. I mean, Alpha 7 and Team Vitality both going head-to-head in day one. I mean, that is such a banger, right?
Yeah, it's definitely the one way we wanted to do. Of course, this is going to be, you know, Team Vitality. You know, we've seen that this team has kind of gone up with the shakeup. We've seen a whole new roster. A lot of these members are from, you know, they're European PRs. They have that residency and they're here. But Anwen, all of them, Dao as well. All of these guys are going to be a very strong Team Vitality here.
Yeah, I mean, the addition of Dao, I mean, when we first saw that come through, it was just like, oh, okay, Dao from Fearless Esports. It was really crazy to see that the Team Vitality picked this amazing player up with such promise of last year, and now put together with this new roster. I feel like he's going to be the guy that everyone's looking for in terms of experience, talking points, and maybe even team captain, right?
Yeah, and the only thing about this team is that they really haven't had too many reps, right? I think that this is something that, you know, it's going to be interesting seeing how they play up against us, but their rivals or their opponents for today is, of course, going to be Alpha 7 Esports out of Brazil. This is an all-star squad, right, Blam?
Absolutely all-star squad. I mean, you was talking about Team Vitality having the lack of reps. This team definitely puts in the reps. I mean, not only in the gym for Villau, like we've seen in the past two lands, but these Brazilian team is going to be... I'm really excited to see how these are going to perform, right? I mean, we saw them in the Americas qualifier, but now they're back on the international stage. Obviously, players like Danny and Niap didn't actually get to make it to KC 2024, but they are now here to hopefully put a branding on this all-star team from Brazil.
Yeah, this is one of the teams that I'm most excited to watch because, okay, but first, let's talk a little bit about Team Vitality. When Dao, you talked about KK and of course, Muchen. This is a squad that has, you know, we haven't seen too many international games. Like, obviously, they have their practice, you know, the teams that they're scrimming with and all of that. But being able to see what exactly they're bringing to the table is going to be interesting. The most information we have is on Dao, and we know that this guy is an absolute monster.
Yes, absolute monster in the jungle, but his counterpart on his enemy team, on Alpha 7, Danny, is not one to shy away from a challenge, right? So we have Fury, we have Niap, Danny in the jungle, Almighty in the farm lane, and Villau as the support. And again, Villau was a great player that we saw with KC 2024. He was one of the better support players that in that whole tournament, I feel. And now that he's in the same kind of roster with Danny and Niap, that's going to be a frightful matchup, I feel.
Yeah, actually very scary. I mean, he was amazing on Influence Rage. Like, we just saw the impact that he had, but he kind of coming into this one, this is an interesting team because Alpha 7 Esports, we saw this team in the championship, but the only player that they kept was Almighty. He's the one, he's the farm laner, and he was just like, I don't know how he survived, or I don't know the whole politics. I'm not going to assume anything, but it looks like they've kind of gone a different way. You talked about the Vivo Keen stars of Niap and Danny both joining the squad with Villau as well as Fury, and this is a team that is gonna be, you know, representing Brazil to its finest. This is the Avengers squad. This is a very scary lineup.
I think there's no politics behind it. I mean, Almighty is definitely one of the tried and tested better ADCs within the Brazilian region. I mean, if we go to throw back to KC 2024 once more, when they were matching up against Alpha 7, the banning phase was just all farm lane heroes. That's how much people feared this player in KC 2024. So it's only right for him to stay on this roster and then just stack it out with VKS's Danny and Niap, throw in Fury, throw in Villau from Infamous Rage, and hey, we may be onto a magnificent roster here for A7.
Yeah, I want to see, like I'm super excited for today's matchup because of that, right? The Alpha 7 Esports and Team Vitality, because this is one of those things where I was not expecting them to meet even this early in the Season 3 qualifiers, or sorry, in the groups. I was expecting most of them to be in the knockout stage and to kind of survive, because I had both of them in my top 8. But seeing is that they're kind of lined up against each other, it's a treat for us to watch this on day 1 of the groups.
I suppose that kind of comes with the territory, right, of being the top seed of America, and that being one of the top seeds within the group stages. So you kind of have to bear that weight, and one of the weights was Team Vitality, as well as AG Gamers Global, right? That is a stacked group, and nonetheless, I feel like there's not going to be any kind of best of 5s that aren't going to be a banger within Group B, right? Like, it's just so good. It's so good. And we get to start it off with Team Vitality and Alpha 7. But I'm really interested to see what this roster's draft's going to be like, because we know both Dao and Danny play very tank-orientated jungles. And we had a little bit of an inkling from Kin saying there'd be a lot more Luna, a lot more Nongshim, but I don't feel like these two players would actually go for those heroes.
Yeah, we haven't seen, like, again, in the first series, we haven't seen enough games to kind of, to bring that to fruition. I don't know if Kin just made that up on the spot, but it sounded good. It had a lot of potential going into this one. But, again, I think Group B, what we've learned, at least from that first series, was that, you got to win out. I think that, yes, picking meta heroes and maybe saving some heroes, kind of important. But it's really, it's about getting those wins when you can. You got to ensure that you get them, because again, tiebreakers matter, and having those win-losses is really big, especially in a 3-man group.
Yeah, I mean, once you've played this game, you've only got one more match to play, right? And both of these teams have got All Gamers Global waiting for them, and you really want to be coming out of this best of 5 on your best foot, either it be Alpha 7 winning the series or Team Vitality. But I don't feel like this is going to be a 3-0 stomp. I feel like this is actually going to be a full best of 5 in my personal opinion, and we don't even have Kin on the desk as well to actually say, hey, I've got another best of 5 full in entirety under my belt. But speaking of under the belts, we're about to get into the draft bans and picks here between Team Vitality and Alpha 7 in Game 1. Is there anything that we're looking out for here, Holler?
I mean, look, I think that, the Villau, Zhang Fei, that type, they tend to, previously on Influence Rage, we kind of saw them kind of prioritize him a little bit. I think that it's going to be interesting in seeing what they want to bring up going into this one, because, again, they don't have a whole lot of research on Team Vitality. The reps that are available online, not as many as, per se, Alpha 7. They had way more games that they played against, so that you can see there's more data, right? So that you can kind of potentially focus on some of their, players or their bans and all that stuff. It's going to be key in terms of this first game.
Absolutely. I mean, the Guan Yu is a little bit of a strange prior ban for the first game of the day, right? So they must have had some kind of knowledge here for the scrim, because not normally do we see the Guan Yu come out as a blue side prior ban, right? The Liang makes a little bit more sense, as we have a lot more higher frame heroes going into the meta as well. That suppression is a heck of a lockdown. But speaking of lockdown, we do get the idea first game of Game 1 between Team Vitality and Alpha 7, and that's going to be going over to Muchen.
Yeah, and for me, it's kind of like, I mean, the Guan Yu is a little bit of questionable ban, especially a first one for this one. I think that they're trying to, they probably have, they've seen some of the research by Alpha 7, or some of the games, excuse me, by Alpha 7 Esports, where they kind of had the Guan Yu into the Yixing, or, that type of like combination that they're looking to prevent. But it also says about kind of what Team Vitality wanted. They're thinking probably, with like the Liang, which can like lock down a hero, maybe an Ogren, you have that opening. So it shows more about what Team Vitality want to bring, and it looks like they're going to bring the Dune and another hero here.
Yeah, again, just following suit with what we know so far between Dao and Danny is those both tank jungle picks. And when you're pairing it with the Diadea, it's some great amount of CC, especially single target CC, and some great engage potential here coming from Team Vitality. And now that's getting rounded out with the Lady Sun. And we all know Lady Sun being a late game hero, they have to make sure they either put all the resources into this hero or get into that late game. But it's looking like the Motsu is going to be down into the support role there. So for Valau calling the shots with the Cannon Blast. And again, some long range poke coming out with the Ganon Mo. And Almighty getting that early is a strong pick in game one.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for them. Almighty's a monster on that one. But, you know, I like the fact that they're saving, you know, the picks for the Clash Laner and the jungler here, Niap and Dani, for the last two picks, right? They can be very flexible. Those are probably the two heroes or the two players that you want to kind of ensure that they have the best matchup slash best heroes for them, right? They need to ensure that they're ready to deal with this Dao Dune, which is going to be, again, very scary and somebody that you need to kind of ensure that you can control or maybe take out early, which is not easy thing to do.
Oh, no, yeah. Dune definitely has a great early game potential as well. I mean, I'm a Dune main. I love this pick. I'm very happy when it comes through. This is a different plan from Season 1 Invitational. Every time a Dune came through, I was just like, oh, God, not another Dune. But now I'm just like, hey, I'm a Dune main. I'm a Dune stan. Let's go for it because it just offers up so much great engage potential for your team, soaking up that damage. And it looks like it is going to be Dani going with that familiar kind of suit with the monkey here, the dream roll, the bubble. It's just giving that massive shield over to this hero. But looking at those last few bans there on the side of Team Vitality in Alpha 7, you've got the Musashi, the Huan, you've got the Charlotte and the Dharma. Again, just focusing on the Niap's hero pool, right? They go for the Yixing on the side of Team Vitality.
Yeah, Yixing and the Mayin to kind of round out their draft. This is a very well-balanced draft. They have a lot of damage, a lot of control, different ways to kind of deal with whatever Alpha 7 want to throw at you, which is kind of like stay from afar, kite you out, and then let Menki kind of be that front liner. And now you've kind of, you know, supplemented that with the Byron pick here. So these are both two heavy, very meta picks going into this first game here.
Yeah, absolutely heavy picks there. I mean, to be honest, the Byron makes sense, right? We need some more engage on the side of Alpha 7. We only really have Motsu setting up with the Cannon Blast, but then you need somebody to actually go in and do the legwork, right? And that's all down to Monkey and Byron. Obviously, Dream rolling in. Byron gets to go in with his knockup as well as having his force field suppression to give him a little bit more of sustain into the team fights, but it's really interesting to see that they actually pick up the Mayin first game of the series between Team Vitality because that's probably one of the harder heroes to play in the Clash lane, right?
Yeah, it's we saw it last game. 7Jin was playing it like to the T, right? It's a very good hero once you're on. They kind of supported it with the Sunbin and the time flux so that you can kind of get in and out and move on with your life as quickly as possible. But they don't have that get out of jail free card in that sense. You have a little bit more control from Team Vitality. But you know, again, as long as you're playing within your team's strengths, like maybe the Dune does the initiation as opposed to anything else, and then Mayin will kind of counter initiate, I think you're gonna have a much better time.
Yeah, the thing I'm looking forward to here on the side of Team Vitality is that Yixing, right? I mean, is that going to be used, the world is my board, to be actually just locking in Monkey and Byron when they go in, and then their backline's kind of just like, hey, we can't get to you, we can't help you, and then that kind of just lets the team fight become into two tiers. You then go for those big tank initiators on the side of Alpha 7, and then what's left is squishiness like the Motsu, the Ganamo, and the Ali. I mean, not the easiest hero to get onto is the Ali, but you could sure lock down the Motsu, and then by then it's just falling away at the waist with the Ganamo.
Yeah. I mean, but look, it's not going to be the easiest thing. I have full faith in Alpha 7 to be able to kind of to utilize their strengths, right? If Menki or the Byron are down, they're definitely not going to want to fight. They'll use their positioning to kind of keep themselves safe more than anything else, and to keep that arm's length away. I think they'll be fine. But seeing as that we now know the draft, who do you give the edge to in game one here, Lamb?
I mean, it's hard to say, right? I mean, the draft's one thing. It's the players that are obviously maneuvering and controlling these heroes. So between these two teams, because they're such high-tier teams, it's hard for me to call. You know me, I'm famous for sitting on the fence, and I think I'm going to take a comfy little seat on the fence again once more for this whole best of 5.
All right. Did you bring like a seat cushion at least for the fence in season 3?
Yeah, I decked it out. I decked it out.
All right, so it looks like the players have kind of selected their heroes. They're about to get this one loaded in. I never like to sit on the fence. I'm going to go with Team Vitality. I like their draft. I think that there's going to be a lot of play from Wen on this Yixing to kind of set things up after Dune initiates. You're going to see a lot of that, and pretty much, on that, Lady Soon is just going to clean up. So I really like this draft. I think that they're going to have they're going to pull this one out.
I mean, we can only hope that both of these teams bring their A game into game 1, because like you were saying in the introduction, you kind of want to get your best foot through the door. Having that 1 point on the board is definitely better than being 1 point behind, right? You have the mental capacity going into game 2, like, right, guys, we got the game 1, we can go for game 2. But if you're on the opposite side of that scoreboard, you're like, I'm not too sure, like, what do we do to actually win and get a point on the board? Which was obviously a hard point for Rough World Era to actually get another point on the board, unfortunately, for them in that last series. But we're looking at a bit of a brawl here, a little bit of a change of the lanes as well. We see that Lady Sun and Diadea have got up into the Clash lane. Oh, Moochin looking pretty low.
Yeah, a little bit low. I mean, just changing it up. Almighty can just kind of solo that one. He's going to have to deal with Keke in that bottom lane. But they're changing things up a little bit. Team Vitality didn't really like what they were seeing. They're giving Almighty a lot of respect. And now they're trying to force it out, trying to get on as much, he's going to push out Niap as much as possible and make his life a living hell.
Yeah, try not to let him get that Clash lane lead, right? I mean, 1-for-1, level 1, we do see most times out of 10 that Byron does come through with the heavy hitting base damage as well. But, Dune going in here.
Yeah, doing a decent amount. But Almighty, he'll be fine. He just kind of sidesteps it more than anything else. He will be low. Yeah.
Yeah, managing to live step out of there was a great call there. Maybe not the best person to try and dive onto when you can just get away so easy. That get out of jail free card is all the range in Ali's kit for now. But right now, it's definitely looking a bit of a stalemate, right? Like, there is just so much kind of respect, I have to say, between these two teams. They don't want to dive each other. Other than Dao trying to get onto the Almighty, we'll just rule that one out. But doesn't seem to be any of that right now.
I think that it's like these teams don't play each other often, right?
No.
I know that Alpha 7 Esports were going in very serious mode. They went to Malaysia to train they had a team house, and they kind of just wanted to ensure that they were playing the best players in there. And Malaysia is definitely one of the better regions in that sense. So they were trying to scrim as much as possible, get themselves in a position. But now in the top lane, looks like they found Niap. He's got the force field suppression. He does have the shields, but is he able to get away? He is able to flash. They have the taking liberties with the flash away, even from Bilal. But Buchen is going to go down. That's going to be first blood and make that a double by Fury.
Fury being furious. Too fast, too furious for the side of Alpha 7. Great rotation there from Fury, especially on the Gannet Mo. When that's paired with the motor... Hello? KK?
Playing with the hearts. KK, he'll just, he'll get a little, he'll do a little whatever and ensure he gets that kill, but he was kind of finessing on Almighty. Ends up getting that kill there.
Yeah, back to the point, though. Back to the point here. We may see more bits of aggression here in the mid lane, though.
Oh, they're doing so much damage. Danny, not tanky enough. He's just been stun locked. They'll control him, and they get even in terms of the kills. Net worth, a slight edge in favor of Team Vitality.
Yeah, Team Vitality do take the gold lead for now. I mean, even after a double kill for Fury in the mid lane, it was soon negated by 2 kills on the side of Team Vitality. The Yixing is slowly starting to come into its form, right, on the side of Team Vitality, fitting into this draft very well.
I think the biggest thing by Alpha 7, let's check out the replay here. Look at how they were able to just control Danny, keep him stun locked, not able to get away. They ensure that they got it with the world as my board. But the biggest thing by Alpha 7 Esports is that they need to stay somewhat separated, right? If they start to group up, the world as my board is just going to wreck them.
It is going to wreck them. And I mean, they have the anchor on their side of the team. They have the Dune, right? So that is pretty much your green flag going into the team fight. You know you're going to be putting your world as your board around the Doom, because everybody's going to go into the Doom, try and kill him, but then that's when your team starts to collapse onto the side of Alpha 7. But they're able to take the Tyrant for themselves. Team Vitality do get that increased damage going into this 4th minute.
Yeah, and look at Almighty, not comfortable. He's been left alone and he's been pushed away. Muchen and An are now there, and this is a not a simple answer. I think Almighty has been thrown a curveball and he hasn't been able to recover from that, so to speak. He's definitely behind in terms of levels, 7 to 8, and also the net worth.
Yeah, I feel like there's been a lot of pressure down into the farm lane, though, right? Like, we've seen multiple times where Team Vitality have had to send, like, another member down there just to kind of make sure that Almighty is not getting all those resources that we know Ali needs. But here we are in the mid lane. Monkey is soaking up some of the damage there. Both Dao and Danny going head-to-head, just trying to keep their teammates alive because we don't want to be seeing that mid lane fall anytime soon for either of these teams, because that's when the seeds start to be sown for these early victories, and down goes a T1 in the farm lane.
Yeah, it goes down very quickly, and they were forcing it out. Team Vitality doing a good job of just understanding, hey, we're going to whittle it down, but we're going to let An and Muchen to actually take that one down. You kind of funnel the farm to the right people, and An is definitely the one you want to kind of get to. He is actually a little bit behind in terms of net worth, though, if we're talking comparing farm laners alone, though.
Oh, yeah, just a few hundred. But, I mean, a few hundred, it may be a T2 item, so he's got to make sure he makes up that dividends there. Okay, the Cannon Blast does hit, but...
Oh, the nice Wind Slash connecting on. But the world is my board. Valau gets caught out. The Dream Roam from Danny. And it looks like that's going to be pretty much the end. The Crimson Golem might be a big target here. Dao tried to go in for this one. He looks like he's going to be thwarted by all those couple blades. Those taking liberties by Wen is just super annoying.
I mean, he took the couple blades on the chin. He was able to get the Crimson Golem. He's like, hey, I'm coming out of this one as the winner, right? And as he's taken that Crimson Golem, he looks like he's going to get the Overlord as well. So a full 100% neutral objective domination here for the side of Team Vitality. And they're still ahead overall as a team in the gold.
Yeah, and that's the pretty biggest one, right? At the end of the day, the biggest factor in that sense. But the Dream Roam, oh, the stasis! Oh, Wen not able to stay alive. He does get killed. Niop is going to get gone on. They're trying to get the return kill, and they do get it with the ultimate shell. On snipes him out.
Yeah, making some gains. Both the teams, though, they are keeping that kill lead very much neutral between both of them, which I have to respect from Alpha 7. I mean, we know that Team Vitality have the likes of Dao, who was a KGL player as well, but Alpha 7 are holding their own for now.
Yeah, they're holding their own. They're keeping it close, and that's pretty much what we want to do. I would say go to the late game, right? Try to slow things down as much as possible. Play your play style, which is going to be, let Fury, Almighty, and Valau kind of just hit people from afar. Yeah, they're going to go in for this one. The Dream Roam, Danny trying to get him, throws out the bubble on. He's so low, but it doesn't look like they want to continue on as Dao is joined and scared everybody else away. Danny's on the side, he finds Wen, he gets hit by the Taking Liberties, and it looks like Alpha 7 will just kind of try to find Dao, but this Crimson Golem is going to be contested. It's going to be an awkward situation.
Awkward situation, and at the same time, Dao on the Dune is not the kind of person you want to be seeking out because he can just soak up so much damage. His team has enough time to get in because he knows that he's not like one of these squishier heroes that if he gets caught out, that's it, you're pretty much done for. The best thing about the Dune is that he can be like a foghorn. He'd be like, hey guys, they're on me, come and get me. I'm taking a lot of damage. I'm taking a lot of the abilities off of cooldown as well, which is another great thing for the Dune, just soaking up all those abilities from the enemy team. And then it just opens up a much better stance for Team Vitality to get in there. But right now, they're opening the side lanes and those T1s as well. And Alpha 7 don't have a turret to their name just yet.
They were trying to actually make something happen. All 5 of them were running at them, but Wen kind of just slowed them down with the Taking Liberties, kind of pushed them afar, and they were like, actually, we can't commit for this one. But through it all, they were able to get the Tyrant on that one. So Team Vitality, understanding the limits, knowing how to play this one perfectly. The Unruly Blade forward, Danny's going to get Wind Slashed. He's got the bubble keeping him alive. But Dao continuing on, just trying to force out the mass more than anything else. And yeah, I think they're going to both walk away from each other.
Both walking away. I mean, Dao started that fight, that 1v1 against Danny, 2 levels ahead. That's like, Dao is farming up. His rotations are on point, but there's the Dream Roll going in. Keke is able to get out of there alive, though. That's a good thing about the Mayin. You're able to, just as slippery as the Ali, just as displayed there by Almighty.
Yeah, and you just saw a glimpse of that right there. Dao going with the Unruly Blade, finds Almighty. like you get out of position one time and Dao gets near you and gets you at half life, now you have to play a little bit scared. They've got the bitter farewell, the wind slash connecting onto Villau. He's going to be pushed back. Danny's still up, tanking a decent amount. The Dream Roam keeps him alive, but KK on the backside finds Fury. You can't protect everyone as Almighty goes down as well with that wind slash. They're going to continue on, but Niap is now joined. He's got the nice little Storm Strike, does end up killing Muchen, and Dao still up in front, and he's not scared.
That was such an extended fight as well. A fight on two fronts, but it was extended. But Team Vitality was like, hey, we've got the endurance, man. We can go for this toe for toe, bang for bang, as much as you want. And we're going to see it here in the replay. All started down by the Crimson Golem and then kind of took place between the T2 and the higher ground turret up into the Clash lane. And it was just all going in the favor of Team Vitality. Able to pick up the T2 as well as also having a great team fight in their favor. Dao's helping himself to the enemy jungle as well now.
Yeah, he's going to stay up in front, and he gets away with this unruly blade. Dao. This is why he is so scary. He was an absolute monster on Fearless Esports, and you're seeing just why Team Vitality wanted him, because he has just so much control. He makes things so difficult as that jungler, and you force the enemy team to react to what you're doing.
I mean, it's so smooth. I feel like he's playing on autopilot. He's just like, right, okay, we've just had a good team fight. We'll take a few turrets, get a bit of minion wave push right now. We'll go to the neutral objective, clear that up. And again, Danny going down once more. World is my
they have the control. They have it. Almighty goes down as well. On will blow him up. And I mean, Team Vitality, that's what you want to do. The combinations and the stuns, the control that this team has is just next level. All the unruly blade, even on the front side. Nice connection on the wind slash with the 2. And they've got Niap again. They have the control with that, taking liberties, and Team Vitality are doing whatever they want.
Yeah, most teams are so scared of taking fights at the beginning part, the base part of the like the front part of the turret.
Oh, the wind slash. He goes in.
The middle of
oh,
it.
He finds it. KK's going to set him up, and Fury's down yet again. Villau trying to stay alive with a thick inside the box, and even though he's under the tower, it doesn't really matter. They're going to go in back, and it looks like KK does kill Villau as well, and it's the matter of time as that Team Vitality will take game 1.
I feel like that's the quickest game we've had already for day 1, right? They're 11 minutes and 26 seconds. Team Vitality put in their stamp on a clean game 1. I mean, it's not like they went for too many meta picks, right? Like, they were able to take a clean victory and not, like, waste away the Orgren or take the Lung out or anything like that. They were just able to just pick a very concise draft and just basically go to perfection with the execution of the draft.
Yeah, very well executed draft. A very well drafted team lineup as well. Like, everybody had a complement to one another. If somebody was going to get the control or you had the stun, you have other controls that kind of, just overlap on that, and then you stun lock them to death, and they had the right amount of damage. This is a really good draft by Team Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, having the Dune there as the anchor really showed us it. We were talking about this in the drafting phase of this game 1. The Dune would be pretty much always at the front of these team fights, just anchoring down anybody or just soaking up all that damage, all those skills for the rest of Team Vitality just come in and just monopolize on those team fights, which we saw a great way at that 10-minute mark between that T2 up into the Clash lane and into the high ground turret. Was just finesse from Team Vitality.
Yeah, finesse. I mean, that's the perfect way to put it, right? They're just very well controlled, just understanding how to just close out games. I mean, 11 minutes? Really? Against Alpha 7 Esports? This is the best that Brazil has to offer, and you're taking them out in 11 minutes? I mean, that speaks volumes about this team here. But, like look, the KDAs on all of them, 402 from KK, he was setting things up. He was my MVP in this game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like I said, he was playing as if he was on autopilot. Like, he was just roaming around. He was making Dune look effortless. I mean, there isn't much effort you need to do with Dune, but that's not to downplay Dao's play style or playability. He was just able to just take this hero and ease his way through this game 1, just be able to rotate, get as much resources. He had the XP lead against Danny as well, and also taking those neutral objectives. I'm pretty sure Team Vitality went 100% in those team objectives takedowns as well, right? But here you can even see that not only does he soak the damage, he deals the damage. 337k damage dealt there by Dune.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Some of the, I think the percentages are throwing me off a little bit because I was like, when is actually 156,000, but it's like 50%. Okay. Anyways, but you know, I do want to give props to Wen as well because he had so much control on the Yixing, and I talked about it in the first series with Kin about how I think that Yixing is going to be the hero of the league. I think that he has a lot of play, especially in the mid lane. So much control. The magic damage is going to be on point. And it just kind of, and you play this hero and the gold graphs will look like this.
I mean, absolutely. And there we go. You called it. MVP Dao Dao. It came through with a 207. Damage is 23%. Damage taken 39%. Pretty much, I think, probably the closest to 50% damage taken for the entire of Team Vitality. And then he's gold up by 21%. Really keeping that goal lead, which we saw very early on within this match, right? The goal lead for Team Vitality was just always in their favor.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just going in, just setting it up. Like, this is a great counter fight here. And you're kind of thinking, oh, Alpha 7 really sticking it to Team Vitality. They got caught out. But then this is pretty much when they started to just like, it was like the tipping point of this game. They had that control. Once Danny went down, you're like, oh, he is vulnerable. He can go down. And they were able to do this constantly, where they were able to just bully people and get those pickoffs.
That's it. I mean, make the giant bleed, and then that's it. You can kind of have your way with whatever you want to do. You have no fear at that point. And Dao Dao coming from a team called Fearless Esports is really showing on Team Vitality that they are now fearless in their attitude of that game one. And it's been displayed perfectly here with the replays, right? You can just see just so much domination from the World is my board, and then Dao Dao going in always into these team fights under the turrets as well. Like, not just in between, not just in one turret, but between them and the crystal as well, right? Just taking shots. He's like, body for body. I'm doing stuff, and my team's just going to roll in with the minions just to clean off this game one.
Yeah, like, KK, diving the crystal, he doesn't care. He's just going to go in and just be super aggressive because he knows the rest of the team is just going to back him up. They have so much control. That draft was phenomenal. The execution, a next level. This is a very scary Team Vitality.
It is a very scary Team Vitality, but they got to make sure they don't take that pressure off going into game two, right? Like, they got to make sure they draft just as well, because if they just take a little bit, give Alpha 7 a bit of breathing room, I feel like Alpha 7 will just come back with a huge dump.
Yeah. It's going to be very, very impressive. But you know what else is impressive? Of course, our sponsor is going to be Infinix GT20 Pro, the official gaming phone, the sponsor of Honor King's Invitational Season 3. Outplay the rest, championed by you. 50% boost is coming to elevate your gameplay. Stay tuned. If you happen to be at the venue, you could try out the phone and see exactly how amazing this phone is.
There we go. Infinix sponsoring us once more. I mean, I believe they were the sponsors of Season 1 and Season 2, if I remember correctly. So clearly there is something in this phone, something that these manufacturers do to make this gaming phone just perfect for Honor of Kings Esports.
Yeah, and it's perfectly what we need. But, you know, okay, speaking of things that we need, what do we need in Game 2 for Alpha 7 Esports to bounce back?
I mean, the draft, I don't feel like the draft was the problem. I feel like it was just kind of like how it was executed, and Team Vitality just had a little bit more of a nudge into this game one, especially with that early game resources lead that we saw from Dao Dao, and even with the lack of resources down into the farm lane, they still was able to kind of pull this game one stomp in this best of 5. But for Alpha 7, I feel like they just need to make sure they have a firm hold of game 2 and just don't let go of it. Just kind of put the pressure on to Team Vitality, because Team Vitality now know going into this one, it's like, hey, I can do whatever I want going into this game 2, and there's not a thing you can do about it.
Yeah, it's got to be a huge confidence boost for Team Vitality, right? I think that was a very convincing win. And seeing, you know, Alpha 7 need to bounce back. This is a must win. You do not want to be down 0-2 going into a third game. And I mean, again, we can only play potentially a minimum of two games, you know, in that group stage, and losing both, losing the first one would be just, you know, disheartening to another level.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you don't want to go 2-0 against Team Vitality, right? That's a hard mental boom to come back from. But I've got faith in Alpha 7. They can do this. They can just be like, hey, game 1 was just a research and development. Let's put our feelers out. Let's see what Team Vitality can do, and let's see if we can mirror that in game 2, right?
Yeah, it was like an experiment. But I mean, if we're looking at the draft, the Byron, Menki, Kanemo, Arlie, Moat, these are relatively meta picks.
Yep.
Like, this is a very strong lineup, right? It's not something, I mean, okay, look, it is just the first game. I don't want to be overreacting to these kinds of things because I felt like, Team Vitality also brought in some really good heroes as well. But they were well prepared. Going into game 2, got to be key. They need to figure something out. They need to solve this puzzle that is Team Vitality.
Like you said, they had the components with the meta picks. It was just they weren't able to put it into practice, right? Like Team Vitality just did not give them the room to breathe. If they were mushrooms, they would not be growing. They just did not have anything or whatever they need to grow, right? But I feel like Alpha 7 going into this game too, maybe they know that Team Vitality can't go for the Dune anymore. They can't go for the Diadea. So slowly but surely, Team Vitality's hero pool is dwindling. They've just got to make sure that they don't go 3-0 before it dwindles, right? Like, Alpha 7 needs to be like, right, okay, so maybe that was one of their better drafts. Let's see if they pick something a little weaker in this game too, and we've got to pick something a little bit stronger. But I'm not too sure what it is in terms of Alpha 7. Will it be something like the Kaiser and Dolia combo that we've seen in the Americas qualifiers? Will it be something like the Princess Frost into the mid lane? Because the Ganamo, even though Fury got double kill in the early game, just didn't seem to have the lead that they needed, right?
Yeah. And another thing is that I felt like you gotta let Danny play Danny heroes, right? He's kind of like, if he had the Dune, I think it might have been a different story. Him being like the tanky, just kind of like the damage sponge, not really playing to his strengths. I think you need to let him control and dictate the pace of the game by being aggressive. You got to reward his playstyle and who he is as a player, and giving him a hero that can really play, again, to his strengths.
Yeah, I mean, you do definitely need Danny to have a hero that benefits him, rewards his playstyle, but then at the same time, it's not like they're going against any other team within, say, for example, the Brazilian region or any other team within this competition, right? Because we know going into this one, just by roster alone, Team Vitality looked pretty stacked. I mean, we've only seen them in the Europe qualifiers, but it was a convincing win. Did we feel like they were tested? Probably not. But this is the stage where they are going to get tested, and they're already showing signs where they're like, hey, just throw whatever you want at us. We will conquer it. And that game one just showed that perfectly.
Yeah, for sure. Full agreement there, right? I think that this is a team that wants to be tested. They want to be kind of thrown at, because, if you're playing against a lot of adversity, you're going to just improve overall, right? And the fact that you're up 1-0, you have a little bit of room to kind of, play around with. Not to say that they won't be putting their best foot forward. I don't know what the right strategy is. If you just kind of go with your best heroes, like first 3 games, if you close it out, potentially possible, right? But I think Team Vitality are going to look for that long term, like, some of the series could go long, right? If we go to like a best of 7 and we have to go really deep into the hero pool, it'll change things up. But it's going to be a lot of strategy. And that's, again, just, more props to this global ban pick.
Can it go long or can it go lung?
Boom. Either way.
Yeah, but on to making it a little bit relevant there, not just a random comment from Blam, but the Lady Sun being the first ban there for Team Vitality. Obviously, Arn picked that up for himself in game 1. Doesn't want Almighty to get it. He knows that Almighty can't play Ali anymore. So, again, we need to make sure that Alpha 7 capitalize not only on Danny's playstyle, but on the farm lane picks for Almighty. We saw in KT 2024 when his picks got honed in onto, it was troublemaker, but I was speaking about the Dolia, but it's for the wrong team. Team Vitality locking Dolia in pick 1 this time around.
Yeah, I mean, with the first pick, you might as well take it up. Obviously, it opens up a lot of avenues of attack. But one thing to take note of, Team Vitality really prioritizing bans on the Lian. Very interesting. Oh, and it's Sakir. First time I've seen this on the pro stage.
Yes, Sakir just make his debut into Season 3 Invitational, and it's paired with an Orgrin. Oh, this could be feisty, I mean, we have the knock-up from his first ability as well, and we know that Orgrin pairs beautifully when the other heroes on his team have a knock-up. But not only that, he has the healing as well as also damaging the enemy team. So those Fireflies are going to be super helpful and super deadly.
Yeah, super. I mean, it kind of just complements Ogren, his sustain, that heal. Going to be huge for them. So obviously Team Vitality need to ensure that they have the anti-heal, the venomous staffs, all those things to kind of deal with this because, you know, and the Yuan, this is just all healing all the time from Alpha 7. You got to shut this one down. They clearly have a strategy in mind going into this one.
Yeah, the interesting thing though is here, obviously Ogren can be flexed, Huan can be flexed into the mid lane or jungle, but I feel like this may be Niap and Danny's pick, not like Fury's pick or Danny going Ogren and then Niap is going to pick something else up into the Clash lane. I feel like this is definitely their picks coming in earlier because we saw in game 1, their picks was the last ones and we saw how game 1 went. Now game 2 comes around, they're like, guys, let's get Danny and Almighty sorted. No, Danny and Niap sorted, and then we'll flesh out the rest of the roster. And I feel like that's what they're going for here.
Yeah, a good change of strategy. You know, trying to set them up with the best heroes forward. And it might have been like game 1 where they're kind of like, hey, we're not going to pick our best heroes. So it kind of changed things up a bit for them to kind of shake it up. Because again, you don't really know what to expect in that first matchup going up against Team Vitality here. But if we're looking at what they've got, Elaine kind of synergizes really well with the Dolia. You have the Arlie, which we know An is going to be a beast on. The potential's there, but again, another Guan Yu banned by Team Vitality. They have something.
Yeah, I mean, Niap's played the Guan Yu. It's not like it's a strange pick for the side, a strange ban for the side of Team Vitality. Niap historically has played this hero and played it very well. I'm pretty sure he even played it in the mid-season Invitational as well. I remember fondly him playing that one. But I do like the fact that they've gone for the Dolia, they've gone for the Elaine as well, so double death on Sunset. But we're getting the second pay of the day. What is this? I mean, I think it's because you're on broadcast, Hauler. We know you like the pay pick, so teams are just paying you some respect.
No, I do not like pay. Okay, let me be very clear with this. No, but I think in this matchup, which it seems to be very high damaging, high mobility, control type of thing, you have a lot of potential for this. The burst, especially with Dao Dao on the pay, this is a different type of pay, right? Not to disrespect any of the other junglers that have tried the pay, but this is, they're going to be going in at the right time, especially with that Elaine to kind of attract with that, you know, the Death at Sunset. You have that combination that could potentially be there. The burst is kind of unreal.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that, like, and we was watching it in the Rough World Era's first game, that well, obviously they went for the pay, but they wasn't level 1 aggressive. Do we feel like Dao Dao is going to take the helm and, like, maybe even go for the Crimson Golem at level 1? Maybe Alpha 7 are going to predict that, but we know that Ogren is obviously always going to go for the Azure Golem. He needs it for the cooldown reduction and whatnot, but do we feel like Dao Dao is going to be the aggressive pay that we missed in the series 1 of today?
To be honest, I would say no. I feel like Dao Dao is very stable, and potentially going for the steal. While it is high risk, it is also high risk, high reward. If it doesn't pay off, you've just wasted a lot of time. I think that at the end of the day, he's going to focus on his own game, get his own farm going, and then just use the map more, use his mobility to get around and potentially out-farm Danny's Ogre.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the fact that they've paired the Dharma there, so it's actually not going to be Niap taking the Ogren, it is going to be Danny with the Ogren. And I feel like even though Ogren is a good pick into the Clash lane, he's not the great pick that he could be in the jungle, right? And especially on players like Danny or Dao Dao, it's a pick that you can just dictate the pace of this match. If you really want to, you can absolutely make this game match whatever pace. The beat of your heart, the beat of the music, at the live event, whatever you want to do, Ogren can do that for you. And I think it's a perfect pick for Danny in game 2, especially if they want to bounce back.
Yeah. No, but I think that this is the draft to bounce back. Alpha 7, I feel like their draft is a little bit easier to play. But, you know, going into game 2, though, if we're looking at just the draft, don't look at the players. Who do you give the edge to? And just, you know, again, let's look at this in a vacuum.
In a vacuum, I mean, let's see. I mean, Pay,
don't look at the players.
Historically hasn't been my favorite pick going into drafts, right? But we have stuff like the Shi in the mid lane, which we know has been more of a meta hero recently, being able to kind of dictate where your lane opponent goes, or even into those team fights. If they try and go for a big engage, she can just move them wherever she wants to. But I have to say, look at Alpha 7. It seems like more of a dominant draft here, but Almighty might get picked off as first blood already. Is that proving me wrong, or Vitality just being very aggressive in this early stage?
Yeah, and KK doing a good job. Like, he was eating some of those shots, right? The Resplendent Revolver, he was just happily taking them, but it was all a bait because he realized, that the rest of his team was going to be there. But when gets a kill on that one, and that's going to change things up. And again, Dao doesn't need to be aggressive. He doesn't need to invade the enemy jungle because he can continue to farm. He's going to take whatever's in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, his teammates in the lanes are doing perfect there. Like you said, KK going into this Season 3 Invitational was one of the star players that people were focusing on, obviously on like Honor of King social media and stuff like that, and it's really paying dividends to that whole thing, right? Like, he's shown respect up into the Clash lane. Honestly, probably one of the best Clash laners that are in Season 3 Invitational, and we're only on day one, but I'm pretty confident to saying that for KK, especially being a new player on the global stage.
Yeah, but he's playing, to the T. Like, this team is a well-oiled machine. I know it's only like a couple games that we've seen them play on the pro level, but look at the movements that they're making. They're making it very difficult for Alpha 7 to kind of get anything going. They find Almighty yet again, and we talk about how this guy is pretty much their lifeblood, and he's been focused. He has not had the space and time to farm.
I mean, if they can't focus him in the draft, they've got to focus him on the Gorge, right? They have to put a stomp to Almighty at some point, at some perspective within this game. And they're doing it in terms of kills. They want to get the kills onto Almighty so he doesn't get the resources he needs. He doesn't get that attack speed limit that you need to get to with Marco Polo before you start building anything else and before he starts getting brutal. Proccing is passive as well. But I feel like Team Vitality, they might have the edge here, but Alpha 7 I don't want to call out just yet. I feel like they have some great late game, mid to late game team fight potential.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that. Almighty, the Marco Polo is definitely going to do his damage. He's going to be able to just kind of get there, but getting there is the problem, right? Yeah. He has just hit level 4. He's 2 levels behind On right now, and this is a world of hurt. He has not been able to farm. Look at On. Teleports to the bottom lane, sees that Almighty's there. He's going to make his life miserable with this 2-level advantage, and he's going to push him away. But Team Vitality making good moves across the map.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rotation here from KK back up into the Clash lane with Dao, but here we go. Gets pushed away from Niap. A good little bit of a disengage mechanic there from the side of Alpha 7. They don't want to take a team fight just yet, especially with the neutral objectives being up in about 30 seconds time. They don't want to lose a lane, and that potentially there from Almighty and Anne's aggression there, he could have potentially just cleared out that farm lane and made it a lot easier for Dao just to come on top of the Tyrant that's coming up in 15 seconds time.
But we were, like, I was just taking note of On and how he's just, like, farming really well and all that stuff. But he's keeping pace with Dao, right? Yeah. The jungler, usually who's, like, the highest level. He's done such a good job of just making moves across the map and just taking away a lot of what Alpha 7 wants, which is even though, like, their jungle camps have just, everything has been threatened. And they're even going to take the bottom T1. This has been an all-Team Vitality game thus far.
Yeah, this is the thing with Team Vitality's draft, right? It is a early game draft. They have a ticking time bomb on their draft, because if Alpha 7, yes, even though they've just lost this T1 down into the farm lane, if they can hold out the mid T1, that detrimental T1 out of all of them, I believe, they could hopefully come back in that late game, right? There's a lot of late game potential on the side of Alpha 7, and where Team Vitality start to fall off, that's where maybe Alpha 7 come through.
They found Annie. KK is going to get the kill on that one. They want to go in On. Thought about going on diving the tower, but through it all, it looks like they're going to take the Crimson Golem. Dao wasn't even in the team fight, but he's getting farm and he's invading the enemy jungle.
Invading the enemy jungle, and he's going to be just as much ferocious now that he's got the Axe of Torment as well. The anti-squishy hero item on the side of Pei there, and that T1 in the mid lane has to be defended here by the side of Alpha 7. They don't want to lose another T1 because it looks like the Clash lane's being worked upon here as well. We do see a rotation from Niap. They may not get it, or he may just be in the nick of time to save that T1 as well.
like they're just providing so much space, even for Dao to just continue farming. He's like teleporting all over the map, just taking whatever is there. Once he hits critical mass, he's going to do some serious damage. It's going to be scary. On even going in for this one, tries to go in. Donnie dead yet again. Dao is now joined. Almighty has to limp away, and it looks like they're going to take the T1 mid here.
T1 mid. I mean, Alpha 7, are they going to get a kill on the board anytime soon? It doesn't look quite like it. Dao, man.
Dao going in, gets Almighty, and takes out Fury as well. KK is just being a beast, and it looks like An will take Bilal as well, and Team Vitality, everything is going their way. They want to take the mid T2 as well, and Team Vitality taking down Alpha 7, especially early in this game.
Yeah, I mean, 6 minutes in, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need Alpha 7 just to clear their minds. They need to think, right, okay, we need to try and get some neutral objectives on the board here. Dao is going to completely just cut that dream from them there and then taking the Overlord once more for himself. But right now, we're seeing that 22k gold to 15k, and it's showing on the Gorge.
Yeah, Dao, 3 levels up against Danny. I mean, yes, he's died twice here. Danny getting so low yet again. He has to limp away, but Team Vitality taking everything, contesting things, and Alpha 7 can't even farm. Almighty is very poor as well. He is hungry and not able to find any sort of farm.
Yeah, no farm at all. I mean, that's the whole point of that T1 in the mid lane, right? That is your safety net. And not only the T1, the T2's got as well, both in the farm lane and in the mid lane. So they have pretty much open buffet on the side of Team Vitality now, and Alpha 7 needs to stop that growth.
Sunset. Nyap getting a little bit low. He's going to be kind of just slowly taken down. He formlesses his way, but he can't get away from KK's reach, and he takes him down yet again. All lanes, everything in favor of Team Vitality at this stage.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to come back here. They're pushed towards the higher ground turrets, but they need to just kind of maybe bait off till about 10 minutes, get some resources, but is that actually going to be realistic for the side of Alpha 7? Because right now, you can see that Team Vitality are all up in their jungle, and they're not looking to take the foot off the gas any moment right now. And it's a bit of a shame here for Alpha 7. They need to just get their head in the game.
Yeah, need to get in their head in the game. But the Death at Sunset finds him yet again. The Conductor of Souls not keeping Danny alive. The secondary one with the Celestial Melody all the way in with that Meteor kill. And it looks like KK did go a little too far. And Team Vitality will just back off, and they'll slow siege the T3s instead.
Yeah, T3 potentially getting taken down in the mid lane at the 8-minute mark for Team Vitality. This is a different kind of beast hauler. We see that the Infinity Edge comes through for Arn as well, so a lot more damage coming through on the Arlie. Sakir trying to get in there with a Truth Mantra.
Oh, they had a decent amount. They found Wen. That's a good start for him. The Unending Sorrow. But Nyap is going to be killed, and that's not going to be enough. Bilal is going to be killed as well. And it looks like they've gotten Fury, and they're looking to kind of just close this game out. They'll deal with the minions. The minion wave is starting to follow. Danny, he's trying to stay alive, trying to pick him off from afar, but he's going to get whittled. The Conductor of Souls just slowly keeping him down. It looks like he's going to go down with that. Dao will take this one, as well as the base, and Team Vitality take game 2.
I mean, we didn't think after game 1's 11 minute and 28 seconds defeat for Alpha 7 that they were going to take that on the chin and be like, okay, let's go again, let's reform, let's get our draft up to where it needs to be and our players up to where they need to be. But for them to fall at game 2 at just over 8 minutes, Team Vitality are just like, hey, we want to sort of take it day 1. We want to just do our game, and just that's it, we're done. That's what it's seeming like from the caster's point of view, right?
Yeah, I mean, just a very scary lineup, right? I think Team Vitality were able to just, like, all the lanes were winning, and then you let, Dao just kind of farm, solo farm, and he was, let's just check his net worth later, because he had everything that you need to have done. And that's what you want as your pay. You want to be able to kind of just get that farm so you can just start blowing people up, and it just made it a very quick game. And I mean, this is a scary, scary team by Team Vitality here.
It is a scary team. I mean, going into this Season 3 Invitational, we had the idea that maybe because they haven't been together for too long, they would actually see some kind of struggle within this Season 3 Invitational. But we're already 2 games in, 2-0 against Alpha 7, quite a titan within the Honor of Kings scene. And it's not looking like Team Vitality are going to pull any jabs thus far. But like I said, let's look at the resources for Dao. I mean, he was so far ahead of Danny. I feel like Dowdow was going to come up with a crypto coin at some point.
He just had it in his back pocket, of course. I mean, he was getting everything that he had so much time, he had so much space, and then all of that farm, just like, look at the damage. He had a 320,000 damage after farming for the entire day. He was so active across the map. He's exactly what you want as a jungler, and Danny not able to kind of get himself going. He was having to play a little bit more reactive because there was just so much pressure from Team Vitality.
A lot of pressure. I think you put it perfectly there as well. Like, I don't think Alpha 7 are used to playing reactively. They're used to playing as they are the dominant team in the lineup, right? And right now they are showing that they aren't quite so dominant as Team Vitality, and that graph just shows it there, that huge wave of blue for the side of Team Vitality. Even the neutral objectives, once more, the key MVP for him, getting the neutral objective secured at every point of that game 2 is Dowdow with a second MVP. Is there nothing that Dowdow cannot do?
Well, I mean, it's hard to find, to poke any holes into Dowdow because the rest of the team is just giving him so much space to let him, you know, play to his strengths, which is to out-farm you and to out-damage you and to just blow you up. And I mean, look at, like, almost everything from the beginning. Look at this part where Almighty thought he was being aggressive, thought he had KK on the ropes, but then on coming out, you expect him to just come out with a gank, and they just picked him off. They were just doing they were making great moves across the map.
Yeah, great moves as well. I mean, I feel like Wen on the She played very well into this as well, just absolutely moving the enemy team to wherever you want them to be as well. It was just clean, precise, and just knew what his team was wanting from him. He knew the demand and he supplied.
Yeah, he took everything, right? He just knew exactly what was going on. Like, look, KK was a monster as well in his own rights. His death at sunsets were perfect. Like the 3-man there, and then he kind of just set it up. I think he dived and he did die at this one. A little too aggressive. But, I mean, throughout, he was making plays. You had to know where KK was at almost all points.
Absolutely. But yeah,
continuing on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was just clean by the side of Team Vitality. But it is almost game 3 in this series already, which is going to be frightful for the side of Alpha 7. They definitely need to start pulling out all the jabs here. And even maybe their best drafts to date, they need to do something. They need to get a point on the board. They don't want to be going from day 1 and not having a single game on the board, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's like, what, 19 minutes of game time in 2 games already, right? I think if anything, they want to get to like the 15, 20-minute mark. They got to slow it down in some way. Figure out a way to stymie Dowdow's growth, right?
Yes.
How do you just like, you know, just maybe you have somebody mirror him in the jungle or something, just like maybe like Valau has to kind of, you know, just to see where he's at, kind of slow him down, maybe contest Athena strat, something like that, just to kind of keep him on his toes. But you got to do something because whatever you're trying to do right now, the draft, playstyle, everything right now has not been working.
Like I said, I think you put it perfectly in the post-game analytics there, that where Alpha 7 are just not used to playing reactive. They are used to just being in control of the Gorge, and maybe it's something they need to learn. And maybe this is the lesson, the harsh lesson that they do learn in day 1. And hopefully they learn it quick and go into game 3 and try and take a point from Team Vitality. Because right now, their hero pool is getting shorter and shorter in terms of meta-effective heroes. They've already lost the Orgren, they've already lost the Huan, they've lost Dharma, they've lost Modsu, they've lost Ali, they've lost the Monkey, they've lost Byron. There's so much that already Alpha 7 have spared at their demise.
Yeah, it's... I mean, it's just more about the draft. Like, learning quickly, this is a, you know, potential elimination game for them going into this one. Because, like, look, you're up against this, you know, Team Vitality here, and then you have AG, you know, waiting in the wings, seeing what's going to happen, and they might do the same thing that Team Vitality are doing to you. You need to react. You need to kind of show a little bit of a counter strategy in some way to figure things out, because you got to get yourself in this series somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know Alpha 7. We've seen the accolades. They have players within that team that were Season 1 Invitational champions. They've got players on that team that made it all the way to the mid-season Invitational, quarterfinals, semifinals, I believe it was as well. So there's potential. They just need to put it into play, right? They need to get it on the Gorge. They need to get it in the BP. They need to do something just to stunt Team Vitality.
Yeah. They need to figure something out. And, right now, I think it's not on like one single person. It's not on one player that's killing you. Everyone from Team Vitality right now are, surpassing you in terms of like the laning phase and the rotations and all of these things. Something needs to change. And it's not just, again, one player that's kind of killing you in this one.
Yeah, no, you don't. You just want to stop Dodo, right? You need to maybe just. It's game 3, right? It's potential match point for Team Vitality. If Alpha 7 don't get that into their head and just think, you know what, we need to do something we haven't done before. Let's just go balls to the wall. Let's be super aggressive in the early game. Let's make Team Vitality play reactive.
Yeah. You got to change it up. This is it, right? I think, to be honest, being down a series and then having AG again going into that one, you got to do something, right? This is the time where whatever it is, I don't care. You can't think about longevity of like a game 4 and 5. You just got to pick your best heroes, I think. You got to get yourself into this game, into this series somehow.
Yeah, you do, yeah. I mean, you can even see Dodo just sussing out the sheet. He's like, right, okay, what have we got left? I mean, what can I pick out to do whatever I need to do?
Dow is looking at the dinner menu. He's not even like caring about he's so confident.
He's ordering dinner now. He's like, you know what? Let's put it on order, lads.
No, but this team is pretty well fired up. They're good to go. They seem to be on another level at this point. But Alpha 7, they're looking a little stunned, maybe a little jet lagged at this point. But there's definitely been a little shell shocking that Team Vitality is putting on them right now.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they've actually gone to like Malaysia and obviously did a boot camp, we think that going against Team Vitality, it would be a little bit more even in that sense. But again, it all depends on what you take away from the boot camp. You can attend so many seminars or anything like that, but if you're not actually taking that knowledge on board and then putting it into practice, it's not going to benefit you at all. But I feel like Alpha 7 definitely need to get their head into this game 3. And even now, maybe they're looking at the hero pool for Dodo. It's like, oh, maybe we've got a choice here. Maybe we can actually do something. But there's still plenty of tanks on the side for Team Vitality to be taken into the jungle role. I feel like maybe they need to figure out the weaker lane on the side of Team Vitality and maybe put the pressure on there for Alpha 7.
Yeah. They got to react quickly. They got to do it now. They got to figure something out. Like Almighty, they tried to change it up because, again, game 1, all of a sudden you see KK in the bottom lane against you, and then it shook him because he wasn't able to kind of get going. And then they tried to change things up by putting Almighty in the Clash laner, and then again they made the rotation. So it was very they're trying to do things and they're trying to get Almighty started, but he hasn't got his footing in this series thus far.
Yeah, not at all. Maybe that's them trying to basically make them play reactively, like even from the second one, Team Vitality, you think you're going to dictate this game? No, we're going to make sure we do a lane swap, and then you have to adjust accordingly. Because even if Alpha 7 see that their farm lane goes up to the Clash lane, and then they try and bring it up to the Clash lane, they're already making a lot of loss of time and resources by making that exchange already. So either way you look at it, that lane swap up is really making Alpha 7 have to turn into that reactive playstyle that they're not used to, and we're seeing that now, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're trying their best at this point. Look, I don't know how to respond, right? I think that this is it hasn't really been a draft issue for me. A lot of it has just been execution, right? Yeah. And just trying to stop this beast that is Team Vitality, Dao especially. You got to figure out some ways to focus on him.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I got thrown off there for a second there. I was like, why is Alpha 7 ban Motsu? I mean, they've already played him, but then obviously it's Team Vitality that could pick up the Motsu in game 3. But it is going to be Alpha 7 being able to lock in potentially one of Armani's best picks is that Lung, because they're on blue side now, but it does give over those first 2 picks for Team Vitality. Did they lock in Dao's jungle pick? Did they lock in Arn's farm lane? There's so much you can do on the side of red side.
Yeah, there's to be honest, they have so many different ways. I mean, the Yuan, it looks like that's going to be the route. They have, Princess Frost and Yuan right there. They have the play, right? And they have ways to kind of deal with this. Like Lung wants to kind of blow you up. Cool. You're kind of on the squishier side. We have ways to deal with that. And I think that they're going to let Yuan, the Dao Dao, just kind of stay up in front.
Yeah, potentially. But I mean, it's already looking a little bit better in terms of draft, but we've already said it already. Draft is not the issue, it's the execution. But it's looking solid here for Alpha 7 going into game 3. They've got the Lung, they've got the Zhongfei, and they've got the Yixing. Is Fury going to be as demanding and as controlling as Wen was in game 1? Team Vitality, when they pick this Yixing, they need to make sure that they use the world is my board to absolute perfection, right? And I mean, boxing in heroes like the Ogryn and the Huan could be pretty detrimental for the side of Team Vitality. But then if you put them into if they're ahead and you put them into a small space, you're then like poking the bear with a stick at that point, right?
Yeah. And you don't want to poke the bear, so to speak. And the reason why is
take away from day one. Don't poke bears.
Yeah. I mean, Team Vitality, the reason why Yixing was just like really, really good and powerful with Wen using it was that they had the combinations. They had a lot of other stuns that really complemented one another, so that his world is my board is very easy to set up and kind of just controlling the battlefield. Alpha 7 right now, yeah, you have the Zhongfei, the Umbrella Outburst is just not enough, right? You need like the Dune or something that can kind of help combo with it. But Team Vitality, they're going to pick up the Ogryn, and this is a monster with Dao Dao. They're looking to close out the series now.
Yeah, I'm pretty shocked at the whole Yi pick here, the whole Yi ban, sorry, because they still have the likes of Gen.G up. They still can go for the Marco Polo for themselves, which I would argue are probably better marksmen. We do know that Team Vitality do like to play the Ho Yi. There we go. The Gen.G does get banned out there with a little bit of Nostradamus from Blam. But again, they are looking to take down Danny's hero pool, like he was just saying as well. The Masashi, the Luna, gone. So in terms of jungle, they can only really go for the Dune here. Maybe that's what they're forcing them into, is that Dune. So they know that they've got the front line of the Zhongfei and the Dune already locked in. They know that they're going to have to pick that hero because there's not really much else for the side of Alpha 7. Oh, they caught me off guard.
Oh, wow. Hanshin. Okay. Okay. They want to let unleash Danny. They're going to let him go. Liu Bang to kind of support him. This is going to be an interesting one to counter into this one. But I think actually the Hanshin and Lung, I mean, Concert Yui is not the worst here, but look at where everything has so much sustain on Team Vitality. This is a tough nut to crack, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not only do you have an AoE heal, you have the AoE counter engage, the nuking coming from Princess Frost as well. Like, there's a lot you can do within that board, right? So even if they shut you in, it's like, I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me.
Yes. A lot of AoE, a lot of ways to deal with that, right? Not the easiest of lineups to kind of deal with. And the Liu Bang, like, I'm kind of torn on this hero. He has potential, but I always feel like he kind of suckers in his teammates to bad positions in general, right? I haven't seen him like make those plays where he's saving them and then like, oh yeah, we just win the team fight now because everybody else is there. Everybody else is kind of on the slower side. Like Hanshin is very mobile and he's going to be the prime target for the Liu Bang, but how is everybody else going to kind of keep up with him?
Yeah, there's not like any of the really high frame heroes within Alpha 7's roster, right? Like they're going to make sure that, or at least hope that the Hanshin's going to be like a single target pickoff, right? And you can only really look at one single target to really try and pick off there, and it's the Princess Frost. But from how we've seen Wen play these other mid lane heroes, I feel like he can land those trick shots of like the Frigid Prison, like could really stop the Hanshin for even trying to get anywhere near this hero, right? Like this is looking very tricky for for Alpha 7, but I feel like they need to be aggressive with the Hanshin, and Niap needs to play this Liu Bang to perfection, right? Like that battleground command needs to come through at the right times. If that misses just like a second, that could be at the detriment of Alpha 7.
True. But I think, you know, Danny on this Hanshin, if he's able to get his farm where he's able to actually blow people up, he's going to be scary. I think that, you know, Team Vitality don't have as much control as they like. Yeah, you have, you know, the Truth and you have Frigid Prison and things like that, but you don't really have any other ways to kind of lock him down, and you know what I mean, so that the rest of the team can kind of kill him, right? So it's going to be interesting. Again, all eyes right now are on Danny. Is he able to get that farm?
We can only hope and pray for him, right? Because this is game 3, the potential match point for Team Vitality. Potentially the quickest series of the day if they do get this last point. And I don't think Alpha 7 want to be that brandish on their name, right? They want to make sure that they go out guns blazing. They want to get a point on that board.
Yeah, I would think more than a point. I mean, going in, like, just trying to stay positive, right? Just trying to give him a chance here. 'Cause to be honest, I thought that this is gonna go, 4 or 5 games, right? I thought that, Alpha 7 Esports, were able to kind of compete with Team Vitality, but we see again they're a little bit shell-shocked. They haven't been able to respond in kind, and losing in 11 minutes and in 8 minutes in game 2. That's got to be really disheartening.
Yeah, I mean, almost 2 games may have actually filled out the duration of a whole game 1 of this first series of the day. It's scary to have that prospect in the back of your mind when you're Alpha 7, but I feel like they just need to shake that off. They just need to do a quick shake of the heads on stage and be like, right, let's get back into it. Let's get ahead in the game.
Yeah, and let Danny do Danny things, right? Let this guy farm. Let him carry you. He's the one that you got to get going. He has not been able to kind of find his zone as of yet. So you got to prioritize. You got to funnel as much farm to him as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Niap's actually having a much better part of the early part of the game, right? Like, he doesn't have as much sort of distraction up into the clash lane, which we've been seeing over the past few games. Hanshin, Danny here, maybe getting a 2v1.
I mean, Keke is going to dance around a little bit. He's going to use the tower to his advantage to kind of defend here. He will hold, not really take too much damage on that side, but Danny leaps over the wall. He's going to be fine.
He's going to be fine for now, but how fine is KK? Is he shook up? Do you think he's like getting a bit of shell shock there? Like, oh, maybe we have seen a bit of feistiness from the side of Alpha 7. We've got to be careful, guys. Let's not poke this bear.
No, I think he's going to be fine because the matchup for the Liu Bang, the Dharma, I would give the edge to the Dharma. He's, as long as he doesn't die, he's going to get his farm. And later on, it's more about his control, his initiations, which are going to be judged more so than just his actual damage counter.
Oh, got to be careful here. I mean, Fury's already done a lot of damage on Wen, but...
Oh, Wen. He's actually going the wrong way. He's taking a lot of damage. He's going to give up first blood to Almighty, who finally he's going to get going. But now Danny looking to go for this one. He goes through 4 members trying to dash away, but he's been chased away. Dao, and Fury's going to be killed. Muchen does get that one.
Yeah, that was a great way of Team Vitality actually just making sure that went in their favor. Yes, they lost Wen, but then they were able to pick up Fury for themselves as well, and just splitting apart that team fight really stopped them trying to utilize Fury on the Yixing there. So really well played there by Team Vitality, but nice to see that Alpha 7 are finally getting those kills on the board. And here's that replay. You can see that Winter, who's coming in the backline, was really there just to kind of try and slow down Alpha 7 from collapsing onto Wen, but it just wasn't quite enough.
The knockup Wen. He's going to get eat a flaming pole, but he's going to survive. Danny's not going to be as lucky. He's going to get guillotined. Balau trying to get over the wall, does not have that cooldown ready. He's going to fall as well. And Team Vitality up 3-1.
Yeah, double kill going over to Dao as well. Not necessarily where you want those double kills going over to, right? Especially on the Ogryn.
Yeah, he's definitely finding ways to get in, being aggressive. Dao, how do you deal with him? They have 3 members, and Danny's like, come on, man, that's my farm.
Yeah, I taxed that one. That's mine. Leave that alone. And I mean, they might make way here onto their Azure Golem here as well. I mean, they're already there, so they may as well make their stamp, but we do see Danny go in. Does he claim it?
No, he does not. He does not get the smite, but here's the Battlefield Command looking to turn this around. Yap going in for this one, but now he has to flash back under the tower. He's going to be dove under. Dao continuing to just reign supreme, do some damage. He's going to back off. The world is my board, just kind of slowing things down, if anything else. And Team Vitality will just back off at this point with Danny limping away.
Yeah, it's the only thing that ultimate could really do right was just to slow things down, because everybody else was looking pretty much battered and scarred on the side of Alpha 7. Like, Danny was pretty much almost low. He's had to run all the way back to base rather than recall. And this is now set up, that neutral objective going over once again for Team Vitality, really stepping up the pace. And just the complete focus for these neutral objectives, Team Vitality are showing a lot more sort of furiously compared to the other teams we've seen today.
Yeah, they've been very aggressive with those things, trying to take it out. I mean, there's a reason why they're up 2K and closing out games in like 8 or 11 minutes because, you know, it's all about those advantages. It's the baby steps of just getting yourself a little bit of farm to get to do the damage, right?
Yep.
And they've done a great job of that. They've focused a lot on Almighty. This game, it's been a little bit more quiet, where Almighty's kind of gotten a little bit more space. I mean, he did get first blood, which is a huge boom for him. He is losing in terms of the farm, though, to An. So that's something to take note of. Oh, but they've got the knockup. The truth. They've got knocked in. Nyap is going to be killed. And Team Vitality, again, finding ways to just get the pickoffs and force it down, make it uncomfortable. Muchen, he's going to get gone on. He's going to use Unending Sorrow. He just shrugs that one off, and they take the mid T1.
Oh, I mean, that was just absolute bait and switch there for the side of Team Vitality, right? It was just like, hey, you can like just throw everything at me. Just lay it on me, homie. I'm going to become untargetable. We're taking you T1. You're not even noticing what we're actually making an objective here, but...
When does get the pick off. Oh, but the Battlefield Command, not enough to keep him alive. On over the wall. He's going to be chased by Danny and Nyap. Oh, and he just flashes over the wall, and On starting to style on him with the protecting wings.
Yeah, that physical immunity came in clutch there. It's such a great thing for Consort Youth there. It's just so good when you're having a team fight and they think, all right, let's jump on the marksman. It's like, I got physical immunity, brother. Like, you're not going to do anything to me. I'm going to get out of this scot-free. You're not so lucky, but... Again, what, 5 kills to 2 right now? They're 20k up to 16, maybe a little bit more here.
Oh, they're trying to go for more. The world is my board. Oh, taking liberties. That was a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Connecting onto 2, but no real follow-up, no damage. And Danny is 2 levels behind Dao Dao. He's starting to struggle.
Yeah, I think this is the problem with the Nongshim pick, though, right? His farm pace is nowhere near as Orgrin. Like, Orgrin's farm pace is just crazy. You can even, like, do 2 farms at the same time, especially over to the Azure Golem side of things. But for Nongshim, he has to kind of or do it one at a time, which is not as good. And it's clearly showing here in terms of XP and gold.
Yeah, he's got a huge advantage. I mean, Dao Dao's still up in front. He's not scared. Like, he gets gone on. He's just, like, healed back to full in a second. And Danny just, like, looking for scraps, even fighting with Nyap just to get anything going. And again, it's Nongshim, you got to get that farm. You're pretty much the carry on that team. You got to give yourself a chance. And they haven't really been able to provide that space. They're going to look to go the Battlefield Command. They've gotten Wen. That's a good pickoff. And they give the kill to Danny. But here's the Conductor of Souls. Going to just kind of go over the wall with the Path of Passing. Tries to go in, but with the minions not there, it looks like Team Vitality are going to just kind of hold off here.
No, I think you're right to say that about Nongshim needs to get that gold up. But if we look at KK's positioning on all these games in all this series so far, he's always been away from the team fight. So even if Nongshim gets that moment to have a bit of a breather, KK's there. He's like the boogeyman.
He's always been there to back off. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right? The control that he provides. KK's always been like that great buddy, right, that you need. But the Conductor of Souls, the world is my board. They have found Dao Dao. They're trying to kind of control him, but they don't have enough. Oh, the Unending Sorrow, keeping him alive. Almighty tried to go for that Flaming Palm play, but not able to get the kill.
Not able to get the kill, but it looks like they may be able to get this T1 into the farm lane as well. That means that Alpha 7 have no T1s available. Blood Rage going over to Dao Dao as well, so he's just going to get more sustainable into these team fights with that amazing shield potential from that item. So looking at this going into the 8-minute mark, Alpha 7 being able to survive 8 minutes, which is good. It's an improvement, but they just need to make sure they can take that gold because they are behind by about 3k. They need to bring it into their favor once more.
Okay, Danny thought about going in. He did get the knockup, but now he's being chased. The Death Precipice doing some work. He's got the connection. Dao Dao continuing on, finds Bilal, not letting him go. But on the backside, they do have a little bit more. The winner is here, zoning them away. And it looks like Nyap continuing. He's kind of stuck in no man's land. He's going the wrong way. He's going to be chased out. Muchen just scouting him out. They found him out. Nyap not able to get away, and he gets executed by Dao Dao.
Yeah, Princess Frost. Even though Princess Frost was actually picked in the draft before Liu Bang, it's actually been a really good counter here for that pick because whenever Nyap tries to go in with a Battlefield Command, Winter's Coming's down already.
Oh gosh, the Infinite Vastness just backing off. Team Vitality doing everything. They take the top T2 as well. Now they're going to look to take the mid one. This has been an all Team Vitality game, series, everything. They have just been exerting their dominance here.
It seems that way, right? I mean, they are definitely getting towards the latter part of the stage where they just need to kind of just put an extra bit of oomph in the kick. It's getting into that 10-minute mark where the shadow variants of these neutral objectives are going to appear. And Danny's getting caught out still in his own jungle. It's hard for Alpha 7 here.
Yeah, no real way. Danny just dashes over the wall, trying to farm here. Not to be facetious here, but do we celebrate Alpha 7 surviving past 11 minutes in a game?
Absolutely. It's progress, baby.
When in a bad spot, he's going to be forced down. Danny finally gets the kill. The Battlefield Command will join them on, but Almighty's been killed. What else do they get in return? It's a double thus far for Dao. And Danny still trying to stay alive, trying to stay away from Dao more than anything else. Yep, dashes over the wall, the path of passing. He's going to use his terrain hacks to go in. The Conductor of Souls under the tower. He's not scared. They're going to kill Nyap as well.
Yeah, there's no amount of tankiness that's going to keep you alive from a 3v1, especially with like an Orgrin, a Dharma, and a Hu1, right? Like, there's just so much damage, so much healing, and it's being displayed here.
Oh, he's been focused. He got truth. Oh, KK just repositioning him, and Danny's in a bad spot. Now they're going to take the mid T3. Almighty is now here. Flaming Palm, not enough damage to get the kill. Almighty has not been able to get those pickoffs as of yet.
I mean, we saw an early game prospect for him, right? We was like, oh, we got a kill. It's cool. Almighty may be activating right now, which is exactly what we need. A little bit too late within the series, especially when you're down 2 wins. But here again, Zhongfei saving them all.
Yeah, saving them all, pushing them back. Dao is a little bit low, but he's kind of just a bait, I think. But Fury, oh, okay, he's going to stay alive. He did have the immunity for a second, so he's going to be there. But Almighty will deal with the minions. And Team Vitality look like they're just going to back up, regroup, and just kind of go for that one last push.
Yeah, I mean, they may as well go for the Overlord here, right? They've got the minion waves already pushing the mid and the farm lane, so they know that Alpha 7 are not going to be anywhere this side of the map. Even though they have the only push there, they know that they're not going to be up there because that's exactly where Team Vitality is going to be. If you neglect your mid lane and your farm lane, especially with the enhanced minions now because they've taken the high ground turret in the mid lane, if you take your eye off the ball and the prize for just 1 second, it could be a Team Vitality win.
Yeah. I mean, the next big team fight, they get 2 kills, they just close out this game. Look at them. Team Vitality rushing in, trying to find him. The world is my board, slowing it down. The Battlefield Command is going to be just barely enough, but Danny goes down. And it looks like they've gotten even more with Vilao as well. Dao just being this monster, chasing it down. They don't care how many towers you have. Oh, but Dao finally dies. Almighty does get that pick off in the end. So if anything, they've gotten a 2 for 2.
Yeah, nice final defense there for the side of Alpha 7. Maybe it's enough to try and keep them alive. They're able to get that T1 down into the farm lane as well. So it's little glimmers of hope, I guess. But it's just, can they defend at this point now? I mean, Dao been taken off, KK been taken off. Can they make some kind of monopoly on the side of Alpha 7 knowing that Dao is down?
I don't know. I mean, the net worth is just huge, right, in favor of Team Vitality. And if anything, that was just kind of like an over-aggressive way to just kind of get those kills and go in. Like, it was a little unnecessary. You probably could have backed off at any moment, and they were a little bloodthirsty in that sense. But they have such a huge lead that it's not a problem, right? They can just kind of, they can regroup, they can go back in and realize that they have a little bit of the, dare I say, of a head start to kind of, or of a lead to kind of give up if they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, they could, right? They could, but we get into what would we consider a late game for Team Vitality. That 13 minutes and 30-second mark, right? High ground turret with the Clash lane. They need to do everything in Alpha 7's possession to try and keep it alive.
Oh, gosh, yeah, but no real chance. Nyap, he's going to be killed here. They're going to chase after them. They've got Fury. They're just taking down everything. The infinite vastness all the way back into the fountain, if anything else. No, yeah, he's going to just kind of back off. All 5 members of Team Vitality still alive. They're going to force it down, get those kills before they get on out of there. They take out Danny one last time, as well as Almighty, and they will take the base, and they will take this series.
Yes, a clean 3-0 for Team Vitality, and not quite the performance we were expecting from Alpha 7 in Season 3 Invitational. Is this Alpha 7 kind of having pre-show jitters before going against All Gamers Global, or is this Team Vitality's love letter to All Gamers Global saying, hey, bring it on, baby?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the love letter, right? It's always the love letter whenever that's an option, right? No, but Team Vitality really just showing up. This is one where you knew that this team was going to want to prove everybody wrong, right? Dao was on that revenge tour. He was, what, 5th and 6th with Fearless Esports in that championship. He wants to definitely make a name for himself. This is the opportunity. This is the team. This is everything is going their way, and they're going to make a name for themselves. This is a very scary Team Vitality.
Very scary. I mean, they've had a great day one performance, right? This is definitely how you want to start off a group stage, especially when you've only got the matter of 2 matches, 2 series to play in this one to get into the knockout stages. But I feel like hopefully Team Vitality is not showing too much to their opponents, their future opponents, that is, because if they're going sort of like full force to the wall, which it didn't seem like it. The drafts were great, but it's not kind of like, oh, we've not shown our pocket picks. We've not shown kind of like anything that they may not know. So they still have the hand of the unknown going into their last series of the group stages, which will be against All Gamers Global.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, I even think that the draft, everything about it was kind of like, it's pretty stock standard. This is like the traditional, this is like you give Dao Ogren and everybody, like the Dharma, the Princess Frost, like these are like classic picks by this this team, right? It's nothing, there's no surprises here. They were looking to close this game out. They knew how to do it. And I think if anything, you have to beat Team Vitality once or twice to see how deep can they go, because right now they just need to show this, the same 15 heroes and just close out series 3-0.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, maybe there's a lot more. I mean, that sheet that Dao was looking at on stage looked pretty stacked, but if we look at Vitality, the only time they started dropping deaths was towards that latter part of the game. Even Dao going 10-1-6, 12k gold against Danny's 8.4k. In the whole of this series, Dao has just been miles ahead of Danny, unfortunately. And even though Danny has been revered as such a titan in that jungle role, Dao has been like, hey, I've got to show you a few things, buddy, before you can take that title once more.
Yeah, like double the damage, double everything, right? Like, and on also with 50, you know, what is it, 540,000 damage? Like, both of these guys, and Team Vitality is looking to be that well-oiled machine. They're in sync with one another. Their coordination has been great. My only concern is when, you know, like, it's looking very positive for Team Vitality to move on to the knockouts. I'm not I don't want to jinx them, but they looked very strong. And, you know, when you're going into the top 8 and you're seeing other teams, how resilient are you to some of those other teams when then now you have to go to a game 4, a game 5 and 6, you know, all these things which can kind of really test you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, best of 5s have been sort of the point where a lot of these global teams have fallen off, and they've still got to look for another 2 rounds, especially if they make it to the knockout stages. Like you were saying there, Hall, like best of 5s is just kind of like, this is the starter. The main course is those best of 7s getting to the knockout stages. And do they have the hero pool to actually make it all the way to a best of 7? Or will they be relying on those quick series sweeps for the side of Team Vitality? I suppose that's only time will tell. But looking at that graph, man, just once again, gold resources, everything going over to the side of Team Vitality, not leaving any scraps for Alpha 7, making Alpha 7 look a little bit like Oliver Twist.
Yeah, no real chance, right? Alpha 7, just no real way. I think that they were kind of completely blown away. And again, it's been the Dao show throughout. Give him his 3rd MVP in a row. Just completely dominant here. 10-1-6. What more can we say about Dao?
I feel like we watched across the board, but this time around it's just like Dao's like, yep, and another one, and another one. Yeah, you know what? I'll do even better than the last 2 games. I'll get 33% damage taken, I'll do 10 kills, 1 death, and I'll do 25% of the gold. How does that sound? And then takes MVP again.
Yeah. I think that, you know, of all teams that are just kind of watching into this game, I think you have to be very scared of what, you know, Team Vitality can bring. I think that you have to slow Dao down in some way. No team has really been able to figure that one out just as of yet. But, you know, it's still a little early, don't get me wrong, but Alpha 7 Esports right now, just on the back end of this one, a really tough series for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw Dao in Fearless Esports. He was an absolute monster then, but it seems like it's even ramped up now. Like, I don't remember being this impressed by Dowdo in Fearless Esports compared to how impressed I am now with this roster with Team Vitality. Because I feel like he's not just the key motive. Even though he's got MVP 3 times, it's definitely given prep over to the likes of KK and Wen as well. And then Arn just being able to just kind of like hold his own down into the farm lane. I feel like it's just a whole roster change. Like there's a team effort there, but even though Dowdo's shining the brightest right now, it could be any moment for these other players to shine even brighter.
Yeah. It is about the team, right? It's just kind of everybody else has been kind of setting up for Dowdo to do his thing, right? He's been great. Everybody was contributing.
Yeah.
There was not a single player on that team that was just like, actually they kind of messed up here and there because everything was so clean. Like this game, I mean, maybe if I'm going to go Asian Dad, I think it probably could have ended in about 11 minutes. That's my only feedback for Team Vitality. They could have closed the game out. I mean, they threw a little bit, but other than that, it was almost a flawless game.
I mean, I don't think I have the privilege to go that, but I mean, I'm not too sure what even a British dad would do at this point, to be honest. I mean, it's like, hey, go longer. Maybe. Set the landers even lower, maybe, but there we go. But Team Vitality taking a clean 3-0 against Alpha 7 was something we didn't expect going into the Season 3 Invitational, but Team Vitality are clearly being the team of unexpected things, right?
Yeah. It's take down this name because Team Vitality, they're not going away. I think that this is going to be even AGs were probably like, whoa, now we got a dog. we gotta fight this guy. Like we gotta figure something out. We gotta get some sort of strategy because this is a very strong looking team and it's very scary at this stage.
Yeah, I think All Gamers Global just need to make sure they don't bring any sticks to the bear. They need to bring another bear to this bear, which is Dowdo, right? They need to make sure they are able to match it on every strength. But I feel like how they performed in the Malaysian qualifiers get into this point, I feel like All Gamers Global going against Team Vitality is going to be a heck of a series.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. I actually got to see what day that is happening. I actually don't know, but that one is going to be a great series.
Absolutely.
Oh.
But then again, Alpha 7, they need to try and make sure they put some claim on their name going against All Gamers Global because they only have one more series now in the knockout stage. But when we saw that group stage draw, Group B, we said was going to be such a hard group to even like try and climb out of for any of these teams. And Alpha 7, unfortunately, there has to be a loser. And Alpha 7 right now is showing that.
Yeah, unfortunately, someone has to go home, right? There's not a whole lot of opportunities. There was only two matches or whatever, kind of getting yourself into this one. And losing that first one, it's got to be heartbreaking, but you're still not out of it. You got to ensure that you win out that second match. But that said, let's talk to Team Vitality. We're going to have an interview set up and let the host kind of, let's see what the thoughts were from Team Vitality.
We are joined here by the mid laner of the team. One. Hello. Hi. Yes, the microphone. You feeling good? You good? Yeah, all right.
Okay, I think I'm going to start off with the first question.
Yeah.
We don't have any clean series yet. This is the first one, right?
Right.
Now, we do know you have a shot of being a champion based on your performance. Who do you think will be the biggest rival for you, or the hardest team for you to get that championship?
Maybe AG or Nova.
Can we know why?
Nova, maybe.
Why? Which one?
Why?
没关系，你可以用中文，我帮你翻译。
可能是网上他们说的，就是说 AG 和 Nova 是两支很强的队，所以说，但不过我是更倾向于 Nova， 就是说他们比较厉害一点吧。
So they think that because Nova and AJ has been known for how their prowess is, and they feel like Nova right now is super strong, especially with this current meta right now. So it really suits them so well.
Okay, so thank you so much for that win. Now this time, you have your fans watching all over the world. Is there anything you want to say to your fans watching the games right now?
这里粉丝，你有粉丝，我也是你的粉丝吗？那你讲中文也可以，我帮你翻译。可以。
那谢谢大家支持，然后就是说为这个，谢谢大家为这个这个战队支持小蜜蜂。虽然说我们都是第一次参加，除了那个打野叨叨，那也请接下来为我们支持。
So they want to thank everybody that is supporting them, and they've been just recruited down as well. So everything in Vitality is quite fresh and trying their best to bring that A game, and hopefully you keep supporting them as well.
All right, so teach me a little bit of Chinese here. 谢谢 means thank you, right?
Yeah, 谢谢
谢谢.
Thank you so much, Wen. I think that's gonna wrap things up now.
Yeah, that's it. Actually, thank you so much to Len here, mid laner for Vitality. Right now, we pass it back to our casters. So, HOK. Okay.
There we go. We heard it from Wen there. He's definitely looking forward to going against Team Nova and AG Global, which we probably thought about this for most of the teams in this Season 3 because previously last year, it was Malaysian teams winning those championships and those tournaments. So they want to dethrone them. And I mean, they have every right to want that victory, right?
Yeah, that's probably the best part about Season 3, right? Where the top 3 from the championship didn't even qualify for this one.
Yep.
And so this is pretty much anyone's game. I think that they were targeting Nova Esports because, again, coming out of Malaysia was the top dog. This is one of those ones where you want to kind of dethrone them. This is they're your number one target, so to speak. I think that it's totally apt, and I think that this is a team that's going to be super exciting to watch. But of course, we have so many more games. Does Nova even make the knockout stage? We're going to have to find out in the next 3 or 4 days.
Absolutely. I mean, it could be it could be a potential, but I mean, if we're looking at statistics, I'm gonna go and not sit on the fence on this one and say yes, they will. This is probably the only time I won't sit on the fence is when we're talking about Team Nova Esports getting into the knockout stages. But we still have obviously another match for today. We'll be taking a trip over to Group A, and it's going to be the Philippines going against Gen.G, which I'm really excited for.
Yeah, actually, that's going to be super exciting too, right? Going into this one, I think it's going to be Elevate from the Philippines. Again, Gen.G, that's going to be your 3rd series. And of course, Blam and Kindofu will be taking it over for you in that 3rd series. It's going to be an exciting one. Do stay tuned for that one.
Which is asleep? I found it! The real wire! Don't snip the real wire! Hurry up!
Defeat.
Hello guys, I'm Gen.G from Team Elevate, and for today's videos, we will be doing some Filipino snacks with...
Hello, I'm Viral from Kagendra.
Hello, I'm Dalhan from NG Global.
Hello, I'm Xian from Esports.
The first one is turon, guys. It's called turon. It's dessert. Inside is banana. How's the taste, guys?
Banana.
What's your rate? 8. It's the second one. It's called lumpiang toge.
Yeah.
How's the taste, guys?
That is good. Actually, Indonesia also have the same
Similarities here.
Same
Similarities.
food, same name.
Lumpiang toge?
Yes.
Oh. How about you? Oh. No vinegar is better than with vinegar. Vinegar.
Indonesia also we don't use vinegar.
Oh,
but
really?
I think using the vinegar it really has the
7.5.
7, 5,
I
6.
think same for me,
7. So this is the third one. This is called Ilocos empanada.
Like I'm eating egg, but with a crispy texture.
Oh, it's good.
I think I like it.
Better than the one.
8.
Oh, the rating.
So
For me, the rating is 8.
so for our next dish is called pancit bihon. It's a noodle with some vegetable. So how's the taste?
Very good.
Today? How about you? 8?
I think can be 9.
This is the last dish called halo halo. It's the best dessert in Philippines. I like it. You guys like it? Really?
I like it, but maybe because it's already melted, too much water, right?
Oh yeah.
If that's
Yeah.
why it's better.
9 over 10.
I think because there's no ice, probably
8.
8. If that adds 9.
It will be 10. Oh. 8. 7 because di na malamig. Siguro kung natikman na lang na may ice to, baka may mag-10 sa kanila. I-ask natin sila isa-isa kung ano yung nagustuhan nila sa 5. So,
I like sweet food, so this one.
so this is the most one you like it.
Yeah, the
Halo halo. So for you,
Also, the best one is halo halo.
so halo halo din. Halo halo also. So sa mga Filipino fans, supportahan nyo kami and see you sa S3.
Bom, meu nome é Daniel, sou o jungler da Alpha 7 e meu nick no jogo é Dani. Bom, depois da derrota, eu tive um tempo off, então eu consegui me reavaliar, eu vi o que eu precisava melhorar, como eu poderia ser uma pessoa melhor, como eu poderia melhorar como player, me dedicar mais, tanto jogar mais partidas quanto assistir mais jogos, levar o treino mais a sério, então eu tive que me reinventar, na verdade. Nesse tempo off, eu continuei treinando. Bom, meu nome é Daniel, sou o jungler da Alpha 7 e meu nick no jogo é Dani. Bom, depois da derrota, eu tive um tempo off, então eu consegui me reavaliar, eu vi o que eu precisava melhorar, como eu poderia ser uma pessoa melhor, como eu poderia melhorar como player, me dedicar mais, tanto jogar mais partidas quanto assistir mais jogos, levar o treino mais a sério, então eu tive que me reinventar, na verdade. Nesse tempo off, eu continuei treinando todos os dias, então eu acho que apesar da derrota, hoje com certeza eu sou um jogador muito melhor e mais preparado. A diferença é que agora eu estou em uma nova organização, eu tenho um novo time, uma nova lineup, então é algo muito novo assim para mim, porque nos outros campeonatos internacionais eu joguei na mesma organização, com a mesma base, e agora eu estou com um time totalmente diferente. E, bom, a nossa preparação também foi muito diferente, foi a primeira, como eu falei antes, foi a primeira vez que eu fiz um bootcamp, então eu estou bem animado para esse campeonato, eu acredito que a gente tá bem preparado e eu estou bem ansioso para mostrar isso no stage. Bom, eu não sei na verdade se é um super time, mas a ideia desse time, desde que a gente montou a lineup, era sim conseguir montar um time muito forte para conseguir competir internacionalmente e conseguir colocar o Brasil no topo novamente. E como você falou, a gente não perdeu nenhuma partida no Qualifier. Acho que foi muito por conta da nossa preparação, e a gente se preparou muito bem, treinou bastante. E espero que a gente consiga manter os bons resultados, porque acredito que essa lineup tem muito potencial e a gente está treinando bastante. Então, espero conseguir executar isso no campeonato. Bom, no último campeonato internacional que eu não consegui participar, o Brasil não conseguiu ter um bom desempenho e eu fiquei muito chateado com isso. E agora que eu estou de volta, eu não posso aceitar que o Brasil não tenha um bom resultado novamente. Então eu vou amassar a Vitality e vou amassar a G também.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Stay in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment.
In the earlier days, the Philippines and its towns were ruled by a mighty Datu, the monarchs, rulers of the Philippines archipelago. To become a Datu, one must have wisdom, exceptional leadership, and physical prowess to win battles and climb his honor.
Nakarating na ako sa world stage, ngunit hindi pinalad makalaro ng kahit isang laro. Ngayon ang pagkakataon ko para ipakita sa mundo ang aking tunay na galing.
It's been so long since we've been here. Let's remind the world who we are again this time.
Nós aprendemos muitas coisas com as nossas experiências internacionais. Dessa vez, vamos ganhar tudo.
He watched from afar, and heir to his throne, he seek.
Built and revitalized, we're coming for the crown. We'll show you the legacy of our organization.
A lot considers us as the underdog. Dark horses are imminent. I have read the one the overlord are the warriors about to be crowned as king.
Kemenangan selalu ada di ujung jari. Kami gagal dan itu menyakitkan. Kami akan melakukan segalanya untuk menang. Kami tidak akan mengecewakan penggemar kami kali ini.
We aren't called elevate for nothing. We rise, we ascend, we never look down.
We have rebooted this team. We are coming for the crown, even though we are new.
We are now back in the world stage and we remind everyone who they need to be wary of. We are coming for the crown.
Our country has always won the title. It won't be different this time. Come and try if you want.
We the White Cup, RedForce match. The games we play will be unpredictable. Time to show them what warriors are made of.
To represent your country is an honor. To serve as its most outstanding warrior. We promise to never disappoint. We will win and make our homeland proud.
Who will be worthy of victory?
Welcome back. It is your favorite kind of tofu. This time partnering with Blam to bring you your final series of the day. It's going to be Gen.G going up against Elevate. Now, Blam, how do you feel about this series?
I mean, we get our second Philippine representatives on stage as well. I mean, they probably bear a lot of weight from seeing Rough World Era lose game one of this today. So I feel like there's definitely a lot to prove for Elevate, but also for Gen.G.
Yeah, I think, their performances in the qualifiers, at least for the side of Gen.G, was a little bit shaky at times. So today is one of the tickets that kind of showcase that, hey, they mean business and they have kind of polished up the gameplay as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Gen.G are probably like one of the, I think it's like 1 out of 3 teams that actually made it all the way to KC 2024 that are still here in Season 3 Invitational, sorry. So again, that's a great bit of weight for them to bear themselves, but this is Gen.G. We obviously have Clue, Wawa, Ray, Roche, and...
Yeah, I mean, it's great, right? So
Inua.
We've already seen the type of quality they can display. The question now is, can they be consistent with it? And bear in mind, they're not going up against some randos here. They're going to be going up against one of the stronger teams across the board, right? But let's take a look at their walk-in first. How do you think Gen.G is going to perform?
I mean, I feel like Group A, other than Group B, is kind of more of like a... It's hard to gauge on who's actually going to be first, second, or third in this group, but I feel like Gen.G, even though you said they obviously had a bit of shaky performance within the qualifiers, I still think that this team have the experience within themselves to actually get all the way up into the second place, if not first. But here is Elevate.
Yep, so this will be their challenges. The second team coming out from the Philippines region, it is going to be Elevate. Now, we've already seen their performance in the Philippines qualifier, and I have to say it was pretty impressive, right? So at this point, Elevate, they're going to be represented by the 5 very, very strong heroes here, and they will be taking up onto the stage. Now, Elevate, what do you think of their performance in the qualifiers, and how do you think that's going to translate here today?
Well, I mean, the thing that I was really surprised about is when we was watching them in the Philippine qualifiers is the fact that they actually went 2-0 up against Blacklist in the upper bracket finals, but then obviously lost the following 3 games. So I feel there's a lot of potential for Elevate. I mean, they have, again, experience amongst them. They are members of obviously Boom and Excretion, but this is Gen.G. We have Inua, we have Wawa, Ray, Rock, and Clue. Obviously, some of these players were Falcons Esports, and now they are here under Gen.G's banner and looking to prove themselves in Season 3 and in 2025.
Yeah, so the big question here is about the synergy, right? Now, some of these players, they have played together before. It's not the full team, but 3 out of 5, I think that's a good place to start from, right? Now, the question is, after weeks and months of preparation, how do they hold up to the synergy that is displayed by Elevate as well?
I mean, we'll have to wait, right? I mean, Ray and Wawa have been pretty solid duo, right? Like, I feel like they fit better within the jungle and the clash lane role rather than what we saw them in their previous roster, where Ray was the mid lane and then obviously Wawa was clash still. But I feel like they fit better here because they have a lot more kind of synergy going up into that clash lane.
Yeah, I think the big question is also, I mean, we've already said this from previous seasons, like consistency, right? When Clue specifically on his roam, when he's having a good day, he's having a field day, he is one of the best, if not the best. But now going up against the likes of Elevate, represented by Mitsura, Hyde, Ajizix, Azar, and Ivalis, how do they fare? That's the real challenge here today.
Absolutely. I mean, they went 2-0 up on Blacklist previously in the upper bracket finals, then to go 3, I believe it was 3-0, was it, in the actual grand finals against Blacklist. So whether it was just kind of like a bit of a fluke for Elevate in the upper bracket finals, they're able to actually go 2-0, or it's actually down to their skill as players. But I suppose this is where that's all going to kind of come into fruition and actually be proven here on Season 3 Invitational. And this is the day 1 for both of these teams, so they really want to go with their strong foot through in this day 1, because after this game, they only have 1 match each left, and that's both with Blacklist, right?
Yeah, that's a scary notion I think of for both teams, right? And I think there's a little bit more pressure coming out, maybe for the side of Elevate. I mean, if I were in their shoes, look, the other representative did not have the best first day, and now they're hoping, right? All of the hopes on the Philippines region is going to be on their backs, at least for day 1. Can Elevate beat Gen.G Esports and, you know, bring some pride home?
We can kind of hope so, right? I mean, it'd be nice to see a full best of 5 today, at least on day 1. We obviously had a 4 rounds in game 1, 3 rounds in game 2, a little bit of an unexpected stomp from Team Vitality going into the Season 3 Invitational. But I feel like this one may actually go the distance, but I suppose it will all get written in that game 1, game 2, right? Like if Gen.G or Elevate both go 2-0, at those first 2 games, then it's going to be hard for both of these teams to bounce back with a reverse sweep.
Yeah, so far we've seen if you get the lead, it's kind of easy to get the ball out of the park, right? Just knock it home base. But in this case, there's also another pattern that has been pretty apparent in all the series that we've had today, is that teams like to pick the Organ early, right? And I'm not sure about you, I'm not too big of a fan of early Organ shows.
No, absolutely not. Because it kind of burns out the rest of your resources, because you can only go down from an Organ, right? I mean, that's coming from an Organ main, but statistically as well, you can only come down from an Organ pick. Like, there's no way past the Organ pick. It is pretty much the creme de la creme of the jungle.
Oh, yeah. Now, let's take a look at the Gen.G side. They look pretty relaxed, right? I think they're pretty confident about having a lead in this series. We've already seen some very interesting picks, like the Menki. Menki wasn't shown too much around, but I think Menki has had a decent performance thus far in the tournament. We've seen the highs, we've seen some lows, right? Tun, Menki, Organ, very tanky heroes in the jungle, able to frontline for the team. And then we have a monster of a backline coming in the form of Arlie, maybe even Tiwenjie. And I think I'm really interested to see whether this pattern will continue for this series.
I mean, if we look back at the roster and the drafts that they picked for the qualifiers, I feel like it will fall into that suit. Obviously, we'll have a bit of a flex with the Hue 1. Maybe we'll see Kaiser if Dolia gets drafted as well. But like you were saying earlier when we was watching the first series of the day, that we're expected to see some Hanshin, we're expected to see some Luna, and out of all those games of the qualifiers for the side of Elevate, they only picked the Hanshin once. So is it going to come out first? Is it going to come out within the series?
You know, I think we might not be able to see it just yet. In fact, I think the only region that has really showcased a lot of Hansing play is actually from Indonesia, of which they're not playing today, right? So maybe I'll take a step back on my earlier comments. I mean, it's hopes on my end. I like to see flashy plays. I want to see big burst damage as well. But I don't think this is really the style of both Elevate and Gen.G. They like to take things at a considerable pace. They like to ramp it up slowly but surely.
I mean, this is the one thing I take away from Gen.G at the qualifiers, right? Is that the fact that they were able to have such great team fight potential as well. Not too sure about Elevate. They were a little bit kind of all over the place sometimes with going into their team fights. Hopefully they don't suffer the same kind of wrath of Rough World era where one of their players overextends and then that's it, boom. The opposite team just wipes you out. But we are going to get into the BP. What kind of bans do we think we're going to be seeing? Is the Liang going to be a present ban very first on the first side of the phase? Or are we going to see something a little bit different?
I'm expecting a Mai. We have seen Mai bans all over the place, but the first ban is going to be the Dharma. And for good reason as well. I think we've seen quite a few performances from the other players of the other teams as well. With that truth mantra, it has been quite critical. And likewise, the Mai ban does come true.
Yes, the My Band does come through for Gen.G. So we saw Inua actually play in the qualifiers. It was probably one of his better performances in the qualifiers. We normally were expecting to stick with the utility mages, but there is that Liang ban. So I wasn't quite too far from the pale calling that one out.
Yeah, with the Liang ban, that opens up a lot of possibilities on the jungle. We could potentially see Alarm as well, but I'm going to prio the farm lane first. And Arlie, a staple since Season 1. Arlie, one of the best picks in the farm lane. Now the question is, what does Gen.G want to do with this information?
Exactly. I mean, we saw it earlier when we saw Almini go for Arlie in the first game of the series just then we saw Team Vitality just punish Almini on that pick because normally it is one of the stellar picks for most of the farm lane players within the competition of Honor of Kings. But will Gen.G do the same thing? But with Wawa locking in that sunset, you are guaranteed to see some very heavy rotational gameplay.
Oh, I like this. I like the Yixing pick, right? Along with the Mortar as well. This is a very sick combination, simply because it is a huge counter towards Sun Ce. Just based off on a singular hero interaction itself, Sun Ce won't be able to escape the chessboard that quickly.
Yeah, but pairing that up with the Dune over the side of Gen.G means that they do have the anchor to the man with the boat, right? Like, he can just go in, he can soak up all the damage, all the abilities, all those skills, and then Gen.G just rolls through and just absolutely shows a display. And I mean, it's looking very similar to Team Vitality's draft, right? They have the Dune, they have the Diadea, two great heroes for CC. And I mean, if you can get on top of the Arlie, get on top of the Yixing, it doesn't matter if you're in that wall is my board. You kind of just made that domain your own.
Yep, exactly. And one of the things that is going to be of big concern for the side of Elevate is actually the amount of damage output that they can master. Because both Dune and Sun Ce, they are pretty beefy boys as well.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, they can sustain a lot of damage going into the early game, late game. Not so much with Dune, because obviously, yes, he gets the items. It kind of scales over time with as the match goes on. But if you start building like anti-tank, it's just going to shred through the Dune. And nicely picked here is the Angela. Again, is going to be great for wave clear, great for any kind of disengage mechanic that the side of Gen.G have here.
Yep, the NTCC properties of Blazing Brilliance definitely going to help them out in the fights. But I don't think it's going to be too big of a challenge. But I like this. You know what? We have never expected to see Pei that much in our competitive matches itself. But Pei has been showing up a lot here in day number 1. And it is of utmost importance that you have to get the lead in the early game. So I think there's a lot of pressure on Gen.G to get the formula right. Because if they don't, Elevate is going to just stomp them pretty much in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Rough World era picked the Pei. They didn't quite have the aggression that they needed to actually pop off that pick. Team Vitality was completely the other side of the spectrum, absolutely just demanded that Alpha 7 played reactively. And now we got to see, like you said there, Ken, if Gen.G has it in their pocket. But they do have a lot of CC with the Diadea, with Sunsa, with Dune as well. So that's a lot of setup potential for the pay in the early game as well.
Yeah. Okay. So important question. I'm not gonna do it the same as Hall. I'm not gonna ask you to pick a side, but I'm gonna ask you which draft is easier to execute.
Personally, I think Elevates is a little bit easier to execute because it's actually heavily reliant on the Motsu, right? The cannon blast coming through. If that lands, then you're onto a winner. But if that misses, then it kind of becomes a little bit more difficult. But then you've still got the battlefield command from Liu Bang. You have Musashi there with the duel at death, able to actually hone in and being able to restrict them into a small space or even just like a board. Yixing is the hero you need. So they have a lot of control on the side of Elevate. So I'd say in terms of execution, Elevate takes it for me.
Yep, I agree as well. I think at this point, you know, the difference in this is the type of commitment you have to give when you initiate onto battles, right? Elevate, they're just waiting for the cannon blast. If they get a stun, hey, that's the marker for you to go. But on the other side, for the side of Gen.G, if you're going to be using like Set Sail, Unruly Blade, it's a full commitment, right? You need to wait 4 to 5 seconds for the Unruly Blade to be off cooldown. So which means if you go in, you have to go all in.
That's it. It's putting everything on red, right? That's the whole point of Gen.G's team comp. So they're on the red side. They got to pull it all in on red. Let's see if they're able to actually execute this against Elevate. But it all depends if Elevate can just control them and say, like, hey, look, we can see you being aggressive, but we're actually going to change the pace around. We're going to make the pendulum swing in our favor.
Yeah, and I think right now we have to identify, right? What are the prior win conditions that both teams are looking out for? I think at least for the side of Elevate, everything is going to be falling onto Azar, right? They need to provide enough room for him to get the lead in lane and a G6 as well. These are the two markers that need to have a successful start to the game.
They need a successful start to the game, but they also, I feel like, need to get to the late game, whereas Gen.G, they are a ticking time bomb with the pay. He needs to have that influence early. And right here, we're seeing that level 1 invade, right? There we go. Like the Wind Slash does connect in. It is the bit of farewell. They're going to get first blood onto a Jizzix. Rock is a little bit too far behind. It's actually Mitsuri picking up first blood. Our Elevate done here. No Clue is able to use the bit of farewell to get out of there just for now. But they're still tracking him down. Clue takes a lot of damage from Hyde. So Elevate already 2-0. Not going the way Gen.G expected.
Yep, and this is what I mean by overcommitment, right? So for Gen.G, if you dive, you have to dive all in. Elevate, they can choose to react or not because they have the option of mobility. They can escape. There are mechanisms to kind of deter the rest of the team from coming into chase. And this extra shield coming in was the difference maker for the side of Ajisix.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw him actually just escape there by the skin of his teeth and then be so reactive to be like, hey, guys, if you want to come into our home ground, we're going to react and actually do the thing that you aim to do, which was get an early first blood, get some early gold on the board. But they failed. They failed.
Yep. And here's the byproduct, right? Azar now is going to have free farm. He takes the Fire Beak as well. And I like the fact that they're trying to even out the farm by swapping the lanes here, but it's not working out well.
Not working out well just yet, no. I don't feel like it will. I think it sort of pays dividends later on for the side of Elevate here. It just means that Arlie's able to just get that resources up, which is the thing you really want to kind of stunt the growth of, right?
Yeah, and to make matters worse, now Gen.G, they don't have any resources to go for.
No resources to go for at all just yet. I mean, we're seeing Ray and Roche just try and like hold their own up into the clash lane here. It's just trying to put a little bit of pressure onto the Liu Bang, but we know with the Battlefield Command, he's able to get anywhere he wants to, but Clue having to use his abilities to latch onto Inua there just to escape that one, and it was all thanks to the Blazing Brilliance just to keep away Elevate.
Yep, every time it's used as a defensive measure, I think it's not going to be in favor of Gen.G, right? So at this point, Elevate, I think they're just playing according to how their draft works best. Gen.G, they still have some figuring out to do. first and foremost, maybe get a little bit more farm and maybe try and create some space for Rock because Pei needs the farm. And right now at level 5, he's not in a position where he needs to be. He needs to be over level. He needs to be higher than Agisic. He needs to make the difference.
Yeah, he definitely needs to be ahead of the curve, right? And I mean, it's not looking that way in terms of the overall resources, but we don't know what it's like between these two. But from what we've seen so far, obviously the failed level 1 engage, the gank onto their enemy's jungle, I feel like it's definitely going to be Agisic here with the more gold. He does use the duel at death to get out of the way of the Blazing Brilliance, which was beautifully executed there by Agisic. It is Hyde coming in here as well. From the clash lane, Lu Bang gets hit with the Destiny counter. The set sail coming through to the back line actually connects onto Hyde. Gets the kill for Gen.G, but here is the world's my board, locking him into a small space. We do see that Agisic gets the kill onto Clue. Mitsura gets the kill onto Wawa as well. So well played by Elevate. We saw a little bit of a glimmer of hope there for Gen.G.
Yeah, it was, right? It's a huge risk because they don't have a traditional farm lane hero at this point. I think it's not paying off that well yet, but I can kind of see, okay, late game, they want to make sure that if the early game fails, at least they can have something to fall back on. This was a beautiful bolt. The set sail definitely did hit his mark. Stopped the stuns from coming in because the mortar was actually knocked up as well. But, you know, return fire, at this point, the problem is Azar. Nobody has dealt with the fact that Azar has been free farming this first, 4 minutes of the game.
Yeah, it's like Bob Ross says, it's those beautiful little mistakes, right? It's like that set cell wasn't meant for Motsu, but it connected, it stopped the stuns. It kind of worked in their favor, but it still meant that Elevate was able to get on top. But speaking of getting on top, Wawa is currently on top of Azar there. He's able to lay step out of the way though, so not quite getting the kill and stunting the growth of Azar for now.
Yep, couldn't finish the job, but that's a very scary idea. The fact that Azar can be threatened by Wawa at this point just like that, that serves as a warning. But that's only momentary because late game, I don't think Azar is going to worry that much about Wawa.
Oh, absolutely not. He'll absolutely shred the heck out of Wawa, to be honest. We do see that the Doomsday has been built onto Pei there, so a little bit more damage coming on for the side of Gen.G. And there we are. We're seeing the gold difference actually is going in the favor of Rock for now. So they are starting to build that progress into trying to make this team comp work.
Yeah, level 10 already at this point. Already has that level advantage or EXP advantage going up against Agisic. So that's good news coming in from the side of Gen.G, right? But they need a little bit more. Now, a 3-man attempt at the top T1. I'm not sure whether they will be allowed, and looks like, hey, permission granted. They will take that T1 for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Lu Bang is not going to take a 3v1, right? Especially with a Vanguard rocking around up into the clash lane. That was guaranteed, but they do make a trade into the farm lane. T1 does fall, but speaking of falling, it's going to be Ray getting the kill onto Hyde. So Elevate going into a potential team fight into this mid lane are down a member.
Hyde, I think he made a correct decision, but the team couldn't capitalize on it, right?
Oh, that was nice there by Wawa, but it's able to escape. Azar being so slippery. Agisic uses the duel at death onto Clue, but then gets a bit of farewell. It is going to be Rock getting the kill onto Agisic this first time around. Battlefield Command does come through to change the side of the pendulum. Going over to the side of Elevate for now. The Wind Slash doesn't connect fast enough. It is Everless getting the kill onto Ray.
Yeah, this was a big win for the side of Elevate, and finally they are able to put a little bit of pressure on that mid T1, which is going to open up the map quite a lot. So Gen.G, I think they have to play a little bit more conservative for the next 1 to 2 minutes, and hopefully they get the smite onto this Azure Golem.
They were able to get it. They got it. And they also got Hyde as well. So nice from Inua with the Blazing Brilliance from the back line, able to take out Hyde. So there goes one of their front line. They're now heavily reliant on Agisic going into these next team fights, right? But it's Elevate taking that T1. And like you were saying, Kid, it's very detrimental for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, this is going to, going to cut the vision that is available to Gen.G, but here we go. If Rock can actually get a pick off at this moment of time, it's going to be very beneficial to Elevate, right? They can then take a pick, choose one of the T1s or the T2s on the mid or on the bottom, and make life a little bit more difficult and more stressful for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, we see that Rock here is actually level 10 right now. We do see a 2v1 going in onto Hyde. They are putting a lot of pressure onto the Clash lane, so maybe Gen.G put the feelers out and feel like that the Clash lane is the weak point here. But speaking of weak points, we do see Inua going taken down. A bit of revenge there for Hyde in that previous 2 minutes ago falling down. Think inside the box does connect, but it's not going to be enough. Rock gets the kill. Clue looking pretty low. Hyde is still on the run on the wrong side of the map right now. Luckily for him, it looks like he may get taken down. He's able to get Clue though, as Wawa's going straight into the backline, taking out Azar. So a good trade there for Gen.G. 4-2 trade.
Yeah, now you can start to see why there was a particular thought process on the way they drafted, right? So they're trying to sustain through the fights, and right now there's plenty of control. Okay, Pei doesn't have too much of CC available. That's going to come from Ray as well as Clue and Inua and Wawa, right? But there's 4 different members with stuns coming in. Now, unfortunate for Inua, he did blow his ultimate, and 3 of them did get caught on the board, right? But because they're so tanky, there's no way. There's lack of damage coming in from the side of Elevate. And when you get too close to Gen.G, Gen.G is happy to oblige. They will take that fight any day.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely working out in the favor of Gen.G, right? Going into that kind of what we would class as the mid game now, as we're approaching that 10-minute mark for the shadow variants of the neutral objectives to come up. But I feel like Gen.G are definitely gaining back some control that they lost in the early game. Taking that T2 up into the Clash lane is definitely going to help them out, especially if they decide to try and focus the Shadow Overlord, right? It's going to be a lot harder for the side of Elevate if they don't get any lane priority up into the Clash lane, is to take that fight over the Shadow Overlord.
I think Ivalice needs to be a little less daring, right? He needs to land the stuns and only go in when he has the option to control 3 or 4 or even more members. Because at this point, you're playing to the strengths of Gen.G. Gen.G are a particularly melee draft. You can't fight face to face.
He tried to face check the bush with the cannon blast, but actually got meat with the Maker as they have the minions going up to the T2 into the farm lane as well. So great timing by Gen.G.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? As Elevate, I think they understand the strength. They need more time for Azar. He has been free farming, and I think they have been listening in, right? Because Gen.G now, they're putting so much pressure across the map. Macro game on point. There is not a lot of space now that's safe to farm for the side of Azar.
Yeah, no, he's going to struggle. I mean, with those 2 T2s down on the side lanes, it just opens up the world buffet for the side of Gen.G just to kind of have their way with Elevate's jungle whenever they want to. They take the Shadow Tyrant over the Overlord here for some extra damage. I mean, this pays very well going on to pay the likes of Angela as well, right? There is a lot going on there for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, and to make things worse, you know, at this point, right, hang on. This could be a big one.
Oh, yeah, Blazing Brilliance sets up a great team fight there. Takes out a Jizik, so down goes the jungler already. Set Sail actually being used a little bit too late there, but it doesn't matter. It means that Sunset is in the match. Wawa is here to stay as they decide to push this Clash lane as well as the mid lane here. Hyde actually getting out with a very lack of skin on the back of his hide.
Yeah, look. Clue doesn't need any money. He doesn't need gold. It's just 4 people on the side of Gen.G sharing it. And right now, that's too much gold going into their pockets now, leading by 5,000 gold. And I think we were talking about this just now. They have kept on pressuring Hyde, right, in the Clash scene. And for good reason, right? If your battlefield command doesn't heal enough, it doesn't protect you, what's the use in having Hyde?
What is the use in having Hyde, right? I mean, you need to be playing on the front foot for Lu Bang to actually make sense, I feel. Like, if you're playing from the back foot and then you're having to use battlefield command to kind of try and overturn the tides of already a losing battle, it then becomes pretty useless. But in that case, you can kind of use it as a scapegoat that we saw Hyde do there. He was trying to take a 1v1 with Wawa, and Sunset going against the Lu Bang, I feel like a 1v1 would definitely go over to the side of Sunset just from damage alone.
Yeah, exactly. The burst component is too strong. And also, he's able to interrupt that battlefield command if he gets his timing right? So right now, Gen.G, the draft making a lot of sense. Clue, he doesn't care about, you know, doing too much at this point. He's just a walking tower, walking wall, right? He's just giving vision so that Gen.G can plan their next move.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see Clue's vision score, right? I mean, it's got to be high considering how he's playing this match, and it's definitely working well for Gen.G. Those that was looking like a very shaky early game is definitely starting to become a fruitful potential victory here. All they need to do is make sure they claim these higher ground turrets, make sure they don't lose a team fight on the side of Gen.G.
Yep, Clue still has not used the Guardian Redemption combination just yet, and which means there is a huge amount of survivability on the side of Gen.G as well.
Yeah, we do see the Vanguards coming around as well as a Shadow Vanguard at the high ground turret into the clash lane. World is my board gets activated just maybe as a bit of a deterrent here, but it's not going to stop the Vanguards from attacking those high ground turrets. And down goes the mid lane one. Wawa into the back line there, trying to take out Hyde, because down goes their front line. Oh, Yi Xing is getting able out of there just thanks to his passive, the invincibility at low health. But Jizzix doesn't, Hyde doesn't quite have that same thing. He does get locked down. High ground turret goes down into the farm lane as well for Gen.G. They have the Vanguard, can elevate, clean these minions out before Gen.G takes the crystal.
It's going to be a tough defense. I think they can do it, but it's really up to Gen.G, right? Gen.G says, hey, that risk is not worth taking. They will back off. But so far, Gen.G, it has been impressive, right? The fact that they came from behind and now have a considerable lead. It's not the biggest. It's not something you can't overturn, but it's going to be a mountain to climb for the side of Elevate.
I mean, just for the sheer fact that they don't have the higher ground turrets, I feel like it is definitely a Mount Everest to climb, right? It's harder to get back when you don't have any higher ground turrets because you're now playing against those enhanced minions, and that definitely, I would rather be on the side that have the enhanced minions than be fighting against them.
Well, it's the best chance for them to elevate, you know? But at this point, it's a difficult thing to consider because Elevate, I don't think they have the resources to get things done. No.
Yep, Hyde goes straight into the thick of it, though. They do get the Tyrant, so that means the extra damage comes along into this team fight, which is timed nicely. Jizzix looking pretty low. The Blood Rage does come in a bit clutch there, as well as Ivalice using that think inside the box, splitting the team fight on two fronts, but it's still going in the favor of Gen.G. That 2-1 trade, Clue going in with a bit of farewell. Nicely done there by Gen.G. Rock. Getting that double kill. Azar needs to try and get out of there, but there is a set sail from Wawa. Is he going to connect? It does, and Azar goes down. It's now looking like it may be the closing doors here for Elevator Game 1.
Yep, Jizzix alone against the likes of the minions as well as a 4-member strong Gen.G.
Yeah, the Destiny counter comes through with the minions. It is Game 1 going over to Gen.G.
Spectacular performance. I like the growth that Gen.G has shown. Definitely have shown they've improved since the qualifiers. A little bit more steady in terms of their growth. Now the question is this just something that is closer to a fluke, or is this going to be a consistent show? Right? We have seen teams take the lead. We have seen teams lose the lead as well in a series.
I mean, who needs a farm lane, all right? I mean, we had Roche there, Rock there on the pay. So there's like, hey, we don't need any range. We've got Clue on the Diadea, which seems to be one of his desired picks now. We've gone from seeing Clue kind of evolve from like a main Zhang Fei player all the way to a Diadea player. But that means that that's now been burnt off the cards. So it's going to be interesting to see how Gen.G actually do draft going into these next few games. But going from what was looking like a dominant performance there from Elevate in the early game, for Gen.G to switch that around was a great switcheroo.
Yeah, I was really concerned about the damage, right? Because there were so many life bars to burn through, especially when you have a Dun coming in on the side of Gen.G. And I think towards the later part of the game, you could really see why it was such a scary notion. The fact that they took the risk. Look, Gen.G, let's be honest, it's a huge risk. When you have no traditional farm laner going up against an RLE, who essentially is able to free hit you in the first, 5 minutes of the game, it's quite hard. In fact, it's a nightmare to play against. So the fact that they survived this first 5-6 minutes without dying too much and going to take a look at the end game farm by all of them. 13,000 on Rock, 9,000 on Inua in the mid, 8,000 on Ray, and 10,000 on Wawa, right? In comparison, look at Ivalice. He only had the meager close to 6,000 gold. And Clue was about, 3,000 ahead of him.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with the picks like Modsu, right? And as well as Lu Bang, is that if you're playing on the back foot, you've then got to try and make up those resources. And we know that Modsu can kind of hit like a shuttle bus coming in hot or a truck coming in hot when he has those AP items. But if you're playing on the back foot and you don't have those resources, you're not going to do that damage with your cannon blast. But I feel like this is a really good display from Gen.G that they took such a risky draft in game 1 and still propelled with it.
Yeah, I like the confidence that Gen.G have. And I think it might translate into a very strong performance in game number 2. Now, let's talk about Elevate for a little bit. I think they had a pretty decent start, right?
Yes.
With a traditional draft, I think it was not bad, but right close towards that 5-minute mark where they kind of fell to playing to the strengths of Gen.G. That was my big concern, right? Like Gen.G is a very melee draft. Why are you going face to face in a fist fight, right? Shoot them with a gun.
I mean, that's something that Gen.G didn't have, right? It was a gun, so they should have played to that strength that they have, but they decided to think, hey, we have the lead in gold, so maybe they got a little bit delulu with that gold lead and thought, you know what, let's just continue fighting them head-on, and didn't quite work out the way it did. But MVP here going over to Ray, soaking that 26% of damage, normally being just the jungle with the smite, but it's actually Rock that took the smite as well, so Gen.G Ray getting MVP in game 1. It could have gone to anybody, to be fair. I'm very surprised it wasn't going to Clue.
Yeah, true. I agree with that. But end of the day, I think Ray just had a little bit more impact in the sense where he was the setter for the team, right? When Ray was soaking up all the damage, that allowed a lot of space for the rest of the team to really go in with the freedom and being stress-free. Yeah. And once he gets in, the rest of the team will then follow up. Look at that. Wawa as well benefits off of the confusion and all of the damage soaking that they did.
Yeah, I mean, this replay is definitely looking... It shows that the butterfly emerged from the cocoon with Gen.G, right? Like, we saw at the beginning part, that level 1 engage didn't quite go in their favor, and I was thinking, oh, man, I had my hands, like, face-palming on my head. I was just like, man, this can't be it for Gen.G. They have so much more within them, and then they just proved me wrong again, especially with these kind of team fights up into the mid lane, as well as dominating the turret game as well. They were able to take team fights and take T1s.
Yeah, it's really scary, right? Because, when you're dealing with Toon, if you manage to kill Ray off, it feels like, hey, there's a lot of pressure taken off his shoulders, and suddenly Wawa comes in, and it's round 2, right? Round 2 of heavy hitters, and it's a heavyweight boxing match at this point. And definitely, they were lean, they were lean and mean, but not mean enough, because Gen.G, they were just too big of a powerhouse in terms of health, in terms of damage as well.
Yeah, I mean, it does mean that Elevate obviously take the likes of the Musashi off the board as well as the Yixing in game 1. So already one of those dominant mid laners have been taken off the cards thanks to the global ban pick for the side going into the competition of Honor of Kings now. But just look at this close of the Destiny encounter. It wasn't quite needed, but it was just a push forward to keep Hyde off of the crystal as well. So well played to Gen.G, getting a 1-0 victory so far over Elevate. So Elevate need to bring something back in this game too to make sure they don't fall the same destiny as what Rough Wall Era had.
Now, you know what this means? It means that Algren is always going to be on the back of the mind of Elevate, right? Yeah. Now they don't have a Musashi. There is no duel to the death to stop the Algren from coming in. There is no health bar decrease. There is no healing immunity. That's one thing they have to consider. Okay, great, sure, they might have the Dun, they might have the Kaiser, but it's always a nightmare. With the type of performance we've seen with Algren from the rest of the teams that have played today, I think that's definitely something you need to consider. And bear in mind, this is not the only problem they might face. We also have the Yu Huan, has not been showcased in this series yet. Many other picks that Musashi is great against, and the fact that they could not walk away with a win is kind of scary.
It is, especially with such a sort of foundational kind of draft that they had in game 1 for Elevate, whereas Gen.G went for the unconventional picks and still managed to do it. I mean, not completely unconventional. We had the Diadea, we had the Dune. They've all been kind of expired now, which our big picks definitely have a big win rate going into season 3 so far, but Gen.G still have a lot. Like Clue has the Zhongfei. We've seen him time and time again on that pick. It's been pretty great for him. I can imagine maybe if they do go for the Orgrin, maybe we'll see Clue pick up the Lian Po, because we know that those two heroes synergize very well together.
Yeah, now the thing that I'm curious about is how Azar is going to do, because Arlie is actually one of the best farm laners to take into any competitive match, right? And the fact that they couldn't walk away with the dub means Elevate needs to try something new. And we all know Azar, he works well with the Marco Polo. Is that going to be showcased today? That will be the first game where we see a Marco Polo in the series for day number 1.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Marco Polo for Alpha 7, I believe it was. He did actually come through for that. But again, it was just the strategy of Team Vitality that was just always focusing our minis. So we haven't seen Gen.G do that complete focus yet. There we go. We're seeing some of the crowds cheering on. They need it. Elevate need it going into game 2, right? So the home team definitely need that home crowd. How do you feel that the home crowd affects this one, kid?
I think it's a double-edged sword, right? So likewise, like I said just now, Elevate, they're in a very particular, peculiar situation, right? Because you want to feel the love from the fans, but at the same time, you want to perform in front of the fans. And now that they're down by 1 game, it's not the end of the world, but you're kind of feeling the pressure, right? Like, hey, we're here to perform. I want to make my home fans proud. And we didn't manage to do it in game 1, right? Can we do it in game 2? And then, self-doubt starts to set in.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the cheering, so the spirits are definitely high within the crowd, right? So I feel like that's going to amp up Elevate to another level. So we'll have to see what they decide to go for in the BP going into game 2. But like you said, taking the early off for Azar in game 1 is it's more like a double-edged blade, right? Like if you don't get the victory, then it's the more harsher side of the double-edged sword. But if you get the victory, then it's kind of like, wow, okay, so we can now try and go for the Lung, we can try and go for the Marco Polo, those kind of picks, rather than having to rely on more so the lower tier picks like the Ho Yi or even Mungya, right?
Yeah, it opens up a lot of options for you, right? Because now then you have the freedom of choice. Hey, we missed 1 game without a farm laner, so which means I open it up for another game.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it now means that that Roche can actually play some farm lane heroes, maybe. I mean, he's still got everyone to pick from.
Oh, yeah. Full on. And if it is a closing games for the series, last game of the series, look, Soye works wonders. We've already seen the likes of Nongshim use Soye to great effect, right?
Yes.
In their closing game, late game Soye, hard to deal with. We have maybe on the other end, I really want to see a Marco this time. I don't think we've seen the best performance of Marco. Credits to Vitality for making that happen because they just crushed Almighty's Marco really devastatingly. But hey, Azar, I want to see that Marco.
Yeah, maybe we'll get double stun Marco Polo, right? He goes for the common skill and then also goes for the frigid charge as well. Maybe we'll get the double stun come through with the Marco Polo. But like you were saying there with Gen.G, is the fact that they still have like what Nongshim drafted as well with the Zhou and the Modsu, whereas Modsu has been obviously expanded for the side of Elevate now, so they can't really go for that comp. But I feel like that might be something that Clue goes for because it's a very Clue-esque hero, right?
Yeah, it fits the bill, right? He likes the
Clue's
stuns.
having fun on stage.
He likes stuns, controls, and he likes a bit of beefiness. Now, Mortu might be someone that you think, hey, he's not very tanky, but his passive after the usage of the skills will give him a shield, so he is kind of tanky in a way. Now, the question is, will they take out that strat?
Will they? We'll have to find out, right? I mean, we can kind of see it there for those at home viewing that those were the bans and picks from last game, so if Gen.G's already picked those picks, thanks to Global Ban Pick, they can't pick them again, but they can still ban them. So they could ban out the likes of the Dune, they could ban out the Pei themselves if they wanted to, or even the Diadea, but it looks like Clue's been given a different task, and it's just to amp up the crowd.
Yeah, but for those of you that know Clue, I think he feeds off this energy, right?
He does.
Good or bad, it doesn't matter. You are giving him energy, and I think he's definitely going to use it to turn the game in favor of his team. So I think right now, Elevate needs to really just lock in, go in a focus mood, and think about, hey, how do we make life difficult on the side of Gen.G?
I think maybe going for, because we know that Rock can play, he drafted Pei in game 1, right? So his farm lane, hero pool, untouched, doesn't matter. I mean, they could try and ban out all farm lane heroes if they really wanted to, but then they've also got to then look out for Wawa with the Dharma. We know how strong he is on this pick, and if he gets this in game 2, it could be a 2-0 victory for Gen.G, And then you've also got to think about Ray. He's very heavy on the Masashi as well. We've seen him time and time again perform very well on that hero.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just how it's like, right? After this global ban pick has been introduced, it's what kind of problems do you want to face? There is no solution to everything. You have to give up some part of your draft.
You do. That's the unfortunate part of the ban pick phase, right? You do have to give up some bits, a bit of give and take from both of these teams. Maybe that's where respect starts, is in the BP.
Oh yeah. So right now the question, I want to see, do we get a Allgren straight away? Game number 2, right? Does Gen.G want to come in swinging hard to maybe step it up, get a 2-0 comfortable lead, and then try and close out the series? Likewise, on the opposite end, right? Elevate definitely looking to be able to tie up the series, but how do they want to do it? That's the thing, because I think Clue, this recent buff and recent patch with the introduction of Sakir, it fits his MO really well.
Yeah, I mean, they could go for the Sakir and the Shoyu combo, or even just interchange that Sakir with the Motsu as well, but I don't feel like they'll bring out the Allgren in game 2. If they're going to bring it out, they're going to get the game 2 victory and then be like, hey guys, let's smash out the Allgren, let's just bring it out and just roll out a 3-0 victory, which the people in the crowd don't really want to see. So I feel like it's definitely down to Elevate to try and shut down Rock in any kind of manner at all. If it's not in the draft, it's got to be focused on the Gorge, right?
Yeah, and I think we need to focus on J6 as well. I think Elevate, maybe, you know what, it's just nerves. Game number 1, it happens, right? You're playing in front of a home crowd. You're not really warmed up to the ambience of playing live just yet. I think this is something that, people underestimate. The stress of playing on stage is quite intense. So maybe if they can steal their nerves, calm down, we could see the best performance coming out from J6. He needs to lead the charge for the side of Elevate.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it can be either overwhelming or completely like what you need to get that win onto the board. But if we go and look at like players that we know historically that feed from the energy, like say, for example, Alpha 7 Danny, being on stage just did not seem to give him the energy that he needed to go against Team Vitality, right? So that's what I mean by it can be overwhelming, is the fact that like you're known to performing on a live stage and then you just get taken down 3-0, which is definitely maybe a reality check for some of these players, but it's the harsh lesson that some of them have to learn, right? But hey, less rambling from me and Kindofu, your favorite kind of tofu. We are getting into game 2 BP right here. This is where the magic is going to start to set.
Yeah, let's see if Mai is going to be hit with the Banhammer again. This time it's going to be Diadea that gets the Banhammer coming out from Gen.G. They don't want to allow the heals. There's too much control and too much sustain coming out from a Diadea. I think that's a perfectly good reason to ban out the Diadea. And they actually don't ban out the Mai first. So this could potentially be a Mai pickup on the side of Gen.G.
It could be, absolutely. I mean, they have the Prio pick, right? It's not really the Inua spell. Like I said, he did have the best performance out of all his hero selection within the Mina qualifier on the Mai Shurunoi. So you could be right. It could be Prio blue pick here for Gen.G, or they end up locking in maybe one of Clue's picks, or even Lung, right?
Okay, so they will not allow it. Permission denied here. So it is going to be the final Mai ban, and this is the Wawa specialty. So Dharma going into the hands of Wawa, we know what kind of destruction he can lay on opponents, and Elevate is going to be on the receiving end of this if they don't come up with a solution for this.
Yeah, what is the solution to the Dharma though, right? What are we feeling? I mean, they've gone for the Lung again. Because Gen.G didn't take it, I feel like it was only right for them to lock it in onto Azar, because they've already taken one of the tier 1 farm lane heroes. Locking in the Lung is definitely what you need to do for Azar to try and get him back into Spirits.
Yeah, I like the thought process here, taking up the Yuhuan as well. I think if, the Truth Mantra does not kill you, and even with the combination of the Enlightenment Mantra as well, look, Yuhuan's ultimate, Unending Sorrow, will help to save the team, at least help to sustain, right? Coming up the heals, and if they change it into the Melody of Peace, that is the turnaround in the team fight. But Gen.G, they lock in the Lady Sun and Ming combination. Ming has just been buffed.
Yep, I mean, if only Hauler was here, he is the one-trick Ming player. He would be buzzing to know that Gen.G's locked this in. And it's something we've seen before already for Gen.G. And it is a dominant combo. Because when we talk about, like, support heroes that are so sort of, like, clue-coded, Ming, Motsu, Zhongfei are definitely amongst those. And especially paired with Rock on the Lady Sun is going to be fearful. It's going to be all about shutting down Rock in this game too, I feel, Ken.
Oh yeah, for sure. And here we go. Elevate, they ban out the Kaiser and the Ogryn. Ogryn now always on the back of their minds on the side of Elevate. And Gen.G, I like the bans. Right, they want to get rid of like burst potentials because that is the kryptonite on the side of Ming and Lady Sun.
Yes, the Lady Gen does come through. Maybe it's going to be a Masashi pick here for... Oh, no, they're going to go for Monkey. Very interesting. I thought Masashi maybe have came through here for the side of Gen.G. But now they're going to go for Monkey. A little bit more tankiness. They do need it, right? They have Dharma, obviously, for the engage, but they definitely need something to follow that up. And, oh, ho, ho, 2 picks that are rocking. Not only the competitive scene, but the rank scene right now is Nuwa and Lamb. How do we feel about that?
Oh, I love it, right? I like the fact that here, look, we are going to be looking at a Sunsa roam, I think. Yeah, Sunsa roam. And the Lam is going to go into the jungle for sure. No.
No, it'd be Huan.
Lam Clash. Oh, Lam jungle. Okay, Lam jungle, Sunsa onto high. That is going to be the Clash lane and Yu Huan as the roam. I like it. There's quite a bit of control and very healthy burst potential coming in from the side of Elevate. Now, all they need to do is to be able to reach Clue or Inua and Rock. Either one of them. And they have to do it at the risk of Wawa and Ray catching them out.
Yeah, I feel like the task to shut down the Lam is definitely Dharma and definitely down to Wawa and Inua because the Destructive Deluge as he's trying to go in with that big push of his ultimate as well. That's going to be the showstopper for the side of Gen.G, I feel. That's the shutdown that they need. But also, in terms of the shutdown that Elevate needs to do, is definitely focusing on Rock in this game too, right? They need to make sure that Azar gets basically above and beyond the Lady Sun in this one.
Yeah, but that's a tough call to make, right? Because at this point, you know Clue is just going to stick to Rock like glue. And 2v1 situation all the way. Ivalis, he has his work cut out for him. It's going to be a very tough job. Until he hits 4, it should be in favor of Rock in the laning phase all day.
It should be. But we'll see if they decide to go for any kind of like lane swaps that we've been seeing for the past few series, right? Where we see some of the Clash lanes go down into the farm lane to kind of just go toe-to-toe, try and stunt the growth of the enemy farm lane in that way. Or it's going to go back a little bit to basics where we see the farm lanes all just go down into their respective roles and lanes. But game 2, Elevate definitely need to pull some of the stops out here. And I feel like this draft is pretty good, but again, I don't think draft was a problem in game 1, right, Ken? It was just the execution of letting Gen.G gain that room to breathe.
Yeah, it's really about small little things across the game from the start, right? So, example, how many camps do you steal away from your opponent's jungle? How many last hits do you have on your creeps? These little things do matter, and you know it compounds. The effect compounds, and that's where you get your lead from. And this is where you can then force it in and say like, hey, I want to get a kill. First blood is mine. And so this laning phase is really important. Don't miss your last hits. Try to steal as many camps as you can from the opponent jungle.
Absolutely. I mean, that's definitely what you want to be doing, is trying to get as much resources going into the likes of the Lamb, making sure your Azure Golems don't get stolen away here. We see that Roche is not... Oh, he gets it as well! Level 1 Azure Golem goes over to Rock. That is just a violation of all kinds.
Yep, G6 is definitely shaken. And here's the thing, right? It was an early smite coming out from the side of G6. And I think because they got notified that he had no smite, you know, Rock just went in for the grenade and somehow got it.
Yeah, I mean, to grenade and outsmite your opponent is definitely a flex, to say the least. But maybe the Nuwa will give a lot more of a oppression in the mid lane, right? Because again, those boxes, just getting that CC, being able to push people away, kind of like the shit in that respect, being able to kind of move your opponents around wherever you need them to be.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Ivalis needed to be the guy who was willing to catch a grenade for him, but he didn't. He was not near. And now, G6, he's in a poor position because he now has to share the lane to try and get the 4. He's not even 4 yet.
Yeah, no, being down that Azure Golem is definitely going to stunt the progress and the farming of the Lamb, right? It's very interesting because he needs that cooldown reduction. He needs to be able to have those spells up and ready when he needs to. But thanks to the side of Gen.G, they kind of starve that potential for the first few minutes. I mean, it's back up in 9 seconds. Do they go for a second wave of denying the Azure Golem? Who can tell?
I don't think they need to, right? At this point, I think all Rock needs to do is to ensure that he has additional lanes to farm, right? So mid lane already given to him, and this is great for the side of Gen.G. Now Rock once again gets access to the farm lane as well. So 2 lanes of farm, he's amplifying his growth pretty much. He's at level 5. Azar is trying his best to keep up, but there's nothing more he can do. The jungle is completely for the side of Rock, and all Ray needs to do is to stop this Agisics farm from happening, and job is done.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely giving like a 50-50 split in terms of the jungle for Rock here on the Lady Sun, just to kind of just amp up that progression in that late game hero, just get those resources on as soon as possible. But it was nice to see that Suns offer the taxi service down to the Azure Golem to make sure they're able to claim it for themselves, Elevate this time. But is it going to be enough for them to actually take a team fight soon? I mean, it seems to be like there's a bit of a brewing up here in the mid lane. Nua missing a few of those skills onto the squishier heroes on the side of Gen.G.
It's not going to happen now, right? At this point, early game, level 6 for the side of Ray, he's pretty much tankier than what is necessary. So Elevate, I don't think there's anyone else besides maybe Agisics and hopefully Azar who's going to be able to deal some significant damage against Ray.
Yeah, Azar looking pretty low already. I mean, it's not the best place you want to be in. He does have the healing behind the fountain there, using the set sail as a defensive measure. Really shows that Wawa has definitely the domination in the Clash lane, right?
Yep, it does. So at this point, I think the lead is pretty strong for the side of Gen.G, even though it looks a bit close in terms of the financial outlook. Look, Gen.G definitely ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they're neck and neck for now, but Elevate just slowly ahead in terms of the goal lead, only a few hundred, which is not a lot, because now the neutral objectives are up. I can imagine that there'll be a team fight just waiting to happen, looking to get that pressure into the farm lane to make that Tyrant a bit of an easy secure here for the side of Gen.G, looking to be the playstyle here. But okay, we do see Wawa, he does phase check there, goes in onto the Huon, but is able to use the target ability from her abilities to keep herself alive, but keeps them off the Tyrant more importantly.
Yeah, and this is where resources are very important, right? So every single thing that Gen.G is forcing Elevate to do is hurting them. So the fact that, look, Azar, right before this Tyrant take, he took so many hits from Rock, which means that he was at risk of using that Infinite Vastness a little bit too early in the team fights. So that's you know, deficit number 1. Deficit number 2, the fact that they had to burn out Ivalis's Unending Sorrow so early, and there was no fight. It was literally because Ray was just doing too much damage. So that's 2 big elements out of the picture. Elevate knew they couldn't take a fight. They couldn't even contest for the Tyrant.
Yeah, couldn't contest for the Tyrant. They lost the Tyrant. They got the Overlord, but there was a trade for the T1s on the opposite side of the maps. We do see Gen.G gets a bit of a lane lead into the farm lane, whereas we see Elevate giving a bit more pressure into the Clash lane thanks to Wawa's absence. But right now, it's still looking neck and neck here. We're just waiting for that first one to come through. Ray gets in trouble there, but the Dream Roll is going to be able to renegotiate his position into this team fight, keeping away the Lam because he's taken a lot of damage for now. We do see Azar up in the sky with the Infinite Vastness come back down to try and protect the T2. Nice set sail into the backline there for Elevate. There's first blood going over to Clue. Clue down, Ray down. That is a 2-1 trade for the side of Elevate. Definitely what they needed, but it's going to be neutralized there by Inua taking the second kill over to Hyde.
Yeah, you know what? If they didn't give that kill away, Elevate would have been in a great position because they were recovering at this point. But right now, because they got the trade on the side of Gen.G, it's not looking too good. And, you know, gold-wise, it's difficult to keep up. Look, I like this. Let's take a look at the replay. The bolt from the set sail. I like that knockup, right? But the thing is, they needed to do much more. They needed to make sure they cut their losses. Right here, if Elevate, no one else on Elevate died, it was the perfect situation.
Yeah, that ultimate roll there coming through for the Lady Sun, just keeping herself alive. So Rock played very well in his escape there. But I feel like Elevate probably could have done a lot more with that mid lane because they had the Vanguards coming down there. Obviously, if the replay was happening, I didn't quite see what happened there. Maybe they defended it very well for the side of Gen.G. But even after that, those equalizing kills, the goal lead is pretty much neck and neck still. Neither of these teams want to give over any kind of resourceful lead, especially when they got the likes of the Lung and the Lady Sun on their side. They need to be equalized to make it an equal fight.
Yep, and right away Mitsura is going to be taken out here. Wawa might be the trade though, so...
Oh, speaking of trade though, yeah, Ajizik's looking pretty low. It's going to be Rock getting the kill onto Ajizik's hide. Maybe his second victim. Double kill going over to Rock once more. One in game one, one in game two. He's following the footsteps of Dowdow right now.
Yep, it's a 1,000 goal lead, but it's 1,000 too much on the side of Elevate, right? Gen.G now, look, there's a level advantage on the side of Rock. He's level 11, Azar is level 10. And if you take a look at the gold lead, it's funny because 3.7 thousand, he actually has lesser gold than Azar, but they're doing so much better simply because he's one level ahead.
Just one level ahead just means his skills are just a little bit more damaged in there. The set cell, I don't think he was actually meaning to land into that wall there. I think it might have been just for a bit of a mistake on the side of Elevate, or could be for the detriment of his team. But Wawa getting the kill onto a Jizzix is going to be really good here for Gen.G as they take the T2 down into the farm lane as well. Looking for a very clean game two from the side of Gen.G once more.
Yep. 5 men strong, knocking on the door for this T3 here. If they get it, it's great. But any more kills right now is going to be the death of Elevate. They cannot afford to give away any more lives.
No, I mean, again, another love letter seeming to go over to the side of Team Vitality. Gen.G was just like, hey, we're at the base at 8 minutes, guys. We're trying to do you proud here. Trying to say, look, we are a contender here. Ray may get caught out. He does not he has the dream roll still, sorry. So he's able to get out of there. But oh my god, Mitsuri was so low there. Thanks to Rock getting the kill once more. Another kill going over to Rock onto Everest as well as Hyde. He is a monster in this farm lane.
Yeah, I mean, Clue just saving the day so many times here. He's one of the main reasons why Rock is able to fight, even though he's underfarmed against Azar, right? Sure, they have the level advantage, but the fact is, Clue is a second life for Rock, and he has stuck to him essentially really like glue. And when it's a 2v1 situation, you can't do anything. Mitsura, I like the fact that there is potential burst, but him and Ajizix, there's no way they're going to stop that T3 from falling in the middle as well.
Yeah, not at all. It's looking very shaky here for Elevate, and this is the replay that kind of just thrown it all about. We was thinking like maybe Ray will get caught out, but no, it's that damage is coming through from the ultimate shell from Rock that really just set that whole thing in motion for Gen.G. Just looking back at that replay, even the infinite vastness wasn't enough to get out of there. That damage just being empowered by Ming. Clue, again, just being a fantastic support player.
Yep, and here's what's happening. Wawa, level 12. And it's really scary, right? Ajizix was in a position just now where he was actually looking for the backlines. He wanted to catch out Rock as well as Clue, bring them in with from the depth from below. But simply because Wawa was standing in front of him, there was a huge wall he could not cross. That the path was not allowed.
The path you shall not pass, as some people may say, right? I mean, that was definitely the motto there for Gen.G. Wawa all on his own, going to take on the T. Whoa, gets one kill, but he is going to get taken down, so it is going to be Mitsuri that gets taken down, but that's a lot of their wave clear gone, right?
Yep, exactly. But you know what? I feel like Wawa is not farming gold, he's not farming EXP, he's farming clips at this point, right? He just wants the highlight clip, like, look guys, I caught the entire team.
Yeah, that was definitely huge here. Speaking of huge, is those minion waves, but they are going to get cut down to size by the side of Elevate. So still not quite down and out just yet. Elevate here. They're still looking to defend their last higher ground turret. I feel like once that falls, it's going to be a lot harder for them to come back. They just need to make sure they get some presence here or even try and take a team fight. What is Elevate's way in?
At this point, I don't know. Because there's not enough farm, right? So many things have to go right in order for Elevate to get a good position to win this fight. Death from below on all 5 members, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, the set cell. Does it connect? It lands onto Inuit, though, so at least got somebody the untargetableness
okay,
from
shut down.
The Hue 1, but we do get a shutdown onto Rock, so that's a great start for the side of Elevate to keep away Gen.G, but are they just going to wait for those Vanguards to come through to just try again, or are they going to wait for Rock to come back up in 20 seconds?
I think they can afford to wait, right? At this point, Elevate, they're just nursing a wound because, sure, they destroyed the Vanguard, the Overlord, and whatnot, but look, pressure is still mounting, right? There's another wave of Vanguards marching down, flying down the lanes. So Elevate, there's nothing else. The only thing now is how much can you steal away from the jungle of Gen.G? And not much by the looks of it because Ray is around the corner as well.
He is right there. He's on the pulse of the match. But saying that, Elevate are up to 37k, so they're only behind about 3k gold. I say only, but getting into the 12 minutes is not the place you really want to be, but they're definitely trying their hardest to fight back here.
Yep, they need to filter and funnel all the farm into Azar. Azar now has already shown he does have enough damage to be able to get the burst down onto players like Rock, right? But there's a number of challenges with that, right? Sure, you have the damage, but can you reach Rock? Rock needs to be out of position for you to be able to catch him. And until Clue is disconnected with the glide, there's no way you can kill him.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a hard task for the side, maybe even a mission impossible here for Elevate as they're going into the higher ground turrets territory now, as well as the crystal. But Jizzix looking like he's just trying to keep away that push into the farm lane, just trying to keep a lifeline available for his teammates.
Yep, he needs to buy so much time for his team. Every wave that he cuts is going to be of utmost importance here, but I think that is going to be short-lived. Jizzix is going to get caught.
Oh no, he was hoping to try and get the pick off there onto Clue, but there's just so much damage there with Inua and Rock all there. Just waiting for him.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing. They need, what, 6 minutes? Tempest. It needs to be a Tempest game for this to work in Elevate's favor, and it looks like they're out of time.
Out of time, but I mean, Gen.G are out of minions. They don't have anybody at the crystal just yet, but the Infinite Fastest does come through for Azar right now, but it is going to be Hyde getting taken down there by Rock once more, but Azar gets the kill onto Wawa. The Flaming Palms do connect, but that's a 2-2 trade, and when you're approaching the crystal, it's not exactly what you want on the side of Elevate. Game 2 maybe closing out here. They have no minion waves. They do now have the minion waves coming through, for Gen.G, but Jizzix is actually doing a fantastic job keeping Gen.G away from this crystal.
Yeah, they bought so much time. Jizzix, that sacrifice was definitely worth it. Now it's just Ray left alone. He can't do much at this point to push because there are no minions to support his cause at this point. Now Jizzix, he's going to try and chase in. If he can get the kill on Ray, that's a perk. And oh, he's going to try. Death from below does not hit the mark. He will be diving back into the pit and hopefully secure this Shadow Tyrant for himself. But bear in mind, Ray does have access to Dream Roam, but the support comes in. This will be a steal of a lifetime, but not going to happen for now.
Yeah, not going to happen. I mean, when you saw the set sail come through, it's kind of like, do you have that much confidence in your outsmite potential here against 3 of the enemy side? But it looked like Ray was just like, no, you can have the Tyrant, it's fine. But hey, if that happens again once more for Gen.G, they could be in trouble because all they need to do now for Elevate is just keep those waves push, get another one of those successful team fights in their favor, and they're going for some turrets.
Yep, 15 minutes already, so 5 more minutes before a Tempest status for the game, right? Elevate, they're counting on that. If they get a steal, they could buy some more time, but not going to happen. Rock secures it for the side of Gen.G, and now the light is dimming for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, the Flaming Palms do connect onto Ray, so just putting the damage onto the tankier sides of Gen.G is probably where Azar needs to be, but able to get out with scot-free, just not be able to just do damage, die, because as soon as like anybody like Azar or Mitsuru falls, I feel like that's when Gen.G will strike.
Yeah, and I think it's a really difficult position to not allow that to happen, right? Because they're not exactly very tanky. In fact, there's no traditional tank on the side of Elevate, and that's the risk they took with this draft, right? They wanted a little bit more burst, they wanted a little bit more control, but that's what you're giving in exchange. Your health bars. You don't have a big beefy boy or a shield to kind of stop the damage from coming in.
A bit of cat and chase there was well played by Hyde, but is it going to be enough for him to escape here? He does use the dash out from his first ability, to get out of the range of Gen.G, but Rock coming in here, laying down the damage onto Ivalice here, but is it going to be enough? Okay, Jizzix into the back line here. Oh, he takes down Rock. It's actually Azar that gets the kill, but Clue gets the kill onto Jizzix as well. So a 2-2 trade going into the 17-minute mark here. Azar's not done. He wants to get the Flaming Paws, but Ray is not your pal. He can soak up that damage.
He's just buying time.
He's
just buying time. They need to do it, right? This is a very peculiar position because if they manage to sustain until the 20-minute mark, all they have to do, okay, sounds a bit too simple, but just get the Tempest, right? And then they can turn the game around on its head. But so far, although it sounds very difficult, they are doing it. So Elevate, they're holding on, and they're really clawing their way back into this game as the game transitions towards that final stage, final phase of Tempest Dragon's availability. You can see Agisic, he's hitting the mark already. 12,000, he does have quite a bit of damage. Right now it's about the synergy. Can they get the setup for the team?
Ooh, okay, so Def from below there is able to clean and claim the Azure Golem for the side of Elevate right now, which is probably for the better. It's probably just a little bit of revenge from that early game Azure Golem steal that happened to Elevate right now. But we do have the minions already pushing through onto all these lanes for Gen.G. They have the empowered minions. They just need to make sure they get a solid team fight, because right now, fair play to Elevate. They're holding off. They're holding on to a dream.
Yeah, but you know, this is a dream that's held by a threat because it is just a moment's notice. All they have to do on the side of Gen.G is look, Wawa, if he gets the truth onto the likes of Elevate, it's over.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They need to make sure they keep Azar alive.
Nice check.
Try and keep Mitsuri alive, because there's a lot of damage between just those two heroes on the side of Elevate, and they have the gold lead. They just need to make sure they maintain that and use it. It's all good holding your wealth, but if you're not going to use it to your potential, what's the point in having it, right?
Yep, exactly. Sets here going to be placed down. They want to put a little bit more pressure. This is weird from Gen.G. They're in the lead. Why are they playing like that? Oh, hang on.
Maybe they're trying to give it a little bit of give and take here, but it is Azar taking it all. He gets the kill onto Rock, so that's a lot of damage gone for the side of Gen.G. Wawa claims a Jizik, so there is no jungle on the side of Elevate. So these next neutral objectives cannot be claimed by the Smite. So it's going to take a little bit more for the side of Elevate to even claim those, but Ivalice is able to escape for now.
Okay, so benefit to Elevate, they have some decent wave clear, right? They have Azar, they have Mitsura. So that's a lot of wave clear ability on the side of Elevate. Now, the only thing is, I don't think Gen.G would want to overcommit and go for the Overlord. Now, they don't want that permanent debuff, right? Okay, it's not permanent, but yeah, they don't want a Primal Bond on their hands. So at this point, it looks like Elevate will hit the mark. They will last to that 20-minute mark. And this is our first Tempest game of the day.
First Tempest game of the day. I mean, I was at one point in this game too, Kindofu, I was saying, hey, this is a look note to Team Vitality. They're 8 minutes at the higher ground turret. No, we're staring there at the barrel of the gun at the 20-minute mark with the Tempest Dragon. Elevate really holding in here.
Yep, okay, look. It's gonna get better for Elevate. I just purchased the Dragon's Rage. I just complimented you. Do not throw that advantage away.
As Kim would normally say, play the map.
Yeah, they have to play the map, right? Right now, it is the toughest situation to be in because there are no T3s, waves are crashing, Tempest Dragon is available, and Gen.G have all of the advantage at this point. You have the anonymization on the side of Elevate, but they need to make something happen like a pick-off, or maybe just getting Rock out of the entire picture itself. Rock so far made a couple of mistakes, did get caught out a couple of times, and maybe that is the window in for the side of Elevate.
Maybe the Overton window is Rock being taken down by the side of Elevate, but right now we're seeing that they're just trying to keep these minions away, because if they allow the minions to push and then the side of Gen.G get this...
Oh my god!
Oh, Mitsuri with the crucial kill backflip through from Elevate. Is this going to be enough to get game 2 in their belt? It's definitely a start, as Ray is looking pretty low. Ray goes down. It is a Jizzix with a triple kill, and Mitsuri with a steal of a lifetime.
And that was a necessary steal. Look, they have the Tempest buff, they have the Tempest Dragons as well, and still they're on the back foot. That is how much of a disadvantage Elevate are at. So the fact that they got the steal, I mean, that was a lifesaver coming out from Mitsura. Unfortunately for the side of Elevate, this needs to happen more than once.
It does. I mean, are we going to get a second Tempest Dragon? Is that what you're trying to tell me here, Ken?
I'm not trying to tell you. I'm telling you. It is going to be a second Tempest until they break a tier 3 on the side of Gen.G. Elevate are... It's a race against time here.
It is a race against time. They're able to take the T1 into the mid lane, starting to make some moves and shaking the Gorge themselves. into their favor is Elevate right now. They're 77k against 63. But at this point in the match, they're all going to be pretty much 6-slotted, all pretty much itemized. They're going to be doing some item changes like we see here with Mitsuri going for the Sage's Sanctuary just to get that second lifeline. But hey, this is the make or break part.
Has destroyed a tower.
Yeah, it also depends on how many Sage's Sanctuaries can you burn, right? Every single life point that you have is going to be of utmost importance. Inua suffering at the hands of Mr. Azar here. That nice Flaming Palms. He definitely has hit his stride. It is time for this dragon to take main stage.
Yes, the Dragon does need to take the main stage here as well, but it's definitely played well by Elevate, it seems. They are just trying to push with the Tempest Vanguards. They are definitely trying to make the most of not having to go for a second Tempest Dragon, it seems. But right now, G6 is trying to do a bit of damage onto Ray, trying to bait him. Down goes their first high ground turret. So it's taken the matter of around about 14 minutes for Elevate to come back here with a higher ground turret compared to the first takedown for Gen.G. And they look like they're not going to stop here.
I think it's a good risk to take, right? Depending on how their positioning is like, right? If they can manage to get Rock out of the picture again, I think this game is pretty much done for. And Elevate, they would have completed one of the biggest comebacks of day one.
Oh, absolutely. No one saw this coming, especially with the fact that Elevate had such a bad time in game one. The fact that they've managed to come back from no higher ground turrets for a good, like, at least 10 minutes of not having higher ground turrets, which is insane. Most teams could not do that. They would have just checked out at this point. But Elevate, for the home crowd there in Philippines, are going for it.
Yeah, and here we go. This is the second Tempest Dragon that's available on Gorge itself, but mistake maybe?
Oh, nice set sail. Does connect onto Clue and Wawa, but obviously no follow-up there. They do have to make sure they pay attention down into that farm lane. There is a minion wave that does actually get equalized by Gen.G's minion wave. But hey, Tempest Dragon again. Kin was not trying to say it. He was telling us that the fable of the second Tempest Dragon of day one of the group stages of Season 3 Invitational is here. And oh my god, Inua, he gets the Sage's Sanctuary wiped and then Mitsuru's like, boom, let's take the snipe from afar. But Azar is coming in with takedown onto Rock here for the Vastus as well. G6 put it in the work. It is going to be Elevate coming back from such a far defeat in this game too to take it for themselves.
Yeah. As my principal used to tell me, right? You do it once, you do it well. You win that one big team fight, it is over. And the fans, they love it. Elevate definitely did put themselves at a higher level this time. Came back in the second game of a best-of-5 series. I think we're in for a long one today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's definitely what the home crowd needed, right? Was Elevate. That was what all that chanting was at the beginning of the preparations for game 2, was just getting Elevate to be like, hey, it doesn't matter where you are in this game, you are going to come back.
Yeah, it's I think it's a punishment for the side of Gen.G. They did not finish the plate, and they didn't do it quick enough as well, right? They dragged on the game for too long. I think they had a significant advantage. All they needed to do was to try and force it into that final crystal itself. They never managed to.
Nope, they never did. They never did. They had many attempts, but Gen.G fumbled the bag, unfortunately, in game 2 for themselves. But fortunately for game 2 for Elevate, it means that they're still in this. So point for point, this could be a full best of 5 if Gen.G don't book up their ideas and make sure they do actually execute when they need to.
Yep, it's a race to 3, right? So first team to hit 3 points will take the series itself. The big question is how big of a loss will they take? Because right now, 1-1, we have seen 3 1s today. We've seen the 3 O's. We have not seen a neck-to-neck 3-2 just yet, right? Maybe this might be the series to do it, but you know, for both of these teams, they don't want to be that team in that position because it jeopardizes your chances of being the top 2 in the group.
Yeah, I mean, for the new viewers at home, we have a very important component here. If we are going to see a 3-2, we have the component that we need, and it is Kindofu here. He is known for getting it to a full best of 5, and he's here, baby, on the desk.
Okay, yep. You can love me or hate me, but we're getting your full value here, right? Honor of Kings, yes, every time I'm on the broadcast, you get maximum games, for sure. And it's looking like it's going to be a maximum game series here. And I would not have it any other way, right? Now, I'm just curious as to see, because we've seen the likes of RD taken, we've seen the likes of Loon taken up as well.
Yep.
Right? What more is left in the arsenal that works for the team? Look, you can pick any farm lane, you can pick any jungle you want, right? But whether it works against your opponents in this particular set, in this particular match, is up for questioning.
It is. I mean, if we look at it in that way, in terms of late game marksmen that we have left on for the side of Elevate, is probably only really Lady Sun in terms of how Azar can actually perform, because it then falls down to, if the Lady Sun gets banned, it's down to the likes of the Marco Polo, maybe even a Gen.G, right?
I would like to think Mengya joins that as well, right?
Okay.
We have seen the Scars performance where they absolutely could not kill him. But let's take a look at the itemization coming in from the side of Gen.G and Elevate. Elevate, I want to focus on to Mitsura. I like the fact that he went less greedy, built that Sage's Sanctuary as well. But right before that moment, the big moment was Mitsura stealing that Tempest Dragon with the Annihilation. That was a huge moment. That was really what gave that lifeline to Elevate. They made full use of the resources and got that W through sheer hard work.
Oh,
No jokes.
absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, he definitely put in the work. It was kind of like, maybe it was just like, hey, this is our only hope. We've got one shot, one opportunity, and I've got one ultimate. Let me just see if I can get in and take that Tempest Dragon. And they did. And they did. And it's all paid dividends now for the side of Elevate. They are going into game 3, not at a 2-0, at a 1-1 scoreboard. And here, you can kind of see the damage come through. Mitsuri not quite taking the top seed. The damage there is looking like G6 did a lot more of the damage there, but 29% of the damage was actually dealt by Mitsuri. But that is the kind of gold graph we want to be seeing in this season in 3 Invitational, is just the back and forth between such great teams.
Yeah, and you know what? I think this then exposes a kind of weakness for both the teams, right? So Gen.G, very strong early game. They understood the importance of stealing camps, of having the numbers advantage in the laning phase, right?
Yeah.
Once you get the kill, you can snowball off of that lead really quickly. But when it comes down to the end game, that is where Gen.G kind of struggled, because I think slight mistakes, but still punishing, right? Rock, he got caught out so many times, and it's just one time too many. And here we go, Mitsura, MVP, very deserving of it. He was the sole reason why they survived that later part of the game and managed to pull out the win from what seemed impossible.
Absolutely. I mean, if they gave MVP to anybody else, I feel like it may have had to go for like maybe a G6 or a Zar in that one, because those, I feel like between Mitsuri and those other 2 players, those were like the key roles within that comeback. But after getting that Tempest Dragon steal, he definitely deserved the MVP, as well as also doing 29% of the damage and only dying 3 times as a mid lane, but then offering that great team fight participation with 17 assists.
I like the fact that you said he only died 3 times. So this gives me a lot of motivation. I'm going to tell my ranked teammates I died only 7 times, so, you know, close to 3. But nonetheless, that's a tie in score here. Gen.G 1 and Elevate 1 as well. This is going to bring us to a 3rd game of the series. Now, based on what's happening, I want to see who is able to recover faster, who is able to learn faster, right? Gen.G, they know that they have a good early game. They are exposing mistakes, small minor mistakes that Elevate have given in the early stages of the game. Elevate, likewise, they have shown, right? If you let them go to the late game, a Philippine team is definitely going to destroy you.
Absolutely. I mean, they definitely gave all the proof that we need. The proof in the pudding is in this game too for Elevate to say to any team in the Season 3 Invitational, especially those with their home crowd buff as well, saying, hey, don't worry, you've got no higher ground turrets. I got your back, especially if you've got a new war on your team.
Oh, yeah. I think they took a risk, right? You can tell here it was a huge risk because there's not a lot of life points to hide behind on the side of Elevate. And it requires very, very precise positioning, in which Gen.G exposed really hard, right? Every single time Azar was out of position, dead. Mitsura out of position, dead as well. But when it comes down to the late game, when you have the full itemization, you can take a little bit more risk. That's where things started to shine a little bit better. The defense by Elevate was just completely out of this world. This is what I expected when we came into Season 3, right? This is why we have new teams.
Yes. Yeah, new teams, new faces, new ways to claim victory, and Elevate being probably the first team to actually lay that stamp on that is coming back from such a groveling defeat in the first part of this game too. I honestly thought that there was no way that they could come back, especially with those higher ground turrets gone, but they proved me wrong, and I'm going to be going into a lot more of these series, a lot more skeptical.
Yeah, I think we're looking for optimistic. That's the word. It's not over till it's over, right? As we have seen here. And I just want to compliment, a side compliment to G6. Look,
yeah,
let's be clear. He had a rough game. It was tough for G6. But the fact that he was just super resilient, he just kept going in, providing as much damage as he could, right? He wasn't able to deal damage against Ree, let's be honest. He was tickling him like a feather. But nonetheless, it's simply because of his intensity that allowed him and the rest of the team to really find an opening. Number one onto Rock and number two onto Clue. Once these two were down, there was no more damage coming out from the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, tickling like a feather, but there was no Cirrus on the gorge. So where those feathers were coming from, we're not too sure. But there was definitely a lot of tickling taking place in that game too. And so much so that there was a victory for the side of Elevate. But it really shows that strength doesn't always overcome resilience, because like you were saying there, Ken, the resilience of G6 in this game too was really kind of like the backbone. Other than the Mitsuri getting that steal, I feel like that was the backbone to get them through that game 2 win.
Yeah, definitely endurance is somewhat of a new marker required for all the teams here. Bear in mind, this is a best of 5, right? Normally we will have best of 3s, but it's a best of 5, and adding on to that is the global ban pick. So it also means now Lady Sun is no longer available for the side of Gen.G. I mean, okay, biasness, if you have a Lady Sun and Ming combination, shouldn't that have been a win, right? That's the traditional mindset. That's the statistical result we have seen since Season 2. And the fact that Gen.G, they kind of fumbled the bag here, it might cost them in this entire series.
It may just do that. I mean, it's definitely a hard lesson to learn, but they still have one more game in this group stage to go against Blacklist. So even if they do falter to Elevate, I'm pretty sure the home crowd will be very happy if Elevate managed to take a reverse sweep against Gen.G, but they still have to go against Blacklist as well, right? So maybe it's a lesson they learn now better than it is to learn it at that last game of the group stages.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a tough position. But Blacklist, I think they're very happy with the results so far, right? That's a lot of games. The more games you have, it's actually even bigger learning material coming in for the likes of Blacklist, right? Now you get to see certain patterns, certain drafting styles coming in from both sides, and you can get to study them a little bit more and hopefully find out what the weakness is and where your win conditions will come from when you face them in your own series.
Yes, I mean, that's the whole thing about group stages, right? Is if you are going to make mistakes, you kind of want to make them as soon as possible, but then also learn from them as soon as possible as well, which is something we can't really say for Alpha 7 in the past series. But hey, Gen.G's only taken 1 point away by Elevate, so they still have plenty more in the barrel, right? I mean, we still have the likes of the Motsu could go over to the side of Gen.G. We could still see that show you team composition come through as well, the duo lane between Rock and Clue to try and redeem their names.
Yep. Still plenty of picks, and now we want to see, right, how deep is the hero pool on both of these teams. It's just 2 games, so total of maybe maximum 20 heroes taken out of the ban pick pool. But still, there's close to 100 heroes already in Honor of Kings. So yeah, plenty of variety to go around.
Plenty of variety and plenty of room for Gen.G to come back and try and claim another victory here for Elevate. But let's see what Game 3's BP is actually going to hold, because like you said, that's a total of 10 heroes each for both of these teams that aren't going to be able to be picked. Wawa doesn't get his Dharma anymore. Yes, he still has the likes of his Byron and stuff like that available for him, but these are some of these big picks that we know these players for. Wawa, again, we were saying that if Game 2 comes around and Wawa gets his Dharma, we honestly thought that it was going to go to the side of Gen.G, but things happen, miracles happen, and Tempest Dragon steals happen, and Elevate definitely showed a little bit of a stomp to Gen.G's prio picks.
I mean, it was happening, right? They did have a very strong control of the early game, even up to the 12, 13, maybe even 14-minute mark, and then it started to kind of falter a bit. You could see that grasp they had on the win slowly slipping away. And Elevate, when you give them a chance as such presented, no way they're gonna miss.
No, not going to miss. But what's not missing is that Diadea band. They definitely don't want to give it over to the side of Elevate because they know how much potential that hero holds on the Gorge. And they're going for the Mai Shiranui band once more. So a lot of the same old song and dance in terms of the band phase for Gen.G. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yep, exactly. Mai as well going to be taken out of the hero pool available. Everyone is so scared of Mai. And I can't wait until Mai is leaked out into the hero pool here. But now, Gen.G, they open up with a Dolia. Once again, many avenues to explore once you have that Celestial Melody available.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I could see potentially the fact of a Kaiser coming through here. Generally what comes through when the Dolia does get picked so early on. But, oh, what a strong first two picks for the side of Elevate, right? They've got the Zhongfei and they've got the Orgren.
Yep, this opens up a couple of things that they can explore. We could see, yes, the Garden Mo. The other option was actually the Shangguang, right? So, Orgren, the one way to counter this particular strategy or this hero is to either get a lot of control or get a huge bunch of bursts. And looks like burst is going to be the name of the game coming out from Gen.G as they complement that with an Elaine. So, backline jump and frontline burst.
But I mean, that's now met by Zhongfei, who has obviously the Unbridled Outburst, CEC. We now have the Truth Mantras coming over to the side of Elevate. And that is going to be a crucial setup for Orgren, right? Like, setting up that CEC, and then you go in with a Death Precipice and then just do so much damage, but then also regen so much damage. It's looking like a very scary Game 3 draft here for Elevate.
I like this, right? This is what I expect out of Elevate in the first place, right? They were the top 3 contenders coming out from the region of Philippines, and I expect as much, right? They need to come out with top quality drafts, BPs, and they need to have flawless execution. Now, this is where we get to see that beautiful Marco Polo coming out from Azar, his own specialty.
His own specialty, yeah. I mean, they're definitely looking like they're going for the stronger picks this time around, right? Like, there is just so much coming from Elevate. Oh, there we go. Finally, it took how many games, Kin? You did say at the beginning of the day, Luna has come out to play as well as Gen.G.
7 games. That's how long it took to get my first Luna of today. And it is going to be a Ray Luna going up against, first time, we have not seen this in a long time, Kongming. And this is going to be coming in the mid as well. So the winning strategy, hopefully, is going to be of value to the side of Elevate. But it takes a bit of time, right? If Mitsura can win that 1v1 in the mid lane against Inua, it's going to be a very devastating result against Gen.G. But, you know, it's not as easy as it sounds.
I mean, it's going to be really hard for them to try and mitigate the Kongming, right? Because, I mean, if you can get the CC from either the Dharma or the Zhongfei, if he then goes in with the ultimate, it's pretty much a locked target, especially if there's nobody sort of standing in that line of sight, which you will kind of hope that it's maybe the Dolia to just kind of heal herself if she does take the damage. Because if you look over to the side of Gen.G, the only real sustenance they have in terms of like engage and tankiness is the Elaine.
Yeah, and it's hard to play against that, right? Because look, there's no disengage tools as well. Okay, I won't say no. It's very little disengage tools. The only saving grace you could is if Clue comes in with the Ode and Wave Breaker. But when Agisix comes in with the Path of Passing, what do you do? Because you have to deal with Ivalice, Unbridled Outburst. You had the Flash Truth Mantra coming out from Hyde, and then you have the Flash Fever Barrage coming in from Azar as well. So many angles that Elevate can come in from. So it's looking a bit better in terms of BP for the side of Elevate.
Oh, absolutely. But you can kind of see what Gen.G are probably hoping for is...
Or will they just steal it at a later point of time where they're actually able to fight properly?
I mean, we can kind of see that Orgren and Dharma have already gone up to the flash lane side of things, so we could potentially see a bit of an invade here.
Like, that's a wasted opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, they could have gone for the Crimson Golden over to the side of Gen.G and then help themselves to their own as well. But it looks like they're going for a bit of a different approach. Maybe
that Lizard Camp and now Elevate, they will find themselves on the back foot for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we were speaking about invades in the jungle, but it wasn't actually going to be Elevate that decided to pull the trigger. It was Gen.G. I mean, they are behind with the resources, so they kind of need to tap into the enemy's jungle if they want to pick them up. But it is going to be Hyde that gets taken down as well, so a 1-1 trade for both teams.
Yep, and now Ray suffering against the hands of Azar here.
Maybe. I mean, we saw it in game 1, didn't we? Oh, they get the Crimson Golem from the Orgrin as well, so nice little play there. Oh, the unbridled leg press. Observer. What's going on? Mid lane, please. There we go. There's the winning strategy, landing onto Rock. That was a great play by Mitsuri, really showing his outplay potential in the mid lane. I'm really impressed by this player so far.
Yeah, and worst of all, it's actually taking away the Azure buff as well. So full on, everything gone from the jungle of Gen.G.
Yeah, not a good place to be at. I mean, now that we see the Elevate are 10.1k gold ahead as well, rather than the 8.9 here, but like I said, they took away the Azure Golem, which is pretty detrimental to Luna, and Rock's looking to pay some revenge here. Not going to be able to do as much damage as he would like, especially with Zhongfei and Marco Polo here, but Mitsura getting the shutdown once more onto Wawa. Elevate looking like a different beast after getting that second win.
Yeah, and you know what? The draft that he have down here benefits snowball effects. Mitsura, if he does have the level advantage, he's extremely strong. The only person that, I think doesn't really need to care about the levels is Ivalice. Ivalice, all he has to do is to make sure he lands that unbridled outburst at the correct timing, get the lockdown on certain members on the side of Gen.G, job done.
Yeah, I mean, he's just basically some kind of
utility
within the side of...
He can do that as well.
He can do that. He can smite. Exactly. That's it. He can CC. He can smite. He can do many things. But what he doesn't want to do is just focus on taking away resources from somebody else.
Oh yeah. I think they have managed to give Azar quite a bit of room to farm so far, and the fact that Mitsura is just farming the rest of Gen.G, I think that's a huge marker, right? And this could be very well a early game ender for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, they just need to make sure they keep this lead going, right? They can't take the foot off the pedal, just kind of like what Gen.G did in game 2. They made the mistake of letting that room breathe for the side of Elevate. And Elevate know that mistake can't happen. And there we go. It's Ray getting taken down once more. So hopefully that T1 for Elevate is going to be taken there. The Gen.G T1, sorry, will open up for the side of Elevate. But Zhongfei still not quite done yet. Ivalice is in the thick of it. There it is. The Truth Mantra lands and makes Rock a bit useless there onto Luna. Ooh, 4-0 trade for Elevate.
Yeah, and G6 walks out like nothing happened, but he's dying, right? And so Elevate, they're playing and pushing all their heroes to the absolute limits. They get rewarded with the T1 in the mid, and this is going to be a big opening, right? Now, Vision is going to be very tight and dark for the side of Gen.G. Gen.G, they actually managed to steal away the Azure Golem, but they pay with their life. This jump in by Hyde, a very different performance this time from the Clash leader of Elevate.
Yep, they got the Azure Golem, but at what cost? At what cost? And it was a 4-0 trade by the side of Elevate, which I would take that any day of the week.
Yeah, and right now, I think Elevate, they're trying to push. They make sure that, there's no win conditions that are available for the turnaround, right? Gen.G, right now, not a lot of options to explore. All they can do is to defend, and when you're defending, you don't really get a lot of gold and EXP, right? Because now you're at the mercy of Elevate, and the risk of being caught out. Everyone on the side of Elevate is pretty mobile.
They are pretty mobile, absolutely. Yeah, they're able to get in, get out. We have the path of passing from Jizix, obviously the dashes from Hyde on the Dharma. We also have the time shift from Kong Ming as well, and dashes from Marco Polo. So like I say, very agile, very mobile heroes on the side of Elevate. And again, once more, they are committed to diving in and trying to get these Azure Golems from the side of Elevate, and they were able to claim it and actually not lose anything at this point. But we do see there is a bit of a push into the Clash lane.
Yep, Elevate, I think they're very happy about that, right? They will take that trade any day because they're actually working on the T2s and potential T3s later on. right? They don't mind giving it up because there's a potential they can get kills very easily if they overcommit. Because they had to go for the defense on the side of Gen.G.
They do have to go for the side of
Red
defense, and
team
like you
has
said, there's not
destroyed
much
a
in
tower.
terms of resources unless you can get some kills when you're playing defensive-wise. And Clue may have just got caught out there. He's able to escape though, just for now. But not many players can say that they were slowed and then not killed. But it was Clue that's actually able to escape there. But right now, it's definitely looking like Elevate's game 3, right?
Yeah, Ivalist here, he's going to play the important role, right? He's going to set the stage, and Azar is just waiting for the stuns to come in.
Ooh.
So winning strategy going to be laid down pretty early from the side of Mitsura, and until there's an opening, they won't commit.
They won't commit, but I mean, the path of passing is there. They're trying to just kind of like get them away from that T2, but it's not going to be enough because Gen.G know what they're aiming to do and what their eyes are set on, and that was that T2 in the mid lane. But that was a good little defense there from Gen.G. Definitely just keep them in the wings of things. They are down by 6k gold, however, so they definitely need to start farming, but they don't make sure they don't get caught out.
Yep, and looking at the itemization, actually, I think richest man on the board on the side of Elevate is going to be 6.5 down on the side of Mitsura as well.
Absolutely. They definitely need to pull the resources into all factors of Elevate, I feel. Because, I mean, if they give it all over to Azar and then Azar gets taken out, it's then kind of like, oh, what do we do now in these team fights? So I think just pooling it, obviously he is the highest, but it is split between him and Agizix. So I think having that divide split 50-50 is just great for team fight potential.
Yep, and you can tell Elevate, they want to be a little bit more aggressive, right? Because the usual itemization for Azar would have been the Frigid Charge. He actually goes for the Shadow Reaper first. He wants to have a little bit more damage.
Yes, I mean, a little bit of damage goes a long way, right? It definitely helps when going into these team fights, but right now they definitely have Gen.G with their backs against the wall. The winning strategy just comes through, just get blocked by Wawa once more. He's basically just been used as a human shield at this point.
Yeah, there's no catch, right? Nobody on the side of Gen.G has a reliable stun to be able to get things going. And the only person responsible is maybe Ray and Rock, but you don't want them jumping blindly.
No, I mean, with such a short range stun, it's kind of hard to land. Right there it is. The Death on Sunset is coming through just to kind of just clear off the minion wave to stop that high ground turret being taken by Elevate.
Yep, it's not enough. Yes, you have the Celestial Melody, but at this point, they're just fighting for scraps, right? There's nothing of value they can get unless it's a kill onto maybe a Agizix or a Azar. And neither of these members will be actually in a position that's going to be easily accessible. And right now, look, Gen.G, they're going to try and contest this Tyrant. They need to get the vision first. Wawa, I'm not sure what he's looking to do here, right? Because Elevate, they just need to drag the game, and suddenly all three lanes are pressing down and your T3s are at risk again.
Yeah, it's kind of like a, do you take the Tyrant, but then do you risk your lanes? Because if they take the Tyrant and then lose a team fight, they've then got the farm lane minion wave just rocking up that they can just completely abuse on the side of Elevate here. But it looks like they decide against it. I think that's probably for the best of the side of Gen.G, so they don't get any... It's to stop collateral damage, I feel, for the side of Gen.G.
Yep, I think that's the smartest decision they could have made in that particular moment. And Gen.G, I think right now, they need to be really careful. If Rock dies here, it could spell the end of the game.
It could, because that's a lot of damage done. He's heavily reliant on the Ganon
no
mode.
mana.
And he has no mana. What's a Luna without no mana? It's pretty much like a minion, but there we go. Another kill going over to Azar. He gets the Frigid Charge as well, locked into his utility, but it is going to be Hyde and Agizix looking to push this high ground turret, but the wave clear is coming through clutch for Gen.G.
Yeah, wave clear wise, yeah, because they have Inua, they have Ray. I think they have decent wave clear, especially coming out from Inua, right? Those couple blades coming to full efficiency at this point. But until you kill off the members on the side of Elevate, this is just going to repeat over and over again.
Yeah, no, they're just not giving over anything to the side of Gen.G because they know as soon as one person falls on the side of Elevate, it's going to be hard for them to come back. But again, body blocking is Clue. Like I said, in the draft, they are going to have to body block that winning strategy because they can't let it land onto the squishier heroes because it will decimate. But speaking of decimate, the high ground turret does fall. Rock is looking a little bit too deep in it. He does get hit by the Unbridled Outburst, and it looks like Ivelis is looking to push as well. Wawa gets taken down, so 2-0 trade for the side of Elevate.
Okay, so they are pretty low on the side of Elevate. Do they really want to risk dying here if Rock gets the perfect initiation? That's the big question. Rock does go in.
Looking pretty low. Rock does get caught. It's that CC that really stops the Luna there. So I feel like it's a bit of a bad call for the side of Gen.G. But at what point you have to do something here to try and keep them away? And Elevate may actually finish this game 3 in 12 minutes time.
Big win, and this is exactly what we expected out of Elevate. Now, Gen.G, I think they struggled a little bit, but props to Elevate, they made life so difficult. This was a very scary draft. It's a risky draft, let's be clear, because they didn't exactly have too much tankiness. It was just a Zhang Fei. If any of them got caught out in a bunch by Rock, it would have been disastrous. But the way they played their formation, they positioned themselves really good. And the fact that they have the advantage, all of the steals, the punishments for trying to get the buffs, Elevate, definitely on a different level at this point.
Elevate are, in no better words, elevating to where we expected them to be going into this series. And to be honest, to go from such a stomp of game 1 from Gen.G to then such a neck-and-neck game 2, and then game 3 was just kind of a Elevate stomp, right? They just weren't letting Gen.G breathe at all. And that's kind of like the only way you can counter the Luna pick, because as soon as you let a free roam, just kind of like the pay in game 1, as soon as you let that free roam get up some resources, you kind of then spill in the doomsday clock to midnight. But they are able to actually stop that this time around, and Elevate learning very quickly. So there is a lot of potential here for Elevate going into Group A so far.
Yep, and still quite a few options, right? They just took the D-range here, so there's still plenty of very strong marksmen they can play around with. And I think this game, for me, it looks like Mitsura did a really good job, because Mitsura was burning the life bars. He didn't get the kills, not all of it or most of it, but he did always force the D-range back. And that was a huge marker, because there was no punishment come in, there was no stunts coming in.
I mean, as soon as you've kind of procced the winning strategy, you can get as far away as possible, and it's still going to do that same kind of task, which is to push your enemy team back, and that's exactly what he did. And you can kind of see here that he didn't die at all. He was able to get 4 kills as well. So Mitsura has actually been really impressive in this game 3, and I feel like it's either between Mitsura and maybe Azar that get the MVP here for me. I mean, I could even give it over to Ivalis, because I mean, 0 deaths, 10 assists, he has 2 items on the board, and he was still giving so much over to the side of Elevate.
Yep, the Leaping Savior saving the team, just shielding the team, right, is one thing. The Frigid Charge, getting the knockup after he unleashed that Unbridled Outburst, it complements, this items and the skills complement each other really well, and it really shut down any form of comeback factor coming from the side of Gen.G. So, big improvements, I like it a lot.
Massive improvements in such a small amount of time as well. I mean, these are the kind of things you need to be doing in a group stage, so sort of aggressive. At best of 5 is, yes, you have more wiggle room to kind of take defeats in these rounds, but it's what that defeat means for you and the lesson that you've learned from that defeat, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at Ivalis, the way that he handled the stress for the team, 77% team fight rate, he was always near a teammate to provide a save as well. At the same time, Mitsura pretty high as well, 62%. He was always trying to cause trouble on the back lines, and I think Ray was having a very tough time. And I think you did question about it, why Rock was playing the Luna. And I think it's Rock was comfortable on the Luna, but it felt like Ray wasn't as comfortable on the D-range.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there seemed to be, you could kind of feel it. Let's take your words. For example, you could feel the aura from Ray that he wasn't quite comfortable with going for the D-range, just to kind of try and open up the jungle for Rock. And it didn't pay off, because Elevate knew how to stomp the growth of Luna. And if we look at this gold graph, you can kind of see that there's constant pressure. There's no kind of like ebbs and flows or massive waves of gold. It's just a constant incline as you were to elevate a mountain. And it is going to be Ivalis there with the MVP.
Yep, I like it. I mean, no kills, that's fine, no deaths, but 10 assists, setting up the stage for the rest of the team to shine, and rightly so rewarded with the most valuable player in this particular game itself, right? 29% of the damage taken up. His Unbridled Outburst timings and positions, the angles perhaps, were pretty much on point, right? He always caught the important members on the side of Gen.G.
Absolutely, he was definitely always there, landing the crucial ultimates onto the side of Gen.G. And like you were saying, he was just basically always on top of the right player and the right hero just to make sure there was no outplay potential coming from Gen.G, really stunting the growth of what seemed like a team that you couldn't stunt the growth of in game one.
First
Yeah,
blood.
this first blood onto Wawa, I think it was a forced error, right? Because they were looking at, hey, maybe want to dive onto Wawa as well. And, you were saying Wawa was heading back, but he did not because he wanted to make sure he did not miss a wave. And unfortunately, it costed him his life.
It did. I mean, it was either the resources or his life, and unfortunately, he kind of paid with his life and paid with the resources as well. It was definitely a double reward for the side of Elevate, but here was some great plays by Hyde coming in with the Dharma, just absolutely locking down Rock. Was such a great team fight and really set the motion of Elevate taking this game 3.
Yep, Azar actually had freedom of choice, right? He was just waiting for the call from the team to say that they got caught. And all he had to do was to get the Resplendent Revolver down and maybe the occasional Fever Barrage and free kill.
That's it, free kills, free real estate. He was able to just deal the damage and needed what needed to be done from his team. And this is the interesting point that we're speaking of before, obviously in the post analytics, is that there's not that many more farm lanes left for the side of Elevate to really go for or really shine on, or at least what we know from past statistics for Azar, right? I mean, there is still picks, but will he play them as well as he's played the Marco Polo and the Lung?
I don't know. It really depends on the draft, right? So they have exhausted the Arlie. I think Arlie, they have exhausted the Marco Polo. So now as we go into the third series, there's actually plenty of farm laners they could go for, right? We haven't seen a Garo today, but that only works if they have a high shield draft coming in from the side of Gen.G. And I think if Gen.G goes back to comfort picks where you talk about Clue getting that Zhang yeah, maybe the Garo will make sense.
Yeah, I think if Gen.G have got more of a chance of victory if they decide to go for red side this time, because then they can lock into very vital picks rather than going for the blue side like they did in this game 3, which I feel like may have been at their fault because they locked in the Dolia, and like we said, the Clue does well on Dolia, but the rest of the draft didn't really embolden the Dolia pick. I mean, we could have had 2 Death on Sunsets, but other than that, there was no real thing there for the Dolia to actually give over.
Yeah, the couple blades, right? The refresh on the couple blades was what I was waiting for, but there was never a situation that presented itself where it was necessary or it was possible. So I thought that was pretty interesting, right? The fact that you have a Dolia, but the Dolia was rendered pretty much mute the entire game.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it had the best performance there for the side of Gen.G and Clue, because I feel like maybe if they just played it safe, gave Ray the Kaiser, let Rock go into the farm lane, it could have been a lot better for them, and they probably wouldn't be sitting at this scoreboard now with the 2-1, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. But hey, this is all hindsight bias. We've already seen it happen. That's why we're able to talk so much about it. So let's see, right? Elevate, of course, they're looking to do their country proud. They want to make sure that the region stands strong. Yeah. This is the home ground anyway, right? So they're definitely looking for a 3-1 scoreline here. And, just deal the finishing blow against Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely want to be going out of day one with their best foot forward, right? Because if another team beats the Philippines team, then we're looking at the prospects of maybe only one Philippines team going through to the knockouts, which could be Blacklist, right? So I feel like Elevate has, like I said in the introduction of this series, there's a lot of weight on their shoulders, and the home crowd, even though they're cheering, they're keeping the spirits high. The dancing guy in the blue shirt, the MVP, I don't know where he's gone, but he's definitely keeping Elevated to a high level.
Oh, there's still people dancing. I really love this. Philippine fans are really just of a different caliber, right? If you have time, you are there, head down. It's EDSA, right? At EDSA itself, it's a pretty significant venue. And look, it's just the group stages. Whatever you feel, that's just a fraction of what's going to be for the entire experience, right? As we head into the knockout stages, the grand finals, whatsoever, it's going to be more intense.
more intense. But hey, a little bit of a Brucey bonus here. So for those that haven't been actually keeping a close eye on social medias, obviously Honor of Kings put up that if teams get a Dragon Slayer, so if they steal a Tempest Dragon, they also get rewarded for it. So Mitsura in that game too has just won himself $500 and his teammates $100. Like, that's wild. Just from one move, one calculated move, this guy's $500 richer.
You know what? I was actually part of the roster for.
yeah, I said
nah,
to
I'm
press
just
that
kidding.
button.
But yeah, this is a huge reward, right? The fact that you make such godlike plays, of course, we'll give you the due rewards, and we definitely want to see more of that as well. Mitsura, I think it takes a little bit more than just luck, because you need to have the precise calculation. Everything needs to go in your favor. We've seen how teams like to do it, right? They delay the take on that Tempest Dragon so that, you know, you lay the first move first. You get the damage of your annihilation, but you don't kill it. And unfortunately, Gen.G were just a little bit too impatient and allowed for that steal to happen.
Yes, I mean, they've just made that. I mean, hey, they could be like dabbing each other up at the end, like, hey, bro, you just made me like $500 richer. Like, so, like, you're my new best friend. So not only does it mean you get a better prize pool, it also means that, hey, you might make some friends along the way.
Yeah, but now, of course, jokes aside, pressure is high. I don't know whether you can feel it, but it does feel like there is mounting pressure for the side of Gen.G. Elevate as well, I think, depending on how you see it, right? It could be a motivation that, hey, we can end the series, or it could be, we need to end the series now.
Whose aura are you feeling, Ken? Because, I mean, we know you felt some aura in the first series, so I was feeling some aura earlier. Whose aura are you feeling right now going into what could potentially be the match point for Elevate?
I feel like Elevate, they are on the fence here, right? It's a mixed bag, because it's like they know that this is the potential last game, but it doesn't feel to me like they're ready to close it all out. They're still exploring options, right? I think they're very wary of what Gen.G has to offer, and we might get the swing of emotions and maybe state of minds after midway in this draft.
So what you're telling me here is you just kind of pottering around and making it a bit more poetic of saying, hey, I'm on the desk, it's going to be a best of 5.
Well done. No, I'm kidding. I think Elevate, they do have the confidence, but you need to be careful, because I don't think they kind of know what Gen.G have up in their minds for this upcoming draft just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very surprised that Gen.G didn't take red side. They definitely want to stick with the blue side pick, so maybe they'll lock in something like the Loong.
Yeah. Have they played Algren?
They haven't played Algren, no.
Ooh. Oh, okay. They start things off with the Agudo. And now, Agudo, I think one of the heroes that is a big counter is actually Dianwei, right? True damage and anti-CC properties, it works in favor. But they need a lot of damage coming out from Elevate. And the fact that now, I don't think they've played the Ganemo yet. Okay, yep, straight up.
There we
Dianwei.
go. Dianwei. I mean, to be fair, the Ganemo, I feel like the Princess Frost is even better, because obviously you have that AoE from the Agudo, so dropping your Winter is coming there, like we saw in the previous series, where Lu Bang would come through with the Battlefield Command, you drop there and the Winter is coming, it kind of negates that, but they are now locking in Clue's big pick, which is the Zhang Fei, so very interesting to see that they're locking in their front line, and then they're just going to thicken the back line out with these last 3 picks, I feel.
They have
there we go.
Right? At this point, it has to be like that for Gen.G, because you don't want to go out on a loss knowing that you didn't play your best possible draft. This composition, I think, is very Gen.G-like, knowing the players like Ray and Clue. The only thing now is, what can they do to kind of stifle the growth of Elevate? Because, look, it's not going to be an easy game. Agisics is going to be a monster on this Dianwei.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's got the Dianwei. We know him to be quite an aggressive jungler as well. So, and it's exactly what you said. It's the Agudo counter pick here. So a lot of true damage coming through. You got to make sure that he doesn't get that really aggressive early game lead, right?
Yeah, and he's not going to be bothered by the Forbidden Domain or the Leaping Savior after the Unbridled Outburst, because it actually feeds into his passive, right? CC does not last long on Agisics, and he's going to make sure that you feel the pain. Now, the other thing that I would like to highlight is the fact that, look, Princess Frost, I think she's a great hero, but you're putting it in the hands of Mitsura. So isn't this game number 3 for Elevate?
Potentially. I mean, he's played very, very well in the whole series, right? Like, I feel like he's the unsung sort of like MVP. Yes, he got MVP of game 2 because he stole the Tempest Dragon, but in terms of his actual capability as a player, I feel like he's definitely undershadowed by the others, but he definitely props up the team.
Oh yeah, he's a, I won't say unpolished diamond. I think he's already shining pretty bright in my eyes, right? I think he's showcased he does have significant mechanical skills. Not the best of the best just yet, but hey, day 1, I don't think we want to put too many expectations on the team. And Gen.G, this is what they're going to round it out, round their draft off with. So some heals, pretty good burst damage coming out from Yuan, and mobility in the form of Charlotte.
Yeah, I mean, with the Ming, I feel like that's going to be really attached to a Jizzix into these team fights. Obviously, empower him, but then also heal him as well, just to make him a little bit more sustainable. So I feel like the Ming here really pairs this out really nicely. Obviously, they can't go for the Lady Sun. Actually, they could have gone for the Lady Sun, but they went for Gen.G because they haven't played Lady Sun yet on the side of Elevate. So again, I feel like this is going to be something that's tied to the likes of the Mayin or the Diomei rather than Gen.G.
I think Azar, actually, one of the possible reasons why this is picked as well is also because of his legal immunity, right? There is quite a bit of control coming out from Gen.G. In fact, all 5 members have some form of control. So Azar, maybe that one legal immunity, that S2, that anti-CC property, might save the day and maybe even change the fight, right? Ivalice, of course, he's just a lifeline, a second lifeline to allow Azar to live life a little bit more on the edge, live longer, and hopefully buy enough time for a Jizzix and maybe even Mitsura to make the game-changing play instead.
Yeah, again, it's all hit to battle for, especially for Elevate, if they want to just round this one off and prove Kin's Curse wrong. There's a lot on the line. There's the home crowd audience, there's Kin's Curse, there is getting through and being the second place or first place within Group A. But then there's also just a sizable amount of pressure on the side of Gen.G as well. They don't want to be going out of day 1 with no win.
Okay, so let's get it started here. Potential last game here as Elevate looking to close this series. And I'm not sure why I'm the one at fault here. I'm just talking about what's happening on the screen. But here we go.
It's the use of potential last game. You just manifest in the best of 5 now.
It's a potential. There's no guarantee. Look.
We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, I feel like there's going to be not as much sort of aggression in the early game in this game 4. I feel like there may be a lot of respect given over, especially in the early game. But they also want to make sure that they don't let Rock actually gain that resource lead and get those items.
Yeah, which is kind of tough, right? Because Ivalice definitely going to be able to heal him. I mean, with Glide, it's just free heals all the time. Maybe they can kind of dwindle the farm by getting the smites from Clue. Not sure why he didn't go for it. Maybe out of range. But Azar and Ivalice, they are a difficult duo to fight against.
They are. I mean, especially now that you've got him stuck to Azar like glue, right? I mean, he's able to heal up, so those flaming palms aren't going to be as brutal as they should be.
Oh, here we go. Wild Growth going to be dropped down, and it looks like that is enough to deter them. And there is no other resource available for the side of Azar. And at this point, I just want to see how are they going to funnel farm into Azar, because they need Azar to grow to be fed. He is the difference maker in this fight.
Yeah. And he's also got to make use of his passive, right? He needs to get those extra bit of damage and that movement speed and attack speed from the Gen.G. But it looks like he's keeping it on. He's definitely smashing that basic attack button, keeping those passives proc. But okay, they go in per ball as well. Is it going to be anything coming? Oh, flaming palms onto Mitsura, because obviously Ming's not attached to that hero. So I feel like that was calculated by Rock to be like, hey, if my flaming palms are going to be optimal, I need to make sure it's not on Gen.G.
Yeah, but top lane as well. Now, this is a potential steal. Going to be successful here, which means a Jizzix now at level 5. He's going to have the EXP advantage over Ray. Now, how much of a difference is this going to make? I don't think too much at this point. But if a Jizzix rotates down now and they get a kill onto Rock or even Clue, that's a big win. That's going to be,
well, Hyde gets first
1v1.
blood. Yep, first blood onto Wawa. So clearly, just the fear of having a Jizzix up into your side of the map was enough for Wawa to crumble there in that 1v1.
Yeah, it's a battle of iframes, right? So both players, they have access to iframes, and it looks like Hyde just understands his mind a little bit better.
A little bit better. We do see Inua coming in with a little bit of a gank here, just maybe trying to keep Clue and Rock alive because they're not doing enough damage right now. They definitely need some more resources. Give it over to Rock. We do see that the cooldown speed boots are coming through for Rock on Loom there. Just make sure that his Flaming Palms come through a little bit quicker.
Yeah, at this point, I think CDR definitely important for Rock, right? But more importantly, he needs to even out the lane because we've already seen the benefits of having a Ming in your lineup, especially when you have someone as damaging as Azar's Gen.G. And a sizable lead already, a 1 level advantage. Close to a full level, in fact.
Almost close to a full level, absolutely. Azar is definitely showing his full skills. I mean, in game 1, wasn't looking as great, but I feel like as the series has gone on, Azar's just kind of like, hey, I'm warmed up now. I've definitely got rid of my pre-show jitters, and we're ready to go. And it's proven here.
I think there's a lot of indecisiveness coming in. The stun comes in onto Rock here, but they gotta back off. Look, Inua knows that Mizura is missing every single time, but they just don't want to commit into checking the bushes for some reason. And I think that's a huge mistake. They have to try and make something happen.
It's a huge mistake, but at the same time, you can kind of see why. I mean, the CC comes through from either Gen.G or even Princess Frost as well. It's kind of just like, if he checks the wrong brush, that's it, he's gone for. And then if he hasn't quite cleared out his minion wave, then the rotation can come through from Elevate and just open that T1. But right now, Mitsura giving a lot of attention down into the bot lane just so Rock doesn't get that early game lead that he needs.
Oh, this is too much damage coming in from the side of Elevate's minions here. That's a very healthy amount of damage coming onto Gen.G's T1 on the farm lane. And at the same time, this forces the rotation. Now look at Gen.G's positioning now. It's so tough to defend. And look, once again, Hyde steals another camp away from Gen.G. So Ray already not having the best game, didn't die that much. In fact, hasn't died at all. But level deficit, it's too much pain to handle at this point.
Too much pain to handle and too much pressure. I mean, Elevate are definitely trying to get this T1 down into the farm lane, and you can kind of see that Ray's not being able to give the attention to the jungle, and Wawa, the leap of fury coming through from a Jizzix claims a second kill for the side of Elevate. Also means that they may take this T1 up into the flash lane as well.
Yep, and it looks like it's going to be a guarantee here. So T1 on the top, T1 on the bottom as well. In one fell swoop, 2 towers down. T1 is exposed, and now Gen.G, the map has suddenly become so much smaller for them.
Yeah, they've got a lot less safe space for the side of Gen.G. Like, Rock cannot hide in that T1 anymore. He has to be pushed back. It leaves him way more susceptible to a gank from a Jizzix on the Dion Way as well. So maybe not the best start for Gen.G, considering they are almost 3k behind as well.
It's a horrible position. Here we go. The freeze comes in as well for the prison.
Yeah, for prison, we do see Jizzix dives in a little bit too deep here. Doesn't get the kill onto Wawa, but it is going to be Inua picking up the kill there on Jizzix. They do get a good trade though. T1 for Yongwei. Well, there's no neutral objectives up, and they're not done there. Elevate gets another 2 kills.
Yep, Gen.G, that was a questionable decision there. I'm not sure why they still chose to go in, even though they were so low on health. I think that was the perfect timing to just get out of the fight, right? You had a small win, you got the Jizzix, get out. They did not manage.
No, they dipped their toe in the water and it was bit off by a shark. It was definitely not what they wanted to achieve going into that one. There's like, hey, we got Dion Way, that's great. Let's try and push the back line. They lost their T1, so they had less places to retreat to, and it was showing here. Hyde on this Mayin is playing really well.
Yep, and the reason why they were so low in the first place was because of the tokens coming out from Azar. Right, this is one of the benefits of the Gen.G pick, right? He is actually able to pierce through his targets as well. So his range is actually longer than what you see and expect.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if he lands his stun on you as well, that's your physical and magical defense reduced as well. So it just becomes a lot easier to shred targets like the Zhongfei and like the Gudo.
Yep, and very subtle movements coming in from Elevate, right? But then all of a sudden, in a blink of an eye, T2s on the top, gone.
Yeah, I mean, you don't conquer things over midnight, right? You definitely just divide and conquer slowly, and it's definitely seeming like Elevate's got their foot on the gas. They haven't let the foot off since, like, their turnaround in Game 2. Game 3, they completely denied Gen.G of any resources, made them play on the back foot, and it's exactly the same strategy here that Gen.G, just like Alpha 7, aren't playing very reactively, or cannot play to a reactive playstyle.
I mean, you can't blame them, right? The fact that they... Oh, hang on.
Nothing just yet. Nothing just yet. A little bit tit-tat.
Everything gone. It's just buffs over buffs. I mean, at this point, okay, look at the way they chose to take the fights here. J6 wants to go in.
He doesn't want to give in, but I think he's just kind of just pushing away, just putting a bit of pressure on, just so that Azar can try and get this T2 down into the farm lane, because, hey, why not? The last standing T2, I believe, is in the mid lane.
I would like to report J6 for bullying me here. Every time, it looks like he's going in. Look, he's going in again, and then now he's going to stop, right? And then I'm going to pass it to you, and then suddenly nothing happens. But okay, let me ramble on. I like the fact that Elevate, they actually took the side lanes first, because this is a huge marker. It closes the map quite a lot. And when the map is so open and unsafe for the side of Gen.G, it puts Ray at risk. Ray needs those jungle buffs. He needs the camps, because that is what his skill relies on. So the fact that he does not have access to his camps now, it means Ray is essentially muted for the rest of this game.
Yeah, it's a great strategy, because as soon as you cut off those side lanes, they're then forced in to defend the mid lane, but then the enemy team can gank from 3 directions. Do you go from the front? Do you go from the side? It's just, there's so much going on here for Elevate. Gen.G, I feel like, just haven't played the early game as well as they should have. Or even, I'm going to say first time of the day, I think the draft is a little bit diff here.
Yeah. Okay, maybe more execution than draft, in my opinion. Right now, Gen.G looking more like a charity, and they have more to give.
They do have more to give. I mean, Clue is stuck over the wall there. He needs his Leap and Savior to get back to his teammates. And the high ground turret is taking a bit of a punishing there, as well as Clue goes down. It's going to be Iblis getting that kill as well. So already, almost at the 10-minute mark, the shadow variants of neutral objectives are now coming up as well. So it's only going to get, the heat is only going to rise more for Gen.G.
Oh, I didn't even know it was not 10 minutes yet. It felt like we were in the middle, like mid-game already. I mean, with the advantage that they have, right? Look, it's, what, 7,000 gold ahead, and Wawa, he's trying his best against Hyde, but Hyde is just going to run away scot-free once again.
Once again, I mean, the Maze, well, they've let him scot-free so many times, and now they've got the Overlord as well, means that the push is just going to be even more obstructive to the side of Gen.G. They really need to get a good solid defense, or even get a few pickups. But if you look at like the overall resources, 35k to 27k is it's a hard one to come back from. I mean, it's not impossible. We've seen Elevate do it, but can Gen.G do it?
It's 8,000, right? That's a huge difference. It's a couple of items for the side of Elevate that is going to be a major difference, right? The damage output is going to be on a completely different level coming out from Elevate. Yep. And at this point, they haven't found the solution yet. Look, they have not been able to find and reach touch Ivalice that much yet. And he already has August Word, which means that even if you get the catch on him, he's not going to die that easily.
Not going to die that easily, but I mean, Blue is having to be a forceful retreat there. Just taking too much damage from the side of Elevate. Are able to keep the high ground turret in the mid lane alive, and I'm guessing they're going to go for the same rodeo here down into the farm lane. The Unbridled Outburst comes through, but it doesn't stop Jizzix there. He's like, hey, no CCT for me. They take down Mitsuru though, but it is going to be a 1-1 trade so far. Can Gen.G do anything here to keep these high ground turrets alive?
Oh, nice flash!
It's not looking like it. That was a beautiful flash there. Getting the kill onto Wawa and Inua.
Yep. This is looking like it's going to be the end here. Radiance popped as well.
Radiance popped there, yeah, but they still have the Vanguards up at the Crystal as well. So it is going to be Elevate getting that victory in match 3 today, sorry. It seems like such a blur from the stump of Team Vitality. And then for Elevate to lose game 1 so bad, and to come back so strong for 3 games in a row, so clean.
I mean, this is the spirit of the competition as well. They take this entire series 3-1. It's going to be a big marker to improve for the side of Gen.G. And I think, look, lessons learned here today. If you get the advantage, press on, do not let go of the gas. And that's exactly what Elevate did.
It is what they did, exactly. And you kind of see that there's a recurring theme as well with the winning teams, is that they force the not so lucky teams into that reactive kind of play style. And if they don't know how to play that, play on the back foot, play to a reactive nature, they then kind of just wilter and fall like we've seen with Gen.G there, especially after such a convincing Game 1 victory.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to how many boxes do you check, right? So I think based on today, it's Vitality's game that has showcased us what it looks like the peak performance of oppression coming in from your draft. And I think right now, Elevate showing signs that they are matching up to that caliber. Not there yet, let's be clear, not there yet, but closing in, right? They are very invasive on the jungle. They're making sure that there is no options available to explore on the side of Gen.G. And we'll take a look at the itemization here to really just deep dive into what makes the real difference for the side of Elevate.
I mean, look at it. It's just that overall goal difference. I feel like they had way more money in their purse just to buy whatever they wanted. Like, you can kind of see the typical build here for the Gen.G. You go for your Spark Forge Dagger, your Doomsday, going for the Daybreak, but then also going for the Cuirass of Savagery as well, just for some defense, as you normally would build the Gen.G. But there's nothing that's really different that stands out. It's just the fact they just had such a finger on the pulse after that Game 1 defeat. Elevate just really clean.
Yeah, really clean. And if you take a look at Azar, I think he was responsible for quite a lot of damage in this particular match itself as well, right? Didn't go too greedy. In fact, gets the Cuirass of Savagery, which allowed him to deal additional damage every time he was hurt, right? So look at the damage dealt. 500,000. Wait, is this the first time we've seen 500,000? Is there a problem with the numbers? 49% of the team's damage dealt. 516,000. Guys, I've never seen this number.
Yeah, half a milli, man. Half a milli. I mean, that's the power of the Ming, right? Like, just being able to just empower your marksman is just the absolute utility of it. I mean, we kind of got a taste for it when Rock and Clue played it, but then obviously they just weren't able to close the game, and that's when Elevate came back. But it's all down to the Ming. I feel like maybe even Ivalice gets an MVP in Game 2 in this game, maybe, or I feel like Hyde as well had a solid performance.
I agree. I fully agree. Because without the two of them, I think it wouldn't have been such a storm, right? 12 minutes, it's not a very long game time, let's be honest. 9-3, not a very high kill game as well. But the ability to transition with just 9 kills across the board in a span of 12 minutes to such a domineering victory, it's hard to match up with this kind of performance.
Yeah, I mean, they've just showed kind of like their two sides, really. Elevate can get the kills like they did in Game 3, but then they can also do the Uno reverse and just go Game 4 and just be objective focused, be able to just dominate the rotations as well. Because that's the other clean thing about Elevate in this game. There was no kind of like moments where I was kind of scratching my head, like, why are these guys like dancing backwards and forwards? They were just always calculated, always had the eyes on the prize.
Oh yeah, for sure. And this one was a much more convincing win from the side of Elevate, right? So I think, yes, maybe Game 1 or Match 1 was... the Game 1 was really just jitters, nerves on the play here, stepping back onto the stage after so many weeks. And now, once they hit the strides, Elevate, definitely a team that you do not want to, underestimate. Because when they come back online, they are coming back online.
And here we go. There we are. It's actually going to be Azar with the MVP. I mean, after that 49% damage, they had to give him something right. I mean, he did fantastic in all the games, doing well enough to actually match up with Rock most of the games. Obviously, Ray played one of the games in the farm lane as well.
Very deserving MVP, actually. The ability to deal so much damage across the board with the tokens, it requires a big understanding on the range capable and the reach of the tokens as well for his passive. And I think Azar played perfectly in this game. His positioning was always on point. So let's take a look at the standings for this group. This is going to put them all the way at the top with one win in terms of the matches with a 3-1 scoreline. So similar to...
They could already do the comeback. So Mitsura, you are the Dragon Slayer this time.
And you were using Noir that time in the second game, and that was a big turnaround. How was that feeling that time that you managed to make such a big comeback with getting that title? How do you feel that being the first getting the title too?
Sobrang saya kasi na-steal ko tapos nanalo pa kami. Tsaka alam naming napakalaking tulong nun para sa momentum namin para maipanalo pa yung series.
At that moment, like, they knew that seeing the Tempest Dragon was like the biggest momentum swing for them to make a comeback of that game number 2. But anyway, the Dragon Slayer himself has to rest like all the dragons that he has slayed. Mitsura, thank you so much for being here, and what a win for the Philippines here of the last series of day number 1. So, Chuchu, I think it's time to head back to our casters. Casters, H-okay? Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Juicy, as well as Choo Choo. That was a wonderful interview. And of course, yes, the first Dragon Slayer of many to come. We're going to be expecting a lot of steals coming in throughout this entire tournament here. Like you mentioned earlier, Blam, I think you said $500. That's a lot of money.
That's for the player, and his teammates get $100. They did nothing. They just was kind of like, we put our faith in you,
something.
And then you got us $100. Thank you very much, sir.
We'll take that any day. Yeah, but of course, with that being said, these are today's results here. A 3-1 win for Nongshim RedForce. It's going to be a 3-0 win for Vitality against Alpha 7. And of course, you just witnessed Elevate take the series 3-1 against Gen.G with our first Dragon Slayer of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, what a great way to set off Season 3. I mean, we had all these like little mini games for the players and make it a little bit more competitive to get these kind of like outplay potentials, and it's all been happening in day 1. Normally we have to wait like till day 3, day 4, but man, this has been up the ante of any Season 3 or Season Invitational before. And here are tomorrow's matches. We're going to get some impunity action against Kagendra, BTR against Nongshim. That would be the decider for the top place of Group D, and then Elevate against Blacklist. Philippines against Philippines. That is going to be a roar to end the day, right?
Yeah, it's a big rematch, right? Definitely want vengeance on the side of Elevate. They want to make sure that Blacklist feel the pain, but hey, it's Blacklist, as we all know. So, are they going to get blacklisted, or will the reverse happen? That's going to be what's happening tomorrow. So, join us tomorrow at 2 o'clock GMT plus 8. And of course, it's been great for today. It's been myself, your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, as well as Blam. Blam, you have any closing words for us today?
No, it's just been, like I said, a fantastic day 1. It's up the ante. We just got to maintain day 2 with the same pride. And hey, I feel like these teams tomorrow, especially Indonesia, actually getting to play as well, is going to be even more sweeter for the viewers at home and at the venue. So thank you very much, guys, for tuning in. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for all these great matches ahead of us. Again, Lamb, Kindofu, your favorite kind of tofu. We have been enjoying it. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Red team has destroyed a tower. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team. Dark Tyrant has been defeated. Red team has destroyed a tower. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has destroyed a tower. The Tempest Dragon has been defeated. Blue team killing spree. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team rampage. Red team rampage. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team. Red team has destroyed a tower.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength. Tell them who you are. My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain. I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon.